星空に溶けて消えてもう色も意味も香りもその手さ
What up, chat? What up, chatters? What is up, chatters? Everybody doing today? How's everybody doing today? Everyone's having a good day. Having an awesome day. I'm having an awesome day. I got a lot of work done today, so today's been going pretty good. I woke up so damn early after last night's stream. Cause obviously I ended last night, right? I ended really early. After that, bro. That's funny. Last night, yeah, you guys know I ended stream. After I ended, I went straight to fucking bed. Like, I didn't edit a short or nothing. I don't usually do that. Usually after I end stream, I edit like a YouTube short or two for like TikTok and all the other platforms, right? For TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. I didn't even do that. I usually do that at the end of every stream. All I did was that I put the VOD. Did I even put the VOD public from last night? Did I even do that? Oh, I did. Okay. I usually like put the VOD thumbnail and all that shit, and then I end. I mean, I gotta go to sleep or do whatever. Or edit. I didn't do anything. Vertical's still on the starting screen? Wait, did the link break for it? Oh, that's odd. The vertical scene broke. Ooh, that's weird. Oh, that's supposed to be linked to the... I know why it broke. There you go. I'm supposed to link the scenes together. I didn't link it. So like when I press intermission, it should switch the vertical to intermission as well. It didn't link properly. But yeah, it's fixed now. Yeah, usually I do all that shit. I didn't get to do that. I went straight to fucking bed. Why is the subathon timer still on? Oh, also I did some stuff for the next subathon. How do you like the hood? The hood is fire. You trying to play Kensai or what? Hood is fire. Yeah, I was knocked out completely, so I woke up early as hell today. I woke up at like, what time is it right now? 6. I woke up at like 12 or 11. I don't usually do that. That was the first time I woke up that early in like ages. You ever shown that we play comp right now? Dude, I can do it with you guys. I don't gotta be in VC. I probably have to play characters I don't play though, so I don't boost you guys, which I'm fine with. But it's up to you guys. I don't know. That's if you guys want the third. But yeah, like I was saying, yeah, I slept for so long. I slept for like 12 hours or something, or 10 or something. I don't usually sleep for that long. I usually only get like 6 hours, but I guess it was much needed because last night, dude, when I was on Tokon last stream, I lost like almost every match at the end. I was so fucking tired. I think I was tired because I don't think I ate. I think it was because I didn't eat. I think it was because I didn't eat. Because after I ended the stream, I ate and I went straight to fucking sleep. But XL, are you even able to play with us? But what rank are you guys? What rank are you guys? I think I have an account. Woo! Hold on. Why is Gabriel's profile hidden? What rank is that? Is that silver? That's not silver. There's no way that's silver. That's plat. Yeah, I can play with you guys. I have an account I can play with. Yeah, I have an account. I thought I said silver. I'm like, there's no way you guys are silver. I think InferSenpai can play with you guys. Nope, that account is GM. Oh wow. Ooh, I think I'm running out of accounts. I can't lie. What about Verso? Verso can play with you guys. Oh, this counts diamond. Oh shit. This counts still in placements. Or no, it's finished. This placement. Okay, what about a duck on Quack? Oh, duck on Quack. Fuck, how did I spell it? I don't have an added on this account. Hold on, let me check my other account. I might be running out of accounts to play with people. Holy. Nah, I have an account. Shall play. I have an account. I can play on what was the one I played with Gospel on? That was the TTV one. I don't remember what I changed the username to though. I changed it to something though. Oh, Tokonda. Should be this account. Should be. I could be wrong, but it should be this account. Anyway, let me start the TikTok stream. But yeah, how's everybody's day going? Is everybody having a good day or what? Is everybody having a good day or what? Chilling. Pretty good. Nice, nice, nice. Not bad, not bad, not bad. This beach remix is ass. What the fuck is this one? Oh, this is Tekken 7. One's ass. Did they ever add the Tekken 8 DLC characters to Spotify yet? Nope. I see them on here. Tekken Project. Yeah, they haven't never added the DLC characters. What is slacking? What is our slacking? CEO avatars first to 2. Do you know how fast that's gonna be? That's gonna be crazy fast. Wait, what? This isn't for Senpai. What the fuck? That's not the right account. Wait, hold on. Oh shit! That damn. Whoops. Yeah, that was the wrong run. Because I wrote down all my accounts. So I know which account is what. I just looked at the wrong thingy. No, I looked at the wrong account. That's on me. I literally looked at the wrong account. I think. It's just tricky because some of the accounts have sub goals on it. I don't want to play on those ones. First to 2 on Avatar, dude, that shit's gonna be dummy fast. That shit's gonna be dummy fast. I am gonna watch CEO for what's that shit called? For Street Fighter. I mean, not Street Fighter. For Tokon. I can't think straight. K7 was the first one. Oh, I saw the tweets earlier today. Funny enough. He said on Nitro's soul, I'ma handle this dude. I think he lost, but I don't know. Pretty sure he lost. What's his name? K7's I mean not K7, Sonic's Goblin is crazy. The birthday today, 2022. Yo, happy birthday, dude. Happy birthday, man. Hope you have a good birthday. Yeah, this should be an account. This should be the account. Tokanda forever. Tokanda forever. The thing. There you go. Can't accent the thingy, but the one you can. Appreciate it. Yeah, no problem, dude. All right, let me start this TikTok stream, and I got to tweet the stream out. I don't know how long we'll be live today, but we'll see. I would like to keep my normal sleep schedule because I get a lot of work done. But we're for sure gonna play Tokon, because I want to try out Carnage today. We're gonna play with Shine later, probably. I don't know who else we're gonna play with. You're gonna accept the damn friend request? I mean the thingy. There we go. Alright, cue it up, team. Depression, how you doing? If you're picking up Carnage and picking up Spider-Man, I'll see you in ranked. I don't know if I'm gonna play Carnage. I told you guys pick Spider-Man or Carnage. You guys pick Spider-Man. This fucking anime is so troll, bro.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
2,567 MR. This shit fake as fuck. Is that supposed to be Tokido? Get keto. This shit is hilarious. What up? This shit fake as fuck, bro. Cause why the fuck does Gekido have 2,567 MR? Ain't no fucking way this motherfucker got that much MR. That shit fake as hell. Talking about some 2,500 MR. Carnage riff once you realize your fingers glued to you. Oh, he does U button like every combo. Does down U, normal U, U, spamming U over and over and over. That's just hilarious. Yeah, play whatever. I'll fill. Your title says Carnage today. It does say Carnage today. Oh, I didn't sub the TikTok stream. Let me do that now before I forget.
Yo, that's crazy. What the?
Well, what happened?
You'll need a top-notch team to
Well, what the hell?
Ban C&D.
Why do we ban Invis? And whatever.
Yo, what's going on with these bans? Is Penny still a threat after the whole?
Yeah.
Nerf?
Hood on, guns out. Let's go.
I'll go Jubilee to give this girl the team up. We know you buying Black Cat Storm and Magic. Oh, the trailers for those dropped, huh? I'm gonna take a look after this match. Hold on. Remind me after the match to take a look at those. Should I finally push for Eternity? Dude, someone was like, why is this Infernasu dude LARPing sitting in Celestial for like a year? Hasn't been a year, but why is this dude just sitting in Celestial bullying Celestial players and making videos out of it? I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? I'm Celestial. I'm hard stuck Celestial, bro. Ugh, emotional. I'm hard stuck Celestial, bro. You can hit Eternity tonight. Do you really think I can hit Eternity's ends? Or are you just saying this? As someone that's one above all in Eternity, do you really think I can hit it? Or are you just yapping? I'm too lazy for that, though. You know I'm too lazy for that, bro. I'm too lazy. It's not that I can't hit it. Rank just keeps resetting, so I just lose my shit. It's because rank resets every month, so it's like... No, not every 2 months, so like, if I don't grind that shit, I just lose it. Like, if I don't grind that month, I'm just gonna lose it extremely fast. Unless I take a whole stream of just me just grinding. Oh, that's cheese. Bro, I'm at 22. Yeah, you should not have came over here. If you queued it early and kept at it, you hit switching DPS, but you gotta really want it. True. But is it worth it though? That's my other question. Is it worth it though? Hell no! Why the fuck would I do it? I was talking to Lie earlier. She said she really likes Elsa. So she's gonna be playing more Elsa. That's pretty cool. Yo soy el final. What the fuck? Mr. Fenty. Fentiana. Is that Rihanna's makeup shit? Fentiana? Fentiana. Wait, Zans, have you been playing the hood or what? Yeah, it's called bragging rights. Bruh. Who am I supposed to brag to, bro? I got nothing to prove to nobody. What am I flexing on though? The girls gonna like me at one of all. that how you get girls? I gotta hit one of the walls. Is that how that works? That's how you impress girls. Low key? Oh shit, that's the method? I thought it was patched. I thought the one above all method was patched though. I thought I said that was patched. Yo, Yuki, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Yo, this girl's running. Holy, this girl's running. That shit is not patched? Oh, okay. Shit, my bad. Shit, it might be time. Might be time to get one of the wall then. Hold on. Yeah, he's gonna love this. That motherfucker ate that shit. God damn. Hi, hello. How you doing? Kind of locked in on this match. I think I might be too locked in because this is not supposed to be that deep. I'm locked in like I'm playing on my main or something. I kind of just like, hold on. What the? You chased me? Why? I'm dead. Okay. Anyways, I appreciate the raid. I hope you had a good stream. I dropped one of these boosters I'm doing already. That's what's up. That's what's up. How'd your stream go? Yeah, bro, you get girls by hitting rank 1. What the fuck? That's the method? That shit not patched? Ugh. Hold on. Are this triple? They are triple.
The current score is 3-2-0.
Okay. I was gonna do something and I don't remember what it was. Oh, I got to tweet the stream out. The hood brought the hood info out. The hood me. There's no hood side of me.
Let's go.
That side is dead. The info is dead. Marvel Spider-Man 3 is in the works at Insomniac. Oh shit, they're working on Spider-Man 3 already? Okay, Rivals, Rank Grind, and Tokon trying Carnage today. Tokanda forever. Yeah, I appreciate the 270 go.
Who needs 4 when you've got your boy Benji's about to turn up the heat?
I'm about to punch a hole through somebody's chest.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Gated community info. Gated community info. Reminds me of that. Oh my god, what is that funny ass TikTok of that guy with the say what is fuck, what is that TikTok called? You gotta add safe black or something like that. That shit has me in tears. Nah, I gotta show y'all it.
The battle starts in 5.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? You gotta add safe black or something.
1.
Hold on, that shit is so funny. I gotta find that after this. That guy's TikTok's got me in fucking tears. Why'd you? Oh, this asshole. He respawned. What alert? I see you, dude. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it again.
Just the boost I needed. Ready to go.
Don't most movies have gates? What? You're rich. What? No, that's some rich shit. I ain't never heard somebody say that. What do you mean don't most communities have gates? No, that's rich. You rich. Nah, you ballin'. What do you mean? You live in a gated community? Have you lived in a gated community all your life? Hey, you're rich. Your family got money. Did she not walk up with her ult? Huh? I had never seen a Jubilee ult not take place. That was weird. She didn't walk up with her ult. She just sat in that thing like it was invisible. I'm gonna have to get back on the hood. Nothing's dying. Uh-oh. I'm going back to the hood. Nothing's dying. I wanted to play something and practice thing, but probably not a good idea, I guess. Nothing's dying.
Las manos del diablo.
Las manos del diablo.
Adios, muchachos.
I am not rich, bro. You just said don't most communities have gates. That is some rich shit if I ever heard some, bro. You are balling, bro. It's all good. I'm happy for you. That is some rich shit if I ever heard. Yo, ask them if people don't have gated houses. Why don't change the setting? I'm gonna try using this.
There's still a chance to stop them. Now might be the time to stop them.
Use one shot. Oh lordy, these guys are fucking headache, bro. Ah, I hate Bucky so much. I'm gonna use the Scarlet one. I could have TP'd and killed that kid. Get rank 1 with 19-inch blade. 19-inch blade, bro. That's not for everybody to see, bro. We have a lot of time on them, so I think we're still fine even. This Bucky is on my dick, bro. It's always a Bucky, bro. Loser. This guy has to die. Oh, this guy has to die. I let that guy res. Somebody else alive? You're just gonna sit in my bubble? Shit, I don't mind. Group. The hell? Oh, doesn't his fat wall counter mine? It's Bucky, bro. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at this guy. Infinite fucking ammo. Just shooting me. Infinite ammo. No cooldowns. I fucking hate Bucky, bro. I hate Bucky so much, man. He's so busted this patch. Nerf this kid. Nerf this kid, bro. Nerf this kid. What did Lee say? Well, you got a code to get into your neighborhood? That is some rich shit. If there's a code to get into your neighborhood, that's you're like, yeah, 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 yeah. Y'all got money. A gate with a code? That's not normal, bro. Bro, it's okay, bro. We're happy for you, bro. You guys have money. My shit wide open. You can't just go into people's neighborhoods if you have a gate and a fucking code. Like the code at the start of the entrance of the neighborhood with like the cops. Yes, that's, you have money. That's not normal. I don't know if no one else wants to tell you that's not normal. Y'all got money.
3, 2, 2.
That's like some rich people shit, bro. Motherfucker has no gate codes. Like so when people deliver your food, if you like order Uber Eats, the driver has to have a code to get in. Before new features to drop, throw in the reactions channel. The driver has to get a code to come deliver your food. Through the app though. Yo, y'all got money, bro. What? Wait, this isn't a joke. Y'all have money, bro. Yo, okay. Yo, y'all got money, bro. Your parents are balling. That's not normal. Who's y'all? Okay, Lee. Y'all got money, bro. Apps? You have an app on the DoorDash app to get into, bro? Oh, I was about to say, I thought you meant like a community app, but still, you have to send them the code to get on the app to get into the neighborhood. That is, we don't have nothing like that, bro. What? Everywhere I've ever lived, our neighborhoods are wide open. You can just come and slime somebody if you want and leave. You can't do that shit in your place. Yo, y'all got money. How is that money? Bro, do you not understand how that works? Bro, how many bedrooms your house? How many bedrooms and bathroom is your house, bro? How much square feet? Your shit probably gotta have at least like 6 bedrooms, 6 bath. You live in damn near a mansion, bro. Backyard pool. You got a community pool as well. A fucking park inside the neighborhood. I can't just come to, bro. If I was trying to do a sleepover at your house, I can't just come in and just let's do the sleepover. I have to go through fucking security at the start of your neighborhood. Do you not understand that? The gate is not normal, bro. Yo, y'all got money, bro. I'm happy for y'all. Oh nah. Y'all got money, bro. Y'all got money, bro. GG, bro. It's just a normal area? No, it's not a normal area, bro. I don't think you understand, bro. Snake Eyes the rank 1 champion player right now. That's hilarious. Very fitting. That's very fitting. It's okay, bro. It's okay to have money, bro. That's good, bro. We're happy for you. Feisty. Feisty, what are you saying, Feisty?
Pick your hero.
Like, she come to my TikTok chat saying all you do is yap. What are you talking about, Feisty? Oh, you yap more than me. you yap way more than me. It's not even close, actually. Her saying that is rich. Very rich. Wait, aren't you supposed to be a CEO? Or you're not going? Her saying that is rich. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Oh, the arm? That Bucky? Starlord? Starlord one's free. They gave her a swimming emote. Oh, they try to make money. They knew what they doing that. Look at Nasu gatekeeping. Lives in, oh, I'm not gonna say that out loud, but okay. I'm not trying to dox, but okay, that makes sense. We're close. Oh. Man, what's today? Today's Tuesday. Oh wait, CO's this weekend. Actually, I'm tripping. I already saw people flying out. Now some people are like TOs and shit. Or not TOs, are like, holy fucking Wolverine bodied me. Your parents having money and you having money are two different things, bro. You gotta understand. What the fuck? I'm using the wrong team up. You gotta understand, bro. A community having a gate is not normal. That's not no, bro. You talking about some? I thought every community, every neighborhood had a gate. No, bro. Your parents got money, bro. There's people that would love to have that safety of having a gate at the start of their neighborhood. That is not normal. What's up, Reg or REJ? We dying for a roof over our heads and bro got a coded gate on me. Like, bro got a coded gate in the start of his neighborhood, and then at his house he got like a whole fence and gate, probably another code. I'm happy for you, bro. I'm happy for you, bro. Oh nah. We are happy for you, bro. fuck was that guy doing? So where is bro taking me? Wait, that just took my shift. It took my shift. I would love to be rich. It's not about you. We're talking about your parents though. Your parents are rich. Your parents got money. There ain't nothing wrong with that. That's good. That's good, bro. Some people, they be getting kicked out their house at like 18. I have several friends that got kicked out their house at 18. Some parents are like that. They would just kick you out. If I'm rich, where my new PC? Ask your mother. I ain't your mother. You got money for that? That's what they'll tell you. They got money. They ain't spending shit on you. You probably did something crazy. You just probably don't deserve it. They don't want you to be spoiled. Get you some damn... Get you a job. Get you a job. Lee a bad kid. Yeah, he plays Spider-Man.
These guys are not counter swapping at all. Like,
he plays Spider-Man. You gotta be a bad kid.
Just... Yeah.
Yo, they don't want you to be spoiled.
That shit.
They're not gonna just buy you a PC just because you want one.
Like, they could just go thing and like counter swap.
Is there effects on this skin?
Turn off the body cam.
Oh, they ain't maximize the goons. They ain't give the skin effects.
Ego be too high.
Let's keep it this way. Keep it this way.
Calm down with the word. Oh, my bad, my bad, my bad.
Yeah.
Armed and dangerous.
They ain't maximize the goons. They ain't give you effects on the. Yo, the storm legendary be sick. What the thunderstorm is like yellow.
4, 3, 2.
And then these skins have effects on it.
All you need to do is capture the mission
Be like a yellow storm. That'd be sick.
I am not the man I used to be. I have found a greater cause.
Enemy located. The mission area is yours to capture now. Mission area is yours.
Just ran her down. Yo, this Wolverine's on me. They triple. They are triple. Damn, everyone loves triple as an emergency option. This shit is so sloppy. I was about to jump in there all. Yeah, lucky I got teammates. I'd have jumped in that spawn room and went crazy on they shit. I'm still gonna do it too, funny enough. He went dino as well. Y'all some cringe bags. Big eats. Love me some rogue. Remy ain't shit anyway. Hold on. Remy ain't shit anyway. Reed ain't shit either. Hold on. What's up, Samantha? What you up to? Oops, sour. What? What is your name? Sour Poe? Oh. Well, that was an embarrassing match. Didn't even make it this damn site. Yikes. Alright, next skin. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. A little dancey dance. Yeah, it's a must buy.
Goodbye for now.
Wow. Cool. They actually gave her auto effects. Wow. I didn't expect that. Wow. What a cool skin. So where's Storm at? Oh, what? I didn't see the chromas. Where were the chromas? Where were the chromas at? Did I miss the chromas? There was no chromas. Oh shit, there are. How did I miss this? I think I was probably looking at chat. Damn, that black one looks really nice. Damn.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Wanda first legendary? No. It's not our first one. While we on Dookie Dino is crazy. They're testing driving mechanics? Aw. The comments on this tweet are like, y'all know who we want to see. Y'all know who we want to see, damn it.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Give me a second.
Round one, go! They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
What am I gonna play? I gotta play tank again? Fragus Magneto.
Call on the might of my allies to defeat my foes.
Does anyone else want to practice?
Be wary. No time.
Nah.
The battle starts in
Man.
5, 4,
Fuck, wrong team up.
2, 1.
I feel a familiar chaos in the air.
Rogue reps? What would I need to play Rogue? There's like no situation where I'd ever need to play Rogue. Careful with the roops on this map. Fuck you. Why is a melee button not binded?
Better stop that vehicle.
The fuck? I can't melee.
Crush them all.
That's awkward.
My daughter's blessing.
Stop them.
Beautiful, baby.
I gotta fix my settings. What? This is not. Oh, no, it is. Where the fuck is it at? Oh. God damn it. Ain't no way bro playing Mag? What's wrong with Magneto? That Magneto goes crazy, low key. This is fucking setting. This is pissing me off. What? I don't even know what button that is. That's awkward. On the other left click? Other left click? I don't even... I guess that was... this? What the hell? Because I only have 2 mouse buttons, so I was like, what? I don't even know what button that is. I guess I saved my ult for Hella, I guess. Both their spore ults are down. Gonna have no one to really ult. What? I shifted. That. The fuck? Why is it not hitting her? Yo, what's up, Yuki? Oh, that's not good. Broken ass character? This character? Yeah, he's pretty broken. He's been top tier for so long. Y'all actually died to these guys? Oh no. That's not good. My favorite Tokon blade player? I need to lab some blade shit. My blade's falling behind. I'm playing too much other shit and working on videos. It's kind of hard to keep up with people that aren't doing videos and shit. I got gripped. Oh, come on. Oh, jeez. Blaze combos are a snooze fest in Tokon. I kind of agree, low-key. You can only do so much. I feel like he doesn't have enough, like... Because air EX gun is not that good. And air boomerang is not that good. Like, he's very limited in the specials you can use in the air. Like, they don't flow. Does that make any sense? He doesn't have a good route into air EX gun other than, like, I guess, Tigerning it on the floor. Got her. That is fucked though. Cardio's for Blaze such a step different. That's what I'm saying, bro. Shit. I feel like I don't know, man. It's just I just wish he had like mix. They could throw the spinner thing on the floor, but it's like shit is not real. Shit is not real, bro. Shit is not real, bro. You seen Persona stuff? Nah, throw in the stream reaction channel.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Round 2, go! Before you attack, get ready.
I feel a familiar chaos in the air.
Try Black Panther? Black Panther. Oh, on Tokon? Trying Carnage today. My hands are so cold.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Some lotion on my hands, rub my hands together. New PFP. Can't even see it. Probably hasn't updated yet. Oh, come on, give me that. Come on, man. This is so greedy of us. Yeah, no one pushed up with us? Y'all some cowards, bro. Y'all some cowards, bro. Our team is full of cowards. Nobody walked with us? That was a disgusting stagger we got. Damn, bro. We just need one more person. We just need one good man, bro. Just a few good men was all we needed, bro. Ooh, give me that. Can I get some help? Yo, I just killed 3 people, bro. Please don't do this. Yo, I'm him, chat. I'm him. I am fucking him, bro. Give me that shit, bro. Was that 1v4? Son. Oh. Nah, bro. Nah, my mag is clean, bro. Stop playing. My mag is clean. Stop playing with me. What's that, a 1v4 or something, bro? What the fuck? Mag larper, bro? I ain't no larper. I literally waited for both the supports to get together so I can dunk on their asses, bro. I literally dismantled their team one by one, bro. Now some haters. Oh, brother. What am I reading? I literally just failed to bow my teammate because I read some tomfoolery. I'm dead as fuck. Oh my god. Bro, I'm not reading all of that. Thanks for the 54. Like, I don't know what he just wrote, but like, yeah, because it's hardcore. I become the biggest what? Your #1 sub? Read it. My #1 sub would never play that God forbidden game that should now be named. Is she just gonna keep going for me? Are we dead ass? Oh yeah, let me see what we got here. No. No. That didn't kill? It wasn't charged up enough or what? It was like half and it was at 50. What? How did that not kill? Damage inconsistent as fuck. That should have killed. What? I'm not crazy. I should have killed. Oh yeah, that's gonna kill y'all. On my face, goddamn. Get chopped in half. Jesus Christ. Hardest playground is crazy. I heard the oh, it hit the shield? Wait, the shield blocked it? That should have hit 3. Close when you almost hit the roof. That's yap. That's yap. That's yap. My manager will send you the details shortly. Wait, what?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
What's today? The 11th? Okay. Okay.
Hood on, guns out, let's go.
Hood on, guns out, let's go.
Am I gonna banish
We starting to
this?
infer Cobbleverse. That'd be fun. I'm not opposed to it. I'm not opposed to it. Rage next Cowbon server. I would have signed up, but like, I don't know why I didn't sign up. I definitely should have. I should have signed up. I think it's because I wanted to play Tokon, but literally I know this PC clan was gonna be ass. We thought they would fix it. Like, what do you want? They're gonna fix it, bro. I heard Flats won though. Look at a picture of Flats. A nice suit on. Yeah, he won though. Oh, he has some Thanos Pokemon. What the fuck?
The right heroes could make all
Salamence? Zaza Stack? What? Yo, that's a lot of legendaries. Yo, my man. Whoo! His son is wiped everybody. That's a lot of legendaries. There's no restriction on legendaries. Oh, that's a team right there. Damn. Strong Jaw? Oh, nah. I just know he has some bullshit. That dude Flats was not playing around. I didn't even read the Pokemon. I saw the tweet, but I didn't read the Pokemon. Oh, shit. Yeah, he was not playing around. Was it doubles? I don't know. Was it singles? I'm pretty sure it was singles. It was singles too? Ooh. That shit was sweeping. I know it. I know he was sweeping. Because I remember on like top 8 or on the when it was like top 16, he was in first place. It's cool that he won the whole thing. W Flats.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Oh, there's only so much space. Never mind, I have a fucking squirrel girl.
We better be
Oh
on
my
the right side
god.
of this, 'cause I ain't never
I haven't even to it.
Why did I do that? I don't know why I did that, but I had fun, so it was worth it. I meant to throw this and then keep going forward and then TP back at it, but I was having so much fun shooting her that I just I just didn't care. I was having fun shooting her, so I didn't give a fuck to put the thing down and teleport away. Just for playing dive. Don't be greedy like what I just did.
I'm dead.
I can't give you tips for playing dive when I don't know what dive character you're playing. Damn, that damage reduction is good. Whoa, bro. Holy shit, Sparkle does so much fucking damage. What the fuck? They have a torch? Almost killed his ass too.
just started my climb. Ain't stopping yet.
I might actually lock in for this one. I respect the hold from
Back up.
I respect the hold attempt from thing right there. Just a stall.
We need this human torch to die.
Can I
He
ban him?
hasn't tried
Ban
at
who?
all. So can somebody please kill him?
Kill who? Torch? I got you.
Yeah, he has 0 deaths. He hasn't died.
I mean, Jubilee also has 0, but I got you.
Kill Jubilee.
Torch behind.
You wasted her all.
That guy's dead.
Moon Knight. Moon Knight can die.
Yeah, we could actually end up losing this. This torch is actually pretty good. So I will be locking in for this one.
Let's be honest.
Are we gonna try to heal me, or are we gonna let me fucking die? Bro.
Why would I peek out into Emma's hole? That doesn't.
Okay, well, there's also been multiple times you let me fucking die because you're in the front line, bro.
Maybe you should push up and play with me.
Make it
then.
make sense, bro.
Oh,
I mean, you're
Why are
on
you in the
Token
front
Dagger. I
line,
feel
bro?
like it's
Why are-
pretty
Why
hard
are you
to
in the
die
front
on
line? Why are
Token
you in the
Dagger.
front line? Why are you in the fucking front line?
Uh-oh.
As a
It's
healer,
pretty
why are
hard
you in
to
the
die
front
on
line as a
Token
healer?
Dagger.
Why are you? No, we know the cooldowns are
No,
on there.
it's pretty hard to die on Token Dagger.
This is peak rival.
it truly is. You can tell. You can tell who actually like plays like the characters. I doubt he plays support pool. He's probably a dive player. Cause they always be, all the dive players always be like, "How you dying as CND?" That's always their first go-to. I mean, they're not wrong to say that, but that's always their first argument. You can tell he doesn't actually play support pool. He probably played DPS one. I doubt he actually plays support pool. He just wants to play Deadpool. What? You got bodied, I can't lie. She just break my ankles? Oh my gosh, she did.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Beautiful, baby. By the eye of Agamotto.
Airball.
Us against the world.
To be fair, it wasn't an airball. I dodged it, but holy damage! What the fuck? Bro, I'm in a C&D ult and I'm a tank.
Are you too close to that?
Holy shit! Holy shit!
Don't fine.
Time to switch things up.
You don't have time?
No.
I mean,
Talk your
you
shit,
have
queen.
time to load up
Talk
and
your shit,
trade.
queen. Talk your shit, queen.
Type
He
shit.
can talk to himself for the fucking
Type
game.
shit.
I don't give a fuck.
Yo, she's mad. Oh, this guy racist.
Pop off, I guess.
He racist as shit. Let me see if I get him chat banned. Hold on. Let me see if I get him chat banned. Let me see if I get him chat banned. Racist. Don't lie.
30 seconds before you attack.
Let me see if I get him chat banned. Man with small strip. Damn, he say yo. If she say yo meat small, you just gonna take that? That shit crazy, bro. I mean, you responding to her, so hey, you clearly care, bro. She say yo meat small,
I
bro.
responded to her saying that she's not white. She's obviously.
But how would you know she's white though?
You can tell.
Nah, I can't. So you gotta like break it down for me. I'm literally asking you. I can't tell.
It's the
He's not gonna be able
entitled
to give you a
behavior.
reason, bro, and I'm not lying.
It's the what?
Or just in the bag, actively.
How would you know she's white?
So what was the reasoning on white? Did he tell you yet?
Nah, he ain't respond.
No, I did. I said it's because she's entitled.
Wait, so you're saying all white girls are entitled? I don't think that's how that
Every
works.
last one of them.
Well, why you? What you got against
I
white
asked
girls?
him to look at me? I literally asked him to just look at me. That's
What you
I
got against white girls, bro?
Nothing.
Yeah, then why you say they're entitled? Did one of the white girls like hurt you? Like they break up with you or dump you or something? Or what happened?
asked. In the back.
They broke your heart?
I wonder why. He's got a small dick.
Damn. Okay, I would not take that, but hey, man.
You can take it like a good boy and tell him the truth.
So discriminating.
You just gonna let her say your meat small, bro? Come on, bro. You gotta say something back.
Why would I care
He's
about
not
a
responding.
white
He
woman's
knows it
opinion?
is. He's real.
She's literally
He's a male, no.
on your ass, bro. She said you going to take it like a good boy. I'm crying. She said you can't say nothing. You gotta take it like a good boy.
Go, Emma. Being in the back. Got here because I didn't know who
And he died. Rip.
I missed the game. What's all the combo to go stupid?
How does Cloak have a Lucia move?
Horse in the back.
Torch in the back? I still want to win the fucking match though, because I'm playing with my friends. I don't want them to D rank.
He ran. Watch out on your left.
Wait, so like, I still want to know, like, why do you hate white girls? What happened?
I never said that.
Did you get like, you was
So
playing
I'm
in the
not
snow?
gonna
You got
argue
frostbites or something, or what happened?
Like if she was like black or Latino, yeah, I'll argue, but I'm not gonna argue with the white women.
Why you gotta bring race into this though?
Like don't
Oh,
argue
we're
with
on the
white
back.
women.
He's not even white, though, like.
She's not white though, so like,
She is. I don't argue with white women.
but she literally isn't white though.
She is. Don't believe her lies. That's also a trade of them.
What? Yo, someone hurt you. You was playing in the snow. You got frostbite. Somebody hurt you. I'm here for you, bro. Let's talk about it. Yo, they got the point, by the way, team.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Widow, oh my god. Oh man. This girl is actively in the back too.
Somebody hurt him. He was playing in the snow. Somebody hurt him. And I want to know what happened. What's the tea? What's the tea? He got his heart broken. She ulted from dummy far down.
They got behind us.
Who keeps back happening? Is it Widow?
I think it was
Moon Knight and Venom just touched the fuck out of me with Tap, I'm not gonna lie. Blue touch, actively.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Fuck.
And I'm kind of
She
like
does
the
too much
only
damage.
one
I can't do
doing
that. She does too much damage. I can't 1v1 her at low HP. If I at least half, I'd beat her, but my skills were on cooldown as well.
Widow in the back.
You get that guy some therapy.
Widow is in the back.
Why don't you turn around and kill her then?
That's a support, bro.
Yep, so I'm a support. I'm killing people.
I mean, yeah, but you're Deadpool,
So I'm a support.
bro. You are like an off support, bro. Character's like not even like a real support for real.
Yeah, they're locked in.
Anyways, like, can we lock in team before we lose? I'd like to win this.
Venom in the back.
Yeah, they were good.
Venom on me.
Got him. This Widow, bro. Yeah, get a portal going ASAP.
We already
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I blame the Deadpool, bro.
It's a GG. I had 40k healing and this Deadpool couldn't do shit. Oh my god.
Yo, Deadpool, you gotta step it up, man. I'm sorry, bro. Like, I
Naz, you're
don't know which white lady hurt you, bro, but I'm praying for you, bro. I hope you get her back, man.
let us know your buns.
I'm buns, but I had 40k healing. Okay,
Stop instigating, bro. No, he dead ass sound hurt. No, you can't deny it. He sound hurt. He is hurt. Motherfucker got 30k healing. Yo, shit. He do not play support pool. If he does, he's really bad at it. I can't lie, because support pool heals a fuckload. It played properly. His profile's in. I bet you he don't main support. I bet you he don't. He actually plays DPS pool or tank pool. I bet you he don't. You could tell by the way he blaming supports. You can tell he played DPS pool. He don't actually play that shit. Was he using the gun ult too? I don't know. He better not have been. Anyway, no, you can tell he sound hurt. Somebody hurt him. I just want to get to the bottom of this. Somebody hurt him. He was quick to blame her and call her a white lady, and he said, "I don't argue with white girls." What? Nah, you know somebody heard him. Who says that? I don't argue with white girls. Yeah, his ex probably argued like fucking crazy with him. You just know it. Cause ain't no way you just say that shit. It was arguing crazy. And Dabo, thanks for the raid. I didn't even see it because I was too busy trying to rage bait this kid. Appreciate the raid. Hold on, right back.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
A lot of propaganda in this chat. Support pool is a throw pick. I don't care what no one says. Unless you know how to play it properly, that shit's a throw pick. Is that another one? Oh my God. I'm about to start banning that shit. That shit is a throw pick. 90% of these support pool players don't even know how to play them properly. They were using the gun ult, just going in and then wondering why the fuck we're not getting healed and shit. You need to be calming that I'm about to use my ult. Let's go. Or you need to ult instantly when you get that shit too, because you get it back extremely fast. They're not doing that though. I'm playing DPS this match. I'm not playing tank again. Fuck, actually I have to. I'll leave them in the soul tank.
Country wants to give me his blessing. I ain't gonna complain.
That is not as precious as a single leaf of the heart-shaped herb. Must be some plant. Wouldn't mind laying my eye.
You need to just team up this match. I just gotta remember to fucking TP to this. I keep forgetting to TP to it. Who's the best? Say best for each role right now. Best support is Mantis, Gambit. Tank would be like Magneto. Magneto. I think it's just Magneto. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, Magneto. Yeah, I think overall Magneto. Support. I mean, not support. DPS would probably be Elsa still. And also the tank I'm forgetting about. Venom just got nerfed this patch. The swing is on a 10-second cooldown now. Then they nerfed how much shield he gets from his thingy. I wear Gambit every match. What the fuck? I wear AFK, I come back, I always Gambit. How does this happen? Coward. Whatever, made him back up. I shifted. Black Widow. DPS would be Black Widow, Elsa. Shit, Phoenix might be back. I haven't tried Phoenix enough, but that one match I did play, I fucking ran the lobby, so I don't know. Phoenix is definitely up there. It's either S as well. Phoenix is doing crazy damage again. She's doing crazy damage again with her ult buffed from the other patch. So overall, she's just stronger than she was seasons ago. With a stronger team up and with anti-heal now. Phoenix get buffed? Yeah, they buffed their spark damage and her primary damage. They did that this patch. Her spark explosion does more damage again. They like rebuffed it to what it was before. But now she has anti-heal because of the team up, and also her ult got buffed a few patches as well. Yeah, go read the patch notes. Go look at Phoenix. They buffed their spark proc damage. It was this patch. That's why the first match on this patch I instantly played Phoenix. I can do my tier list actually. I'm so tired of playing with support pools. Oh my god.
We're down to heal. Back up.
Yo, can we get off support pool, please? I beg. I'm like not getting healed enough. You said what?
You really think
Pick
I'm
the hell
tapping
up.
out so
Not
soon?
the hell up. The Angela. She's killing my ass.
I mean, I can't really like help you there if I'm dead.
I can't heal you if I'm dead.
Well, like, I mean, I'm the tank and like the heals aren't enough. I'm just trying to act politely, bro.
I'm playing. I swap.
Appreciate it. like what do you mean? Like I'm literally the tank. Like I can't keep you alive. I'm fucking dead. Like I don't know what you want me to do. Like what do you matter which tank I switch to? Like what? I literally cannot keep you alive. I'm dead. The whole fucking gambit running through us like a truck. Like I don't know. What am I supposed to do?
Gotta stay strong if I want.
There's still a chance to stop them.
That was score, bro. I need like an actual wall.
Better stop that vehicle.
Need an actual wall. I'm using the one. I think Gina's good this season. Yes. I look at chat for 2 seconds. I'm getting eat by a Jeff ult.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
That's so sad. I literally looked at chat for 2 seconds.
Double kill.
I gotta fight to win.
Yo, is Amber gonna come back or what? Is anyone queued up with Amber? Is she gonna come back or what?
All you managed to do is piss me off.
My eating Chipotle chips. Bruh. That's not it.
Score is 0-2.
IGN gave Tokon a 9.
Time to switch things up, including
W.
which side you're on.
W Tokon. Fix the fucking PC client, please.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Hood on, guns out, let's go.
What are you arguing about?
If Country wants to give me his blessing, I ain't gonna complain.
That praise guy said that.
Before you attack, get ready.
That's crazy. The tuna on chips gonna make me hungry. I got a whole bag. You want some? That shit said handcrafted. That shit said handcrafted chips made every day fresh. You want some or what? This shit. You want some or what? Oh fuck, I'm actually on. Bruh. Buenas noches. Yo, what are we on the sub goal? I want to play that RE. We gotta hurry up and hit that sub goal because I actually want to play that. I gotta check how much we're at on the sub goal. No, not the daily one, the actual one. I'll check in a second. Monthly one. No, not 5. I'm not gonna play 5 until. Oh fuck! Hold on. Oh fuck! I'm stuck. Yo, just straight cock guzzling. Like, holy shit, bro. Do you see that guy? He doesn't care if he dies. Like, there's actually something wrong with him. Cannot teach that. God damn it. This fucking ultimate, bro. Eight or wrong is 6, yeah. I feel like I'm already setting up straight. Thanks, though. Alright, get your ass over here. I'm sick of your ass. Got a checkpoint. Who cares? Who is Ada? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I got a fight to win.
I was reading, bruh. Fuck. Yeah, she's getting lit up. This Wolverine's a failure. Oh my god. This guy is trying his hardest. Oh my lordy, bro. Got him. You guys are dying? No, team. Wait, don't leave me. Don't leave me with these fuck ass old men. There's actually fucking old men on me. Yo, holy shit. Help. Yo, help. Helena, probably the weakest riding any supporting protagonist. Helena? I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. Watch this mute real quick. Why are you muting? What do you do wrong? Whoa. God damn it. God, bro.
Help. So cold.
1984 mods? I mean, if your deem's a thing, you kind of have to hold it. But what the fuck is this girl doing? Oh, you are a coward. You can't run from me. Machine gun go burr. I ain't never seen somebody shoot pistols this fast. God damn. It's just kind of crazy. I can't lie.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Hood on, guns out. Let's go.
Round 3, go!
If Conchu wants
Let's
to
go.
keep his blessing, I ain't gonna complain.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You're not the only one who can disappear from sight, lady.
Think Hood is like a DPS? He is.
You can turn invisible.
Exactly what he is.
Yeah, for as long as I can hold my breath, it's a nice bonus that
You
can
do
keep
it.
my hood.
For once, I'm actually glad I
No, you guys are not allowed to time him out.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We won't run away. Anyone willing to help? Only 60 seconds left.
The fuck? That's what she gets. Bro! Can I play the game? Oh my balls. This damage is unholy. Oh my god. Is this how it feels playing tank against Wolverine? Holy shit, these guys are annoying. Yo, these guys are relentless. Holy shit. Yo, like, this guy doesn't care. He just doesn't care. What the fuck is that, man? They just don't care.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
He trying to take me off the map, dude, bro. He just trying to take me off the map. I just spawned in. What the hell is wrong with these guys? Oh. Please kill that guy. Thank you, bro. Get this damn squirrel girl, bro. God damn. If I was getting fucking kidnapped and squirrel girl was to the rescue, I'd just let them take me. I'm not gonna lie.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
What the fuck was he doing? Yeah, they can have me, bro.
Yo soy el final.
Squirrel beat Thanos. You need to be banned.
Don't mess with the best.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
How much damage am I gonna have this match? I'm gonna have so much.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I got the checkpoint, bro. Eat a dick. That you did in the comic? Yeah, whoever wrote that comic needs to lose their like writer's license or some shit. Bro, leave me alone, bro. I'm not gonna fight you, bro. Okay, this guy's just gonna run away.
By the eye of Agamotto.
What?
The current score is 5-2-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Hood on, guns out. Let's go.
You seen? I don't know what touching. That's crazy. Yeah, these ships are pretty good. I'm telling you, I gotta tap in. No guac? Ew. Ew. Nah, bro, no guac.
If Contra wants to give me his blessing, I ain't gonna complain.
Nah.
They'll be coming in 30
You
seconds.
can keep the guac, bro. Nah, we get off the guac, bro.
Please.
You need guac for?
We ain't got nothing in common, old man.
Sure we do.
A large bag? Why are you getting a large bag?
I was already at war too.
How you buy a large bag for?
How come you saying that like it's a bad thing?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The chip's already gigantic. Why? I don't know why you need a large bag. A large bag is OD. Look at these fiends. They want me badly.
Thank you.
Holy. Cut off the heels. Oh, it bounced off his back. What the? I was gonna throw the thingy behind him so he couldn't get healed.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
That shit just bounced off his back.
2, 3. Another epic victory. Big win.
A
The hell? Why is it not opening? Oh.
A critically acclaimed classic RPG experience is coming to you reborn in a new form.
Why is
Here
he
are
talking like
5
that?
new features you can expect to see in Persona 4 Revival. Immerse yourself in the daily life of Inaba with newly recorded, fully voiced events. Not only will this bring another layer of emotion to the main story, but another layer of connection to newly added social link events.
Wait, was that supposed to be him?
Send Flying, a brand new feature that can occur when landing a normal attack on a shadow with a status ailment, knocking them back. If the knockback shadow collides with another shadow, it not only deals damage, but spreads the ailment. Keep in mind that this will only work in battles with more than one shadow.
Am I gonna vanish from this
Get ready to boogie down with brand new music compositions from Atlas composer Ryota Kozuka, as well as remixed versions of existing Persona 4 tracks. Vocals will be provided by the incredible singer Shiori Sasaki. Give your allies control with Baton Pass, turning your turn into theirs. Specifically, to be used during a one more. Baton Pass
He
serves
does
as
sound
an
like Fry.
opportunity for you to target
That's why I said,
different
why is he
enemy
talking like that?
weaknesses and coordinate with
Why is he why is he talking like that?
allies to knock down opponents. Wipe out enemies with the powerful new tactic known as Prime Time.
Prime Time.
During this mode, you get a series of consecutive actions, all skill costs are eliminated, enemy resistances are ignored, and Baton Pass is freely available.
That was
Top it off
broken.
with a flashy series
That sounds so
finale that
broken.
deals massive damage. It's all upside, so when that meter fills up, don't hesitate
That
to
sounds
use
so
it.
broken. All right.
Which of these features are you most excited to experience?
That sounds
Persona 4
insanely
Revival
broken.
comes to Xbox Series XS,
Nothing
Xbox
cost
PC,
anything.
Xbox Cloud,
All resistances
PlayStation
are gone.
5,
That sounds
and
so
Steam on
broken.
February 18th, 2027.
Yeah, I'm about to play it on hard difficulty. Because that mechanic sounds insanely broken. Why is he talking like that though? That shit threw me off. That shit was pretty funny, I can't lie. What do I play?
Always an event.
I didn't know to play, bro. Are we on defense or offense? Oh, we're on offense.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready, eat nuts, and kick.
I don't even know to play. Cartoon Network announcer. I play Blade. I haven't played Blade for you guys in days.
I can feel it in my blood.
What's up, Try? How you doing?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I was doing Deadpool. Nah, I got the Moon Knight team up. I'm playing with this shit. I haven't played this character in I don't even remember how long. Are you dead ass? Oh my god. This thing is racist. I like, bro. He sees black, he sees red. What the fuck? Bro, there's no way. He gotta be racist. There's just no way. Jesus Christ, I'm not Black Panther. Losers? Nah, come back, come back. Don't run. Jesus Christ. I'm not Black Panther. I am Blade. Wrong B. I am Blade. I may be black, but I'm not Black Panther. Those are two different things, bro. Almost one combo them. W rubber band, I guess. I see dark meat. That's fucking crazy. Look at it, look, bro, leave me alone. You said dark meat is dark meat. No, that's not how that works. That is not how that works. Who's still alive? What is he doing? That is not the same. Black means attack? What the fuck? Bro says shoot first, ask questions later. Oh my god, they're so weird. Why is this guy playing behind the supports? Can you like actually like grow some balls? Bro's playing behind the supports.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
You hid behind the tree? You already knew. Yeah, why did he hide as if I couldn't see him? Bro hid like we weren't able to see him or something. Not a. One more thing. Like he's just trying characters. Like I don't know what he's doing.
Never stood a chance.
The current score is
I was just trying random ass characters, bro. Like what?
time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Fight to end.
These chips are pretty good.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
The fuck is this? Oh. Alright, my bad. When are you gonna feed your mods instead of eating in our faces? Bro, I'm eating chips, bro. Like these, it's just fucking Chipotle chips. Only thing is like $1, bro. Y'all don't got dollars? We don't got dollars now?
The battle starts in 5, 4,
For people that don't have dollars, I see some of y'all subbed up. I wonder why that is.
some uninvited guests.
I got gifted. Okay, this is an option selective doom. This is an option selective doom, bro. So now we just all got gifted. Okay. So if I hover over your name and check how many months, all of that is gifted. Is that what you're telling me? Yes, okay. You got gifted for 20 something months. Got it. You got lucky enough out of how much people are following me? Out of the 92,000 people. Okay. Interesting. Your luck is just that good. You asking too many questions? Maybe the enemy team should hop back on thing. Well, you just fucking jinxed it because he did. Stack the anti-heal. Wait, what? Did they nerf the Moon Knight now? Did they give it the blade of cooldown? What? I looked at shit for 2 seconds.
That one hurts. He stopped.
Okay, that's crazy. I wasn't even standing still. Have you seen the summer skins? Yeah. You gonna buy them for me? You gonna buy them for me or what? Fucking thing. Got you with a magic one if you use magic. If it has effects, I'll buy it. Oh yeah. I figured out how the next subathon is gonna work. Because I did fuck up. I wasn't supposed to the subathon's not supposed to be for total. Oops, hold on. I did the subathon wrong. It shouldn't have been
Only 60 seconds left.
it shouldn't have been concurrent subs. It was supposed to be total subs. Because I did it based off my current sub thingy. So while the subathon was running, the number was going down and going up at the same time. Yeah, you're not supposed to do a subathon like that. Well, you can if you're trying to break your sub record, which is what I was trying to do, but like, holy shit, you're here? Okay, fuck this kid. But okay, does that make any sense? It's supposed to be total subs gained during the subathon, so I'm supposed to start from 0. I started from the sub amount I was already at, which was I was at like 300 subs when I started the subathon. I was supposed to start it at 0. So next subathon, if we're here on out, we're gonna start at 0. And so it doesn't scam you guys. It'll Oh, I don't have the Moon Knight team up. Oh. I'm like, why is she alive? So it doesn't scam you guys. It'll be the sub timer thing will go not the timer, the number won't go down. It'll just count every sub.
Final score 3-2-0.
You're only supposed to do like when you do a subathon, you're only because of the sub decay. You're only supposed to do it like current sub count if it's capped at 30 days. Does that make any sense? So that sub decay doesn't happen. I was thinking about it, and I think that's what you're supposed to do. Cause what's the sub count out right now? Oh, 283 for the Resident Evil sub. That's pretty good. But where the fuck is? Where's my total sub count? I can't find it. Here it is. Okay, so the total sub count right now is like, let's say I do a subathon tomorrow. I'm not, of course, but I wouldn't start at 1048. I wouldn't start there. I would start at 0. You're only supposed to cap it if you're doing a 30-day subathon. But the last subathon was uncapped. If it was capped, then we'd do that. We got scammed? No, you didn't get scammed. You didn't get scammed. Because realistically, if you were to subtract the current amount we were already at before I started the subathon, which was like 300 or 400, you wouldn't have gotten scammed. You'd probably be around the same number. Probably. How long does the subathon go for? 30, like 4 days or something like that?
Now,
Let me check.
who am I gonna banish from this match?
You wouldn't have gotten scammed. 32. Cause I remember the subs decayed like crazy on like the final day. It was 32. Nah, you wouldn't have gotten scammed. That's still like technically 30 days. What's the next one? Yeah, see, we were at 3 hours. The sub thing was at, oh shit, this thing decayed like crazy. Maybe you guys did get scammed. 1,006. Oh wait, you guys probably did get scammed because I remember we peaked at 16, right? Or what did we get up to? Yeah, I know you guys for sure got past 1,400. You guys probably did get 1,600. Just that subs decayed. You guys probably did get past 16. Or you guys probably got 18 actually, but just subs decayed. But the subathon was to break the sub record, the concurrent sub record, which is 2017. But I should have just done it off total subs. Since it was an uncapped subathon, I should have specified that. Because I didn't specify if it was capped and I didn't specify if it was uncapped. Okay, next subathon will be uncapped. But that's gonna be in September. The next one's gonna be in September. I'm gonna carry all these goals to the next one. The ones we didn't hit, which was Ocarina and the rest of these. Some of these might be different though, since the number is gonna be lower for the next subathon. But yeah, from here on out, every subathon will be total, so the subs don't decay during it. Because I'd go to sleep at like 14 or not 14, like 13 or something, and I wake up, I'm at 1,200. I'm like, wait, what? Bonus sub goal for compensation. Compensation. Your compensation is that the wheel is coming back. That's your compensation. The wheel won't be the same though, but the wheel is coming back. That's fair, no? The secret sub goal is not coming back. I won't tell you what the secret sub goal is because you didn't hit it. Maybe one day I'll tell you it, but I'm not telling you it. Nah, next month is probably gonna be bonus subs because it's gonna be September. If they do bonus round subs, that'd be fire. I don't know if they're gonna do the Valorant bonus subs. So there's gonna be double the gambling, double the gacha. You get the wheel and you get the bonus subs from Valorant. If Valorant does it, or if they even do bonus subs again. I doubt. I don't know if they're gonna do bonus subs again. Hopefully Valorant does. Did they do bonus subs last month? I mean last year? I think they did, but I think they lowered the rates. So everyone was only rolling like garbage shit. Yo, can we jump down? Oh, you guys are dead. They lost so much. I mean, Riot Games has like infinite money. I don't think they lost shit. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think last year they did it, but it was only for people playing Valorant, which is kind of whack, or any Riot game, I think. And I think a bunch of people just streamed in the Valorant category while not playing Valorant. So I don't think they're gonna do that again. But that's a fucking horrible idea. Motherfuckers are just gonna sit in the category of a Riot game and not even actually playing the game. Wow, this character is so unfun compared to the hood. It's not even funny. This motherfucker got fucking OD screen shake. God damn. Yeah, this character got OD screen shake. Think LeBron will win the next championship? I don't know.
They're kind of in backlight and super heavy.
Thing banned. They're diving? I mean, I can't go thing. He's banned. No, I'm not. If they do for Riot Games again, I just put 2x.
Nothing to be done. We just gotta outdive them.
Fucking ult.
Magic. Starlord behind.
We are undefeatable! Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Oh, you're a loser for this.
Oh, we're down again.
Oh my fucking god. Who am I playing with? I'm playing with my friend Kensai and Gabriel.
Alright, let's make some swaps. I'll swap the invis.
I'm just not in VC.
Is Moon Knight banned? Because they've got a Loki.
Ban SM and not Elsa.
you.
With me on the front lines, we can't lose.
Play Dino with the anti-dive.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I don't know if we're wrong. What kind of rope? Oh, wow. I'm a professional basketball. What team did he go to again?
The battle starts in 5.
You say that like a good Spider-Man is like common, but alright.
All you need to do is
In no universe should you be banning Spider-Man over Elsa. I don't know what rank you are, but that is concerning. Like the chance you fight a Spider-Man that's better than Elsa is like 1 in like a million. Because what do you mean I'm banning Spider-Man over Elsa because a good Spider-Man is 9 times better than Elsa? Like what the fuck are you talking about? Elsa's infinitely easier to pilot. Like what the fuck? Have you lost your damn mind? That you as a tank player should not be worrying about a Spider-Man. Like is this guy off his rocker or what? He just lost his damn mind.
we are undefeatable.
I was playing the hoodie, he's wearing my Spider-Man. Nope. Fucking god, bro. I'm just getting shredded by this also. I have a fucking genius hood play that was 0-3 up until that last assist, so now we're just gonna lose. He went to 76ers. Oh. That guy's a literal genius. That's a hood diff for Doom. Yeah, their hood is totally no. Fucking god, bro. I can't do shit, bro.
Now that's real. I have many faces.
Can we get off dive? Can we get help, please?
I'm trying to kill this girl because she's diving my fucking team. I'm focusing her so hard.
Sell up behind.
That shit laggy as hell. Oh my god, bro, my hood is a genius. I can't believe he did that shit. He banned Spider-Man just to go 1-6. I don't even know if he even has that final. Yeah, this is a lesson for this kid. I don't know. That was game. Let's try to kill this dude.
Thanks for staying on dive when it was working. Really appreciate it.
Killed her before I died, but
It's always fucking dive characters that refuse to swap off dive.
she's mad. I mean,
Never fails.
it's a
It
hood
just never
diff, low
fucking
key.
fails.
I don't know why this guy banned Spider-Man. The guy's yeah, I was right. He doesn't even have the final. Holy shit, he's 0-0. Oh god, bro. 0 finals, 1 kills, 7 doves, bro. That guy, I don't know, bro. Like, I don't know why he did that. What time is it? Do we play Tokon now? I'll do one more and let's play Tokon.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Wait, Tokon. Yeah, you want to get back on this later because we might play with Shine or something.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
What do you think about Kai and Speed's Minecraft challenge? How does it work? What are they doing? Aren't they like playing Minecraft on like hardcore? You gotta like beat every boss or something. I don't know how hard that is because I never played Minecraft doing that. I've never even like beat Minecraft before, so I don't know how hard that is. $100 there or something? You've killed a single boss? No way. It can't be that hard. I never played Minecraft doing that, but there's no way it's that hard. I feel like still even scratch any boss. What? How many days are they on that? They doing that challenge? They're not gonna beat that challenge then. Is there a cap or like? Is there a cap? Because those dudes are very busy individuals. I would imagine that there's a cap before they just say like, "Oh shit, okay, we just can't do this challenge and give up." Probably have like sponsors and shit they gotta do. Like they can't just sit there forever doing that challenge.
No one escaped.
I'm not it.
I'd imagine they can't just sit there forever doing that challenge.
Will never die.
Okay, no, there's no way. They're not gonna be sitting there for 2 months. There's no limit. No, there's gotta be a limit before one of them says, "Okay, I can't keep doing this. Go do something else."
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Two soldiers who would do anything to protect their nations. Let us hope our
Why is J3 playing Tokon? Oh, it's a sponsor.
It could very well be.
Did they just sponsor a bunch of like big ass rival streamers to play this? Dude, PlayStation is funny for this.
Okay.
Where's my sponsor at? They knew I would play it.
I usually only hunt vamps.
We're in the wrong cap skin. Eat a dick.
I'll make an exception. Stand down. This place seems curious.
Holy, I'm not going through there. Holy fuck, I gotta play this in the Scarlet Witch. Oh, this isn't happening, bro. Not like this. Nope. Oh god, I'm gonna shoot that girl down. Hold on. Nah, I'm not doing that. That's extremely dead. Leland's fighting Maximilian. What the fuck? Why is Leland fighting Maximilian? Change to the right skin. There is no right skin. I have no skins on this account. Yeah, you're like, I don't know, bro. It's like, I don't know. Like, cause why on earth?
By the eye of
Just airball that up? Did you even get a single person? Want to play Storm shit and shit, right? Bet we can do that. I will shoot your ass down. A weak ass Storm. She's getting healed. Why does it feel like it does bonus damage when you shoot through the wall? It feels like it does, low key. It doesn't though. It just gives you more lifesteal, but it feels like it does more damage. Damaging enemies and applying damage and healing reduction. Does damage and healing reduction. When they shoot through it, they... What the fuck? Who's absolutely maybe the best character now? I fucking love this guy. This guy's great. Have you been playing Tokon, Senju? You should have been up to.
He's gone.
What the? Where are they? Oh, whatever. And Cap and Deadpool? Oh, nice.
TP's on point.
Oh shit, I didn't upload my second video today. I'm upload after this match. I actually made 2 videos today. Which team up you like better on Hood? I like them both, but oh, I'm not down to this kid. Is that deep just to save this kid? Really?
All the way.
Yo, kill her! Oh, no one killed her.
Get out of here. Both our healers even.
Oh. Is that deep? What's up, Brad? My favorite? Cloud Fuels? Yeah. Explosion Blinds, yeah. That shit's fire. They walk through it too, they get blinded as well. It's really nice. Like, I literally don't damage her in that form, bro. It's just way too hard unless I get straight headshots. She's on that bow, I don't do no damage. Oh, they getting crazy in there. My shift didn't work because of thing. Wait, no, there was no thing. Why did my shift not work then? Okay, whatever, I guess. Because I definitely pressed shift. Something stopped me.
Need to strengthen my field.
What the fuck could have possibly stopped me on their team? Or, forgot. Because, like, I didn't press it too late. Did a little bit early just in case as well. Okay, I mean, I guess. How the hell did he get that much marks on me? Oh, because of fucking BP. I'm about to say, like, what? That shouldn't be able to kill me. I was gonna ult. Blade came through, not BP. I didn't miss a BP. You ever find it annoying that you need to hold both M1 M2? Yeah, I mean, they'll probably fix that. They'll probably fix that. That's an easy fix. Oh my god, I actually stalled enough for my team to come through. She just died to my wall exploding. I'm crying. Either she died to it exploding or she walked through it. Hilarious. Who's some skins either I have to buy for an ace?
What just happened, bro?
I don't know how we did that. We stalled for ages. That's pretty good. Have you ever tried DD? Yeah. I have hella DD videos.
Let's go.
The last DD video I posted, the dude told me to get a job. Pretty good one. Kai and Speed have died in total 42 times and they're finally getting enchantments. Damn. Damn. I don't think they play Minecraft like that. Who's getting bodied? They are not beating this? Damn, GG's. GG no heals. GG no heals. Go Dino. I want to go Dino. GG no heals. What's today, the 11th? I think I have to go out tomorrow. Two, one.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I don't mind, it's on the 13th. Never mind. My fucking keycap keeps coming off my keyboard. The latch is on my key. I think it broke.
There's a Daredevil up there.
The latch on my one key is broken. I mean the keycap. It would be pretty bad if it was a latch instead, because I just bought this keyboard. Is it the latch? Yeah, it's the latch on this one key. I need a new one keycap.
We're down again.
I might just remove my shit off this one. Other one. Wait, where am I going? I need a new one. Somebody give me one of their ones. Yo, can this hood make can hood make it through this? Or am I gonna die? I'm fucking dead. Okay, no, he can. You have to literally jump at like the tip. Nah, you can make it, bro.
He's back here.
Nah, bro, you can make this shit. Hold on. I did that wrong. Let me cook up. Let me cook up. There you go. He can make it, bro. Okay, where the fuck is this girl at? Oh, she's a coward. Dude ran away. WB up. He got blinded by my wall. Kite of Doom. I don't care if he got some notch.
Only 60 seconds left.
Yeah, this Moon Knight team up, I like this one way better. Thankfully, both his team ups are good, and it's just preference. They walk through this shit, they just keep getting blinded. Holy, what the fuck is that?
Down to 30 seconds.
Yo soy el final. Tremble before fast.
What am I watching?
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Where did the C&D go? She sat there. Oh lordy. We streamed, we stream indeed.
Another epic victory.
All right, is it Tokon that time? Is it Tokon that time or what? All right, that was my last one. GG's. That was my last one. GG's. GG's, gentlemen.
Hey, GG's gone.
GG's.
See ya. GG's. GG's. The Tokon that time? I want to test something. What is the damage if we're playing Tokon now? Yeah, I'll get back on Rebels later because that's how much damage it does if you go through it. So I'm gonna play with Shine probably. I think. I don't know. We'll see. That's a lot of damage. It's actually like a generous amount. Walking through the wall. It's pretty good. It is 60 and it blinds as well. I mean, the past two take damage are briefly blinded. That's really fucking good. And then like if the wall breaks, which it breaks at the end of it, fuck, I just tested on one of these other ones. When it breaks at the end of it, the damage it does is, yeah, that. And you see the down arrow. Detonates, damages, does the reduced damage and anti-heal. Only 35% though, it's not 40. It's not 40 like this one. This one stacks up to 40.
You're gonna find out how much chaos I can cause.
Which one gives more out charge? Which blade is best? MK. This one would have to get more out charge now because it's damage over time. Guess we get ult faster with this one. You get ult faster with this one, but I like the wall too much. The wall is so nice.
If Khonshu wants to give me his blessing.
Also, you're playing tank, bro. So like, it's good to have a wall, a real one, not just like a fake one. Now, as much as I like the damage, I like having a wall. Can you go over 100 when you use your shift with it? Hold on, let me see. It just goes back. I don't think you can technically go over 100. You can just go back to 100 because your shift. Yeah, you don't go back to 100, but it just goes back up. Because you gotta be careful doing that, because after that, you're not gonna have it for 9 seconds. Okay. Interesting. It's interesting what you can discover when you lab. So Kanda forever. A lot of people on Rivals, damn. Okay. We're doing Carnage today. Let there be carnage. Let there be carnage. Let there be carnage. Tokon. Oh man, oh man. Ah. Waking up early is a pain. I'll tell you that. I feel like I've been live all day. I've just been awake all day, not live all day. This is what it feels like to have a normal sleep schedule. This is what it feels like to be a normie. That shit is painful. Also, let me upload the second video today before I forget. The second video today is Backrooms. The Backrooms. The first part of the Backrooms. Also, I gotta upload the last two parts of what's that shit called? Cuphead. So YouTube's only up to part 5 right now. Tokon keeps going from mostly negative to mixed early. It's at mixed right now. Every time I've seen it, it's been mixed. Everyone's putting their specs in their reviews. I'm crying. Oh my god, that's so many down arrows. That's so many down arrows. Product refunded is crazy. Runs terribly. Does not work on SteamOS. Holy shit. Why even bother offering it on another platform? Unfortunately, it's horribly unoptimized. Product refunded. PSN login sucks. Product refunded. Product refunded. Product refunded. Jeez, there's so many product refunds. That's fucking crazy. Fix your shit, Sony. That's fucking bonkers. Oh, the controller. Fighting Souls. Yeah, this PSN login shit does suck though. Like, have any of you guys looked at your task managers when you play this shit? That shit is OD. That shit is OD. What is this, Sony? Have you guys seen this shit? That shit is OD. What is this? And if I make a boss call to Mr. Morrow was get me unbanned? How did you get banned in Rivals? No, I cannot help you with that. I don't know the devs. How'd you get banned for? They just be putting some fuck shit in your task manager. Cheating? You about to get banned from my chat for fucking cheating then. What the fuck? Why are you fucking cheating? Get good at the game. I'm innocent on everything. Oh, you capping. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Stop fucking cheating. Stop cheating, dude. I don't believe you. All right, let's try out Carnage today. What color do we use? Ooh. Ooh. Color's looking pretty good. I'm either gonna use this one, or this one. Let there be carnage, chat. When did I admit to it? No, he said I appealed twice. I got the same automated message. What character were you playing where they said you cheated? The hell were you doing? I'm still stuck on that guy earlier. I was mad about white girls. That shit was so funny. That guy was actually hurt, bro. Y'all was laughing at me for baiting him, but no, that guy was hurt. That guy was hurt, bro. Did I give a reason as to what my bad? The reason is because you're fucking cheating. That's the reason. Got backrooms upload. This won't be cursed at all. Batman Free still alive? It's only been 2 hours. Bro. Anyways, let's try out Carnage. The Carnage is kind of weird in this game. Why he walk like that? When he runs, he starts slow and he gets faster. Oh, okay, let me see these normals. This is a jab. Oh, this crouch jab go far. Damn. Crouch medium. Stand medium. Stand heavy. So all his heavy is the multi hits. He can charge his heavy. He can charge his heavy. That's pretty cool. Parasite Fang. Wait, you could put the parasite on them even on block? Whoa. There's a range of this. Oh my god, this is DNF duel. This is the medium version? What is the range? No, I gotta see the visual hitbox of this move. Holy fuck. How you even combo off that? I'd imagine if you have the parasite on them, it pulls them. Okay, let's find out. Is my bind set for... Man, my bind isn't set. Oh, fuck. How the hell did I do that on the controller? Switch to basic block setting. There we go. Oh, my function button is the wrong button. Hold on. There you go. It's supposed to be right stick, my left stick. Okay, so... Oh, it doesn't pull. What pulls then? Something pulls. I don't know how to pull. Oh, it's the heavy version that pulls. Only the heavy version pulls? EX only? Oh. Okay, well, that makes sense. But I gotta use an assist. Yeah, okay. Cool. Okay, let's look at the specials now. Vicious Skewer. So that's the skill I'm using right now. It's quarter circle forward. The tip has an extra hit. So it's like similar like Mar from Smash, like the tip airs. When opponents afflicted with necrosis, it triggers an additional tendril attack and can be followed with Parasite Bomb. So that's how much damage does. 1,000 or 10,000. 5,000. Damn, that's double the damage. You get double the damage if you get the tip. Okay, tip is king. Oh. Oh, you can't combo off of it. You just have to use the parasite bomb. So you can hit them from full screen like this. Oh, that's fucking crazy. But you have to just blow up the parasite. That's bonkers. Okay, cool. Sadistic Scythe. What is the DP input? Oh, that's what that looks like. Age version performs additional attack on hit. Triggers a additional attack if you use Parasite Bomb with it. That's what it normally looks like. Oh, it pulls in. Whoa. That is blow up. Cool. You can only use a super on the floor. You can't use a super in the air. He has no air super. Everyone on my team has an air super except him. Okay. Mutilate. That's the quarter circle back move. After leaping forward, transform Carnage's attack into a slashing attack. The Age version performs additional attack. Same thing with the necrosis thing if you use that. Okay.
Backup systems go.
You can combo on this? Cool. That wall breaks. Damn, he gets this screen. Cool. Does he have a 6H? Oh, he does. Oh, wow. Oh, it's neutral.
Backup systems go.
That's so weird.
System stable. Systems compromised.
Interesting. Okay. Dismember. What does this do? Oh wait, I didn't look at the Parasite Bomb Mutilate. Oh, it just sends them flying. Cool. That wall breaks too. Cool. Thoughts on the game? Yeah, it's fun. Guillotine axe. Oh, this is the axe move. You can delay it. Jeez, 6-7. The light version delays up to -6-7. Yeah. Oh, it pulls in if you have a parasite. Damn. Cool. Plurals also. Marvel Fanatic, time to download. Yeah, tap in. The game is fun, just that the PC version is like very unoptimized at the moment. Oh, so it's an actual overhead. You charge it. Additional hit. Wait, before the additional attack on hit, when charged or when it lands, it's counter hit. Oh wow, it just full on. It just full on gives you a bounce. You combo off this? Oh, you can. Oops. Need to do this one. Okay. Oh, what does the necrosis part look like? But didn't I just look at that? Or not on counter? I didn't. Damn. Cool. The supers. Don't really need to look at that. Opponents already afflicted with necrosis does more damage. If you're the leader, it inflicts necrosis. Okay. Alright, so let's see how much damage it does without it. Missed dismember. Oh, I didn't. Oh, I did. Oops. Oh, the medium version's plus? I didn't think I missed it because it's the air version. It means air only. You can tie your knee it as well. Cool. You can jump back with it? Oh, you can. Nice. Sick. So the medium version is plus. That's nice. I don't know how plus. Let's see. Oops. What's 6? Yeah. Yeah, that's the only one that's plus. That's actually a pretty good move to tag out into. That's a pretty good move to tag out into. The dismember. But use like what, medium? Yeah, medium dismember. Okay. Back to what I was looking at. Oh, that's the cutscene version. I mean, not the cutscene version. $34, so we'll do 35 if I did the actual input. See how much it does if they have necrosis. $36? Okay. Okay, not bad, not bad. So we'll do 37 if I did the actual command input. At least you should do 37. Yeah, it did. 500? Where'd that come from? Whatever. Necrosis. Where's the H deals more damage? Each text deal damage to opponent you don't block. Oh yeah, he does have something with chip, huh? Oops. That makes it so he doesn't heal. There you go. There you go. That's a pretty good block damage. Oh my god, if you charge the heavy, the amount of chip damage is crazy. So he gets this even if they're blocking. Wow, that's pretty good. What? This is magic. This is gauge thing. Can you use the parasite bomb even on block with the characters? Oops. Oh, you can. Oh, so you can make shit plus. That's pretty good. So can I do like, you can make the DP safe, but not plus. Or is it because we're in a corner? Hold on. -4? Yeah, you're like really far away. Oh my god, you're +12 if you blow up the parasite bomb with it. That's really fucking good. I didn't even know that changed your frame data. That's actually really good to know though. Bro, this is plus. I didn't know it changed your frame data. That's I'm actually happy I know that now. What the fuck? Oh, why did I keep doing that? Why does it keep switching to enemies? Oh, because I pressed Y. I see. When you press U again, it'll jump. Okay. Anything else? That's the flow one. This is like an actual low. I mean, it sweeps them off their feet, so I'd imagine that's an actual low. Yeah, it is. Yep. The follow-up window is extended for when opponents fall through necrosis. Multi-aerial attacks, only the first hit counts as an overhead though. Damn. You can't just do like a falling button with it and then cheese people with it. Bam. Oh my god, people are gonna fucking cheese. Like, oh no, look at this. Parasite bomb. So this is the move that Bulls, okay. You mean Spider-Man in this? How's Spider-Man been? Yeah, I think that's it. Can we do his combo trials now? The frame data not make you smile? Give us a smile. What the? You didn't even say my name right. Where do you do those again?
Arcade and tutorial.
Character lessons. Scaling that. Do not call me that. What am I doing? This works? What? Oh, they just want me to use it. But this isn't a combos. What the fuck? The way he walks is so funny. Yeah, I played Lesson, yeah. Lesson lists. I don't need to do a lesson since I just did it myself. Any sites discount for the game? Trying to say, oh, you know, super fun and worth it. Game just came out, so it probably like isn't. I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh, I have to be max range. Oh, so the tips part, the tips cause necrosis as well. Oh, heavy. I have to delay more. Okay, I didn't mean to do this, but I did it correctly. I mashed it too much. What's up, Bet? How you doing? What is this? Chop. And then... You? Whoa. Oh, you. Fuck. I thought I meant A. I pressed you. What? How am I supposed to connect this? Okay, I don't know the timing. I have to look at the sample because I don't know the timing they want me to press you. I'm doing it wrong. That's down you, not jump H. What the fuck? I mean, that's down H, 2H even, and they fucking wrote JH. What? Bro? What is the timing for this? On your body. What am I reading? Yo, there's something wrong with you. You need to act normal. Hey, is it because I'm super jumping? I think I'm super jumping on mistake. You have to delay the parasite thing a lot. It's just like the last combo trial. What? Jump medium. That's what I'm doing. What? Crouching medium. Do you want me to cross him up? What? What the fuck are they? Bro, They are not writing these correctly. That's what I did. How is that not correct? Jump medium, crouch medium, stand heavy. Son, I'm getting trolled. Why'd he back up? Does it have to hit a certain way? Are we dead ass? Got a jaw falling? Nice. Son, is this combo broken? I'm not crazy, right? That's what I'm doing. What? Okay, it worked that time. What? No, I did. No, what? What? Which way? This is the example. I'm doing that and it's not. It says JM, crouch 2M, stand H. That shit is not working. It's comboing. I'm doing it really low. There we go. Holy shit. I didn't dismember? Okay. No, this combo isn't hard. Jump. And then parasite thing? Okay. Fort, off the fort? Okay. Has to be low, doesn't it? There you go. Okay. There you go. Fuck. Mutilate. Ooh. And medium version. So you do light mutilate into medium mutilate. Stand, crouch, JH. Okay. Combo trials have never once been good. I'm just doing it for fun. One of these combo trials I've already done. I did the last one already because somebody in chat needed help with it. What is this? Oh, this is sauce. I don't. You have to look at the example for this type shit. Since this character has spacing specific shit, you have to look at the example. It says max range. Okay, yeah, I have to look into that, but I don't know which direction he's jumping. He neutral jumped. Holy shit. Okay, I didn't know he did neutral jump. What? Wait, so which one? JH, Ford H, U. Okay. Fuck. H, 6H. Fuck. What? Oh, H6H. God damn it. Fuck. For the 6H, is this gonna actually connect? Hold on, let's look at the example one more time. This one's actually good. Oh, I thought. Oh yeah, it doesn't say max range. Fuck. Oh, I'm holding 6H. Why is that not? Oh, I'm not doing JH. I'm stupid. Fuck. I did it, but like I didn't do it the way they wanted it. Oops. How do I get that last part to connect? It's like he's getting a higher jump cancel than me. Oh, the combo shot is going? Going pretty good. They're fun. Why am I doing this so slow? How is he jumping higher than me? I can get the last part to connect. Yo, he's going stupid high. Is he because he's... Wait, what? That wouldn't make any sense. No, that wouldn't make any sense. Dude, I don't know how he's getting that high. Is he like holding it or some shit? He's not even holding it. Oops. Oh, fuck, I held a mistake. The boss doing JH, J6H jump cancel. Oh, am I jump canceling on the JH? A mistake? Is that what I'm doing? Oh my god, I'm holding a mistake. What? See, I'm not high enough. What the fuck? The jump cancel, you do. Oh shit, he is doing J6H. Shit, you're right. Wait, no, but I did that though, no? Huh? Yeah, I'm doing the J6H and I'm just still not high enough. After jump cancel, you do J6H, not J5H. I'm not doing J5H. This is J5H. It's this. The forward one is 6H. The 2H one is the down one. This is not. This is 2H. I'm doing the right shit. I'm just not getting the right height. And there's no way he could be doing auto combo because he has to do 6H. There's like a trick to this, and I don't know what the trick is. You had it there? Yeah, I know I did. It just... Fuck. How many times does this hit in the air? Oh, I did it. Wait, but I did it downwards and it worked. What the fuck? Oh, it's one of these fucking devs. Dude. It's 2H. It's 2H. But if you press 6H twice after this one, it'll give you the down one. Oh my fucking god. No, they wrote it wrong. Well, no, they wrote it correctly. It's just that, like, if you press 6H twice, because it says jump cancel 6H, it'll give you the second one. So, like, look, I did 6H twice there. It'll give you 2H if you do 6H twice after a 6H. I'm over here doing that shit manually. So I'm like, why am I not high enough? Don't know inputs. Hold on. Okay, now I gotta get the timing. Fuck, I did it wrong. Fuck. Is there a delay there? I think there's a delay there. That's not what it looks like on the replay though. Because he does it while falling. See? The way he does it is weird. Bro, what the fuck? Whatever. I'm gonna just do it that way. Cause like the way they have it listed is crazy. I don't know which way they want it, but I'm gonna just do delay into that because the way they're doing it is like, these can make sure to follow the sample. Yeah, the inputs shown are fucking horrendous. But I don't know, even then there, like it was different than what I just did. What am I doing? Okay, I have to look at the sample for this. It says crouch heavy. Do they want that into that? I don't know if they want double neutral or if they're like fucking cheesing me and actually saying 6H or something. H. See, I fucking knew it. They are gonna cheese me. Nah, these guys are fucking assholes, bro. These guys are dickheads, bro. Bro. I fucking hate these devs, bro. That is not the same. I mean, well, it is, but like jump H into jump H is this into this. That into that. But they're just writing H into mash H, not a jump H. I don't know why they wrote a jump H there. Because you're not actually jumping. You're just pressing H again. Look at the way he does it. Because obviously jump H is this into this, right? But he's doing H into H again. So it'll slam down. So H. That's jump H into H. That's not. Look at this. Jump H. You're not jumping. That's a fucking lie. What? The writing is literally lying. Nah, these devs are trolls for this, bro. Okay, what am I doing after that? H, parasite thing. Dismember. Oh, you parasite bomb the dismember. Okay. Yeah, like, what the fuck? Okay. They're making the combo trials sound harder than they actually are. Heavy? And then dismember. And this, right? Okay. I can't believe these devs, bro. Did I have to like... Do I have to delay the parasite thing? I think I do. I think you have to do parasite thing really low so the dismember will connect. Oops, I didn't super. Okay, never mind, you don't. There's no delay. It's auto timed, I think. Oh, I didn't parasite bomb it. Bro, I keep forgetting to parasite bomb it. Oh my god. After parasite bomb. Okay, you just super. Okay. Fuck, I keep forgetting. Cool. What's this one? Oh, this is the one I did the other day. Yeah, it was something like that. Parasite thing. You have to do delayed parasite thing. It says max range. So to get max range, you have to delay it, and then dismember parasite bomb level 3. Okay. Nope. Nope. There we go. Fuck! You gotta do a big delay. God damn it. Ah. I didn't do the necrosis shit. God damn. I can't get the super part to connect. Damn, am I doing this too late? I think I'm blowing up the parasite bomb too late. There we go. Damn, this character is so specific. Character is very timing specific. Assholes combo Charles. Jesus Christ. Son, what is wrong with this guy? Dude said finally time to go kill. What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with him? Alright, what team we're gonna use for this? Carnage point. Blade second. Let's do Magneto last. Worst combo trial, yeah, as the last one. I mean, the one before that was crazy because they're dead ass lying on the trial. They're dead ass lying. Like, you wouldn't know unless you literally pressed unless you literally press show an example what they're actually talking about, which is ridiculous. Carnage 2 touch. Yo, give me a BNB. Give me a BNB. I need a BNB S part. Let me see.
Do you really think you can win?
Moment of truth.
Yeah, hey, take your time. I'm just catching up on some emails.
Moment of truth.
Take your time. Let me build up a nice big appetite. What the fuck?
Give me a second.
If you wanna stand still and let me punch you, I'm game.
If you like, I love the chase.
I'm not gatekeeping it. It's hard as shit. I got a sample BNB for you. Yeah, throw it in Discord. Or is this it?
I'm just catching up on some emails.
Open metal. I don't have metal installed. Wait, did you do light medium so it wouldn't scale?
Scared meat is tasty meat.
If you wanna stand still and let me
Light medium, light medium. Yeah, I figured. Wait, what wall splats? Oh, light quarter circle back. Is light quarter circle 4 wall splat? Oops. Brother, please. Oh my god, this fucking... Nope. Okay, so the combo goes like what? This might be a little too basic though.
I'm just catching up on some emails.
Love the chase.
Oh, why is it lagging when I put on my other monitor? It's 2H into charge. Oh, okay. Bro, that shit's lagging when I put on my other monitor for some dumb reason.
If you wanna
Charge
stand
H.
still and let me punch you, I'm game.
Early H. Okay.
Yeah, hey, take your time. I'm just catching up on some emails.
How the fuck? Oh shit. Wait, what? Am I doing this wrong? Are you sure this works on any character? This might be a champion only combo because that dude's big as shit. Oh, wait, it does. Are you doing HH or 2H? Working that wrong? Okay. HH, you figured, okay. What am I doing after that? Oh, EX. Cool. I might do that. Slide wall, yeah, it's not bad. That's not a bad route at all. The fuck? Oh, whoops. I can do that too. Not bad. All right, let's play some matches with him and see if I like him. We queue. Where do you queue this fucking thing out again? This game anything like Strive? It has air dashing. That's about it. I mean, it has wall breaking and stuff, but Parasite Fang. Oh, I forgot to change the thingy. Parasite Fang.
If you wanna stand still and let me punch you, I'm game.
Run if you like. I love the chase.
No, why did I not pull? Oh, I see max range, right? Yeah, I can see why Max thought it was gonna be easy, but his multi-hits and his like space-specific shit is crazy. Like that mid-screen combo you gave me, I can't even do it in the corner because I'm probably just too close to the corner for it to get the sweet spot of the pullback.
Brace yourself.
Yeah, figured. Oh. Oh boy. What? My sadistic scythe. Well, some of those matches I fear. It's a fun game, I must say. I did empty. Play? Sure. Yeah, use that auto combo, King. Oh wait, it's not the final round. Oh my god. Even the fucking voice lines are delayed. Oh my god. What? Grab what? My grab. Oh. Did you see? Did you see?
See the power of doom. Stay still.
Bro, I literally hit him. I literally hit him. I hit him. And he's mashing auto combo on me, bro. Oh my Bro, I literally hit him. I hit him. Oh my god.
This is your first step to understanding the majesty of doom.
Winner, player one. Our next matchup in the Challenge of the Champion tournament is led by Carnage.
Yo, they lucky this game don't got voice chat, bro. Oh my god. Make the room low milk.
Led by Iron Man. They're here to try for the trophy. Enter Genius Avengers! At long last, the Titans clash. Which side will stand as humanity's last hope? Get ready to make some noise!
You want to stand still and let me punch you? Let me
build up a nice big appetite.
We've got a high-profile match coming up. Brace yourself. Round one. Fight!
Okay then.
Anytime.
At any time. Round 2. Fight! Perfect! I am ready. Round 3. Fight!
I've got this.
Still matchmaking? Bro, I don't even give a fuck, bro. This game's a joke. This game's a fucking joke. Game's matchmaking is fucking fried, bro. I mean, game's netcode is fucking fried. That's the password? Alright, bet, I'm coming.
We've got a high-profile match coming up.
Game's netcode is fucking fried. That shit is beyond fried. It's not even funny, bro. That shit is beyond fried. Like, holy shit, bro. Let me see it. Hold on. Who the fuck is the...
Versus room match.
Not fucking with Carnage? I didn't even get to try him. My first match on was like, it was 8 frames rollback. I didn't even get to play an actual match with him yet. What is happening here? Where'd you go, Lil Milk? Dude, this game is so broken on PC. It's like, doesn't even work. I don't see you. What? This is literally your room. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Sage answered earlier? No, what happened? I'm streaming, so I didn't get to watch his stream. That shit was probably cursed.
Room match.
I'm literally looking at it. This is your room. Okay, you're here now. What the fuck? We kind of match really before we go for Tokon. Just fried, bro. That's why nobody takes fighting games seriously, bro. Oh, that's...
Special call. You need my help. Storm. Here's my aim. No mercy. Take this.
Hulk, that is about a doyo ass character, bro. Quizzy plays Hulk. Oh my god. Yo, Kato, that's what 15. That sits there.
You need my help. Storm. For you. Out of the way. At any time. Here's my aim. Take this. Here I go.
What the fuck?
My help. Storm. You need my help. Here's my aim.
What is happening?
Here's my aim.
Deadpool was fun. Deadpool was fun.
Out of the way.
Winner! Round 2. Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight!
Ooh. Let's go, Carnage.
At any time.
Round 2. Fight!
That jab, stand jab, stubby. That dude, Carnage, stand jab, stubby, stubby. That combo's thing.
Fate was on my side.
Round 3. Fight!
From the sky.
Oh, damn, I pressed medium while falling. I looked at chat. They use JH more. She has a lot of active frames. I gotta use JH more. Why does that beat lows? Traded? Trade combos? That traded, wow.
Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight!
Oh, that JH go crazy. Yeah, that JH, that's the key.
At any time. You need my help.
Let us claim it.
I await your call.
Here I go. Lightning. Dance with.
Oh, you can do that?
Good start.
Round 2. Fight!
Lightning. For you.
Oh my god, I fucking hate the fact that he starts moving slow. It's so weird. I don't know why they start him slow. It's so annoying. What does just defense even do in this game? Does it do anything?
A wise decision.
Just EXing that in the sky like that?
Here's my aim. I'm with you.
From the sky. Speak on.
I warned you.
Oh, I thought that was magic. Oh shit.
You need my help. Here's my aid. Worry no. Dance with. No Fuji.
Excellent! Final round! Fight!
A wise decision. My power. Found I your master now. You are out. My dearest lord.
Oh, nice. That's a full screen conversion. Oh wow. I didn't even see that one over there. Unless it just spawned in. I don't know.
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight!
Now, the skies are mine. Go, tornado! Go, tornado!
At any time.
Round two. Fight!
Here's my aid.
Damn, she reaches that far? Oh my god. Oh my god, that range. That was max range on that 2H. That's crazy. Bro.
Round three. Fight!
Nice.
This is my domain. Lightning from the sky. Just begun. Go, no mercy.
You need my help.
Oh wow.
From the sky. There. My wings ready.
That was a happy birthday? Oh shit.
Excellent! Round four. Fight!
I'm with you.
That tech roll, that's crazy. That shit is so active. What is that? What? That just didn't connect? Okay, supers are too slow. Not do that shit in this game. Oh, what? I didn't do that. Oh, the wrong thing. Okay, so wake up supers are way too slow in this game. You cannot do that in this game.
Brace yourself. Round one.
Oh my lordy.
I await your call. Round two. Fight. No mercy.
Not yet. For you.
Take this!
Go, tornado.
No mercy!
No, this fucking spinner. This fucking spinner. God damn it, why'd I do that move? I gotta stop doing that. The fucking spinner broke my combo. I'm not supposed to be doing that. I'm supposed to be doing a DP. Oh, no. Ah! So it canceled in the special. I didn't do the OS.
I await your call. Round three. Fight.
Oh, that's not a true combo? Probably had to sweep them up their V, huh?
Before the storm.
Oh my god, I thought that would fucking no.
Go, tornado.
Just one more.
Round four. Fight.
I didn't mean to do that. Whoops. Hmm. You didn't die to that? I should EX'd it. That would have killed you.
Vampires are so scared of me.
You suck? What the fuck I do? I didn't even do nothing. I didn't even do nothing, bro. You just got styled on, yeah. Mickey ass tornado, bro. Oh yes. Oh my god. Conversion. Conversion of doom. Conversion of doom. Conversion of doom into mix.
I await your call. I'm with you.
Guard cancel into Mickey NATO. Guard cancel into Mickey NATO. Get your ass on the. Man. Yeah, that's a Mickey NATO. I died you level 3 there. Oh my god. Are you fine, Carnage? He's alright.
I'm fine.
I did the wrong thing. I'd have killed you there. No tornadoes, bro. No tornadoes allowed, bro. No more of that shit, bro. No fucking tornadoes allowed.
I am ready. Storm. Round 2.
What's up, Ricky?
I am ready. You need my help. Out of the shadows.
What's up, Meme Lord? Oh lordy, bro.
Out of the way. Out of the way. Go, Tony. Here's my aid. No mercy. Not yet.
Okay, this tornado.
Lightning.
Winner! Brace yourself! Round 1! Fight!
Lightning. Be gone. Let ice claim you. Dance with.
Oh wait, he did say join VC. I forgot. I did the wrong move, bro. I'm too skewer.
Lightning. Go, tornado.
Oh, lag switch.
No mercy. Race. Out of the way. Dance with. Go, tornado. Dance with.
Bro, put the lag switch on?
Round 2! Fight!
I await your call. Storm. Be gone. Here I go. There. Lightning. Dance with. You can fight. I am ready.
Round 3! Fight!
A wise decision. Now free. From the sky.
That's not what I wanted. I don't know how I got that. I got down, light, or I don't even know which one that is. Oh, has to be medium.
Here's my aid. From the sky. Worry not.
That move is so Mickey Mouse. That move is so Mickey Mouse. Holy. Why does that sit there? That shit's so broken. The tornadoes are actually so broken. Why does that sit there? What? Okay, the tornadoes are actually insane. Mechanic is so bad. Carnage from addition to the team? I don't know that. Why can you do that after a guard cancel? This mechanic is so bad. It's such a bad mechanic. The guard cancel shit is such a bad mechanic. Like he gets a guaranteed tornado and I can't do anything about it. Like, the tornadoes just need more startup. Cause he can guard cancel me and then instantly tornado me and I'm forced to block. I don't have a choice. That mechanic is so bad. They actually lost their fucking mind with that mechanic. That mechanic is so bad. You don't like the mechanic? No, that shit is bad because like the defense is so weak in this game. Like, what do you mean I do a guard cancel and he just gets to fucking just kill me for free right there? It's extremely reactable too. It's a elite. Can I play Zero trailer? No, but you can throw it in your access channel if you want. Join VC. I keep forgetting.
I await your call. Storm. Most effective.
Round 2.
Here's my aim.
That wind, bro. Her tornadoes are actually so stupid, bro.
I await your call.
Round 3.
Here's my aim.
Are you kidding me? Oh, I'm dead. I didn't mean to do that. Why does they hit both sides? What?
You need my help. Magic. Out of the way. From the sky. Out of the way. Gotcha.
Of course, my 2H didn't come out. All right. Of course, my 2H doesn't come out.
Brace yourself. Round 1.
What's up, Bonsai? The Carnage gameplay going? I'm barely getting to try them.
At any time.
I can't really play him against Lomo Storm. What? How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good.
I am ready.
What's up, Tokon Showcase? Oh my god, that beats fucking everything in the game. It beats everything in the game. Holy shit. Yeah, if you'd have got a combo off that, like, I wouldn't even know what to say. Oh my god, that lasts so long! What? Yo! It hits me meaty, like I can't do anything about it. It just hits me meaty. I can't do anything about it. Oh my god, that move is so fucking broken.
My dearest Aurora, can't you see the storm that is coming? One that not even you can control.
God, dude. That fucking character is so annoying.
Brace yourself.
Oh man. Where are you going? Okay. Oh my god, conversion. Let's go, Magic. Let's go, Magic.
I await your call. Storm 2.
Not yet.
Okay.
Lightning from the sky. Crystallize.
You can't grab that? That shit is broken, bro. Oh, I hate that mechanic so much. Why can't you grab it, bro? It's so stupid. That was the wrong thingy. Whatever. The fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god, are you? I forgot you can't use supers in the air with this fuck ass character, bro. This game is horrible. But I tabbed out because I was fucking reading a DM. Oh my god. Am I dead? Bro, I was reading a DM. That don't count. It's not gonna do that much damage. It beats everything. Holy fuck! That tornado beats everything in the game. The only thing I probably think it doesn't beat is what's his name? Champions fireballs. That's the only thing I can see it not beating, I think. Yeah, I think that's the only thing it wouldn't beat. Where are you going? What is wrong with you? Oh, you're so weird, Low Milk. Well, you are so weird. And jab. Oh my god. What the fuck is this tornado? Yeah, you can't hit her at, so you can just sit in it and it's a fucking moving hurt box. That move is so busted. That is literally a crutch button of doom.
I am ready.
Oh man. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's damage. You're so weird. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro.
Brace yourself. Round one. Come on.
At any time. Score.
2.
Now, freeze! Lightning! Lightning! Now, from the sky! For you!
No mercy. No mercy.
I await your call.
Slop. Slop. It hits both sides. It's getting a slop. This shit hits both sides. What the fuck? Why? Okay. This easy mode ass combo. This easy mode ass combo. Lobo, lock the fuck in. Are you reaching?
You need my help.
That'd be Carnage. Oh my god, that slop move, bro. He's just even full screen. Okay, my thingy doesn't work, of course. 2 minutes Tokon save.
The neck.
What did Carnage? Okay, I called in Carnage. I don't know what he did. Hold still. Bro. Rest in peace.
You lost, but you're lucky. You're still alive.
You can't keep blaming the input system. The input system is fire. The input system is fire, bro. I like the input system.
I await your call. No mercy.
Just begun. Ice Storm.
No mercy.
Oh shit, he knows. That works. Watch your stream while you try not to laugh? What are you talking about? I'm not laughing. Double jump.
Just one more.
Mickey. That was so Mickey. What? What?
I'm with you.
Oops. What the fuck? Oh! Oh my god, I saw the angle. Oh my god, that was a snipe. No, that was a snipe. No, you gotta give me that. No, Lomo, you gotta give me that one. You gotta give me that. You gotta give me that. That was a snipe. Nah, that was a snipe, bro. Lomo, you gotta give me that one. That was tough. Don't tell me that wasn't tough. Don't tell me that wasn't tough. I sniped the shit out of you. Low milk. Bro, you can't tell me that was not tough. I literally saw the angle and I sniped past the wind. You can't tell me that wasn't tough. Lomo, you can't tell me that wasn't. Low milk, you can't tell me that wasn't tough. Bro, I'll be ignored. What did I do, bro? You can't tell me that wasn't heat, bro. I literally saw the angle and I... That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro. You don't want to get my props. Oh, man. That's fucking crazy, bro. You can't tell me that wasn't heat, bro. I literally had to angle it perfectly because if I shot the wind, it wouldn't have done nothing. Oh man, that was fun. GG's. That was fun. GG's. That was pretty fun. GG's.
Brace yourself. Round one.
Why did my assist not come out? Oops. Oh man, I'm in tears. That shit was too funny, bro. I wanted to wall splat. I should have done heavy wall splat. Why do they do so much damage? I wanted to try the other combo. Oops, it's the wrong thingy. Why is this doing this much damage to me? Was it Ricky? It's fucking overhead. Oh my, okay, that is he starting the combos with that? He is. Okay. Rival, are you doing it for the skins?
At any time. Final round. Hang in there. Here's my aim. That's on me. Found you.
Oh, that, yeah, that overhead is Mickey. Okay. I just gotta block that shit. He's hit me with that like 4 or 5 times now. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, what the fuck?
Wise decision. You need my help. Cannot resist. Magneto controls all. Hang in there. Pathetic. Pathetic. This is my run.
Did what? No! Come on, the lag! Oh my god! Come on, man! Why does it lag in the middle of my mix-up? I swear to God, he would not have blocked that. Bro, that's BS! The game lagged in the middle of my mix-up. So he had time to react. What? What the fuck is that? Oh my god, that is actually Mickey. He deadass had time to react to the mix-up. That is not copium. He literally did. Oh, come on, bro. He's better. Bro, no, not at all. Not at all, bro. Game deadass lagged in my mix-up and he fucking just beats my ass.
Here I go. Shoot. Yeah.
Why he getting flawless now though? Oh shit. Come on.
Hang in there. Here I go. Out of the way. You need my help. Out of the way. Fool on. Tear you up. Sailor Club.
Okay. Why he getting flawless though? I will say I like Carnage's hatchet move. That move is really good. Plus when you tag out the fucking overhead, that shit is evil. That shit is evil, I must say. This move? That shit is evil. Sadistic scythe. We put their health back to normal. Oh man, what a funny game. Bleed already. I gotta do one more Carnage. Sadistic scythe. Oh man. What a funny day. What a funny day.
Brace yourself. Round one.
Unexpected. Taste this. No kiss.
He's like Blue Eater. That was the most reactable overhead I've ever fucking seen. What's up, Tokon? Again.
Iron Man on
Yeah, if you like Guilty Gear or fighters, yeah, play this game. W stream in the. Oh my god. Oh my god, that is ungodly amounts of armor. This is a fucking glue eater character, bro. Holy.
I am ready.
Okay, man. Okay, well, he missed, but all right, game. He definitely missed. God damn it, this spacing specific bullshit.
Try stopping me.
Oh my god. The guillotine. Hit that boy with the guillotine. Woo! Dude. Oh. W. Okay, maybe I do more matches with Carnage. I want to fight someone using an actual team. I don't want to fight this shit. I'm leaving. I want to fight someone like using an actual team and switching characters and shit. Not just like a 1v1. I mean a 4v1.
Got a high-profile match coming up. In the orange corner, with Carnage.
Ooh, I was supposed to do my rivals tier list today. Ooh, we'll do it tomorrow. Maybe. We'll see. So I was definitely supposed to do that tier list today. Bro, Carnage, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm talking about some tasty meat. Are you liking the game so far? This game is fun. It just, I'm trying to look for a team I like. I don't have a wall combo with Carnage. I'll do one more match as Carnage. Yo, Meat Muncher, what's up, dude? Thanks for the... How much is that? Oh, wait, I forgot to put the daily sub back. Oh, nice, you broke the daily sub. We're planning to play more character episodes. Oh, yeah, I probably should, huh? I forgot about that. Yeah, we will. I want to finish all of them. Which one do I do next? Who have I done? I done X-Men's and Samurais, right? Oh, mix. Oh, that was a mix.
I'm ready to go.
I want to switch to Carnage. Oh, that's plus, I forgot. Okay. Oh, he dropped the combo. Can't block at all. Oh. Oh, fuck. You can't do that unless you're on a wall, huh? Those playthroughs are good. White noise? Yeah, I'm gonna upload more. Oh, that was the wrong combo. Or does that work in the no right combo? I don't know if that works in the corner though. I tried to do medium into EX, but I don't know if that magic combo works in the corner. That was the one I learned yesterday, but I don't. I know it works mid screen, but corner is the one I don't know. My man's getting mixed. His name is Paris. That's not mashing. Damn. That did so much damage. I should have done the other super, huh? Whatever, he's dead. Yo. I don't mind Carnage. I don't know if I'm gonna keep him, but I like his mix. He has good mix-ups. I don't feel like I'm using his system mechanics that much though, which is his parasite stuff. I don't think I'm using that much. I like how you can use to make yourself plus and stuff and enhance specials. Oh my god. That did so much damage. Mix. Let's go Lotus Sun. Oops. Oh, no! I had him. Whoops. I'm your master now. Jab, command grab. Wow. I like him though. I think Carnage is an option. I think Carnage is an option, though I'm not utilizing his features that much. I think he's an option. I think he's for sure an option. What did I just do? Wait, what did I press? I think I pressed training mode. Oops. I think it's an option. Not a final option, but we shall see. All right, next, let's try... Didn't I say I want to try Starlord as well?
Starlord.
What color is this? What is this referencing? Is this like from a movie or something? It's color 7. There's yellow. Try this one. Oh, we definitely need it. I don't know if I'm gonna use Wolverine. I don't think I like Wolverine. Cause I don't like how stubby he is. Yo, Unbreakable. Thanks for the raid. What's up, Ronan? Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Will I use Wolf? What puts that helmet on him so perfectly? Tokon has been fun? Yeah, we're going good. What were you playing? The Soul Sword. This color 6 isn't bad either. The Soul Sword. I want 2x kill. I'm in a 2x kill character crisis. I have my chat prompt me spin a wheel to make teams all day. What the? You can't find a single character or like a second character or one character. Because for me, it's second character. For me, it would be second character. How do I use the system mechanic shit? Earth, fire, light. So, oh, is this gonna use ice since I'm in ice form? Oh yeah, it is. Cool. So should you always use ice with this character? Why would you do that though? Oh, I guess if you're using it in the air. Oh shit, that's a different super. Oh, that doesn't work. What, is there a reason to do level 2 twice? Wouldn't you just... I guess if you do a mistake, instead of doing level 1. I mean, I know you can do this with Starlord. I know you can do that. Ice super into this one. That shit probably does crazy damage if you do a whole combo with it. Firing is more hits in the air. Nice. Oh, is that so? Oh, that wall spots. What the fuck? I know you can combo off that. Why is that not comboing? That doesn't combo, damn. This is a big gun rain. Does it actually do more damage depending on how high you are? It has to, no? How does this work? I think I know all his specials already because I played him a little bit before. Medium sends you back. Light sends you forward. What does heavy one do? Oh, heavy has a fucking knee to it. So what your main team is yet? Nope. Oh, what the fuck is that? Is this an actual low? I gotta make him block. Oh shit, it is. Shit doesn't flip. Doesn't have an overhead to mix with it. I see. Starlord the next schedule for a video? I think so. I think so. Carnage was pretty fun, but like I don't feel like I used a lot of his system mechanics enough. But Carnage was fun though. Okay, let me read his move list. Who do we do after Starlord then? Probably like who do I try after Starlord? Probably there's this buff bomb stuff. It's like I don't know, it's funky. I'd rather not have to do it though. No, well, like the parasite bomb stuff, I don't mind, but the spacing stuff is weird with the tip airs. I'm not sure if I like that part. That part's kind of annoying. BP? We could try BP. I haven't tried BP, huh? EP next stream? I like the tipper stuff with Carnage a lot. I don't hate it. I just don't. I'd rather not have to do it. But like, if you don't do it, your damage is cut in like half. So you want to do it. Because if you don't do it, you literally lose out on half your damage. That's like ridiculous. Cannot afford to have that. Losing out on half your damage is definitely not it. Oh yeah, what happened to that tournament that's today? Wasn't there a tournament today for this game? I could have sworn there was a tournament for this game today. I think it was Yipes can opener? Yes. Winners final, K7 versus Yami.
We're experiencing.
Nah, I don't know. I mean, my man K7 walking in like Rocky Balboa on the defense.
So they're saying on K7 screen it looks fine.
Oh, it desynced?
Does it?
And they're saying that we getting the.
Oh wait, I'm desynced.
GG.
That's why y'all saying to look at K7. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Let me educate myself. Oh, so I'm the one that's cooked. Say no more. I did not know that was a thing. That's new to me. I thought, yo, straight up, I'm thinking, I'm like, yo, what the fuck is going on?
The desync of Doom. Anyways, yeah, let's try out Starlord real quick. It shouldn't take long because I already know how to play him. I just don't know any combos though. What is this? Gravity Mine? Oops, what did I just press? Groove switch. Okay, I know that already. Which one changes shit? Elemental blast. This lightning. That was light, not lightning. I mean, same damn thing, damn near. Fire. It's a fire thingy. Ice freezes. Earth. It's a blast with a shield that can wall splat. Oh yeah, he has a overhead. Yes, this is really good on this character. Just charge heavy as overhead. I remember that. He has a multi dash. This is gonna fuck me up, but I'll see if I can get used to doing it. He can fly? Oh shit, he can't. What the fuck? Do some stupid stuff with that. I haven't seen anyone using the free flight. The fuck? Why'd that break? I think I know all his skills already, actually. Gravity Mine. That's his DP input. How good is that wall splats? Use this in here as well. Is that good? That doesn't work. Is that special useful in any capacity? Can't like dash at him in the air after that? That's some Iron Man shit, I think. Nope. Nah, that's some Iron Man shit. You special cancel into flight. Yeah, that's some Iron Man shit. They don't allow Starlord to do that. What else do I need to know about? Average rush is the thingy. Heavy version has an uppercut. Rocket step. Light is a leap. Medium version leaps backwards. Heavy has an attack with the leap. It was like a knee kick. You can cancel this into free flight? Oh, you can. What the fuck? So I can do like oops. Well, let me make him block. Oh my god, which block setting is this on? There's like 9 block settings in here. After first, okay, thank you. What? Oh. What is it? Down, 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 light? Yeah, down, light into heavy. Oops. Did I use this one? Which one blocks them for longer? Yeah, it would have to be the gun one. Okay. Something like that. That true combo? Fuck. Okay, that's good to see. Fuck 2-2 inputs. Yeah, 2-2 inputs are kind of annoying me, but it's whatever. I gotta make sure to not do that. God damn it, I keep messing it up. Yeah, it seems the forward assist in this game stuns for longer. At least with Blade it does. Like a 2 HP gap? I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure they're stuck in blocks because they would have got hit if they weren't. Yeah, Blade's forward assist for sure, yeah. God damn it. I gotta fix the fucking order. There we go. God damn, this 2-2 inputs throwing me off. Maybe it is a gap in that. Let's go ahead and give him a try online. Is that all I need to know? Yeah, that's about it. He's pretty basic of a character. This element shit is what makes him go crazy. Block first. Block. I had it block after damage. Is it the block first for hit? We could try that. Maybe it was. Maybe it is this one. Hold on. Oh wait, yeah, you're right. It is. That's like both these hits. Nope. Interesting. No. I mean, if they mash though, they're gonna get fucking frame trapped. So if they mash on that, at least. God, this fucking 2-2 input is fucking me over. This wall swats too, right? Let's fool around to see what I like. Let me see if I like this guy. Do a little bit of tomfoolery, shall we? A little bit of tomfoolery, shall we?
Brace yourself.
Oops. I'm on the wrong character, huh? Guess one more Carnage match, I guess. Ugh. Oh wow. I tried to snipe him out of the web sling.
I await your call.
Round 2.
Wow. Oops. That was the wrong button. Oh, good. Oh, you can do that? This is gonna do so much damage if he supers with it. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, he didn't level 3. That shit would have done so much damage. Oh, he's doing this. I just level 3 then at that point. I got frame trapped by the fireball. Space trapped, I guess. Yeah. Blade has longer routes with stakes, yeah. Damn. Wake up super. Okay. Okay, I guess. Oh shit, there's a hurt box on that. There is a hurt box on that. Oh lordy. W. What? Oh. Oh no. What? What the hell? Oh! Oh, am I dead off that? Oh, I think I just died off that. No, I jabbed. Fuck, I jabbed at the sky. Holy shit. Can I switch characters? I did not mean to pick Carnage. Okay, I'm just not gonna play Carnage. Just fucking kill him with Blade real quick. I mistimed it. Damn, that hit me? God, Twitches in this game are way too big. So when they hit behind you, that shit is silly. That doesn't hit stun for enough? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh my god, I blocked, but I blocked the wrong direction. I thought you crossed me up. But he actually deadass just sat in the corner like a madman. He was 1 HP. What's up, Kazu?
You need my help.
Damn it. Damn, I keep thinking I can snipe him out of that. It just doesn't work. He's too fast. I want to get it. But I gotta stop before I end up fucking losing doing that. Yo, thanks for the 130. I appreciate it. Whoa. Oh, that guy loves this move. How old am I? Oh, fucking 18. Oops. I should have medium, huh? What the tots? Okay, I'm going to win on this guy because I'm trying to try out Starlord. I did not mean to pull out Carnage. So I'm actually gonna leave. I did not mean to pull out a Carnage. Like I'm playing as him, but I'm not playing as him in the thingy. There you go. Where is he?
Starlord.
Oh, is the team I'm gonna use? I guess this is fine. Hide. Yeah, hide your name in queue. Is that really how that works? Damn. Interesting. They're just gonna say Tokon player, huh? Didn't Starlord look crazy in this? I have no clue. Is this plus? I'm about to say it better not be. Make it plus a parasite. I think the lowest you can go is +4. I mean -4. So safe. -4 safe.
Next matchup in the
For when I did earlier, it was 4. -4. Yeah, Steve. Grabs are 5 frames. Jabs are 6. Damn, another Spider-Man? Can you combo off that? Shit, I should have checked. Oh, what is that lag? Oh! Holy, what is that lag? Oh man, that shit bad. Oh! Oh! Ah! Help! What? I got fireball! They must be a Stan user. What the? What? That was switch blocks done? God damn it, I grabbed him. You gotta be kidding me. No way that works. Oh, my assist's on cooldown, fuck. Oh my god. I gotta hurry up and get out of here. It was fucking match lags again.
I'll give you this.
Blah. 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 Oh man, oh man, oh man. Wait, no, I didn't mean to rematch this kid. God damn it. The match is going pretty good. I'm trying to bunch of characters, trying to find a character to play. Right now we're on Starlord. I tried Carnage. Wait, which one am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to do the light DP, right? Oh yeah. W. You like Carnage? I think he's pretty good, yeah. Rain. I think Carnage is pretty good, yeah. I like his overhead move. That dude is super dead. Why ain't you dead? I'm playing arcade still. I'm playing with a leverless. Yeah, this guy's getting fried. Yeah, Starlord's pretty easy. If I'm gonna play Starlord, then I need to. Oh, I meant to program in to go low. Oops. No mercy. Starlord feels pretty good. I need to get my reps in, and I don't know what to do with the fireball stun thingy, and I don't have any elemental combos. I have like no elemental combos at all. I didn't mean to press rematch. Yo, back me out. Thank you. Oh shit, I pressed exit matchmaking, a mistake. Where's Cloud at? Let's do some combos from Cloud. Where Cloud 805 at? Where Mr. 805 at? Go, go, go. That's worth doing. I don't know if that's worth doing. I'm from East Coast. On the East Coast. On the East Coast.
Brace yourself.
A little solo guy. A Dago? Shit. Perfect timing, I guess. Shit, maybe I might play Starlord. We'll see. Ah! Where'd I put him though? Magic's not getting removed. I like Magic. Where'd I put him though? I mean, I had him in at the start. I just don't know yet. Could have done more there. Oh. Oh shit, this happy birthday. Holy fuck, my health bar. Oh no! Damn, Iron Man! Gun rain. Oh. Okay, that beam is fast. W. Oh, that was the wrong button. That was supposed to be super. That was only level 3. That was supposed to be level 3. Yeah, still worked. Yeah, I guess.
Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
I'm here.
Oh wow. When do I reload my gun? Oh, I can do it there.
I've got this.
That wasn't a true combo. That wasn't a true combo.
At any time.
Oh, I went the wrong way. Come on, Blade. I'm scared of Wolverine. His armor. Woo. No mercy. Lock all my characters.
At any time.
Oh, I have no stakes. Oh, I'm a dumbass. I have no stakes. Oh no, I should have done down, down. Oh, what is this Bombo? What the fuck?
You need my help. Damage check. I got you. Here's my aim.
Okay, he makes me. Does that work? Oh shit, what the fuck? What the fuck? What? Program me around the world.
I've got you. I can help.
I wonder what's I need to make a meaty for Blade after stage switch. Or stage transition. Whoa, you lost your mind. Doesn't work. Did I do it too late? Huh. I gotta lab that. Try it again. What the fuck am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? That's not what I wanted. It looked cool though, but that's not what I wanted. Oh, if he can special cancel that, I forgot. Am I dead? Damn. Okay, let me stop trying combos in a fucking actual match. I mean, this is actually no, I'm not gonna stop actually. This is a fucking quick play anyway. Are you dead ass? I did it too late. You about to assemble on my ass. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I make you want to get Tokon. You disassembled. That was actually pretty corny. Oh my. Wow. Oh my. Wait, that did a lot of damage. Oh, it is a War Machine reference. You're right. fooling around. Oh man. Dude, 2Hs, yo, I feel like 2Hs are too big for shit like that to be good. I don't know when I'm supposed to do that. I don't know the setup for that. Then Cloud has it. I gotta fucking steal that shit from Cloud. I don't know what the setup. Oh wait, no, isn't it wall splat into that or something like? I don't fucking know. We'll see if I actually play Starlord here. Damn, I hit him. No. Can I combo off this alone? Oh shit, I think you need to be in a corner.
I'll make this quick.
Oh, I'm a fucking bot. Alright, the defense on lock though. Oh, you gotta be shitting me.
I've got this. Okay then.
The defense though. What? Blade! How did you miss? What the fuck are you doing?
Damage check.
Whatever, he ran into the last bullet. Blade, how did you miss? I'm not using meter, huh? I don't know the combo for that. What is the combo for that? No, for like my second time playing Starlord. I don't know the combo. I think it's falling heavy at N2H, I think. That works. Nice. Okay. I think I like Starlord. I think I like him. I don't have combos though. Clearly I have no combos, but hey man. It's working, bro. It's working. I like his I like the fact that his quarter circle back is a low. And this move, charge heavy is a low as well. This move is charge heavy, that shit's low. I don't know what to do with this yet. Or oops. I mean, I think you can only use that in the corner. So I know you can float from this, but I don't know a fucking combo for that. I guess I can do that. I guess I have to freeze there, huh? Oh, it does work. Wait. This one goes forward. This one goes in the air. This one goes... Where the fuck does this one go? Why is it purple? What does that even do? Why is it purple though? Gravity mine. Each version draw the opponent in during the explosion. Can be followed by elemental blast or groove. Oh. Oh. That makes sense. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Yo, Kiritsu, thanks for the 38. Wait, but how do I combo off this normally though? I guess you can't. I think you need the corner. I think you need the corner for that. This does the same damage? These do the same damage. Oh wait, no it doesn't. This one does more. $5K? I mean 50K? Holy shit. Okay, well, so if we add Starlord to the team, where do we put him though? I guess down assists, and then we put Magneto back. Also, I put Loki back in. I like Loki a lot as well.
Brace yourself.
Receive my assistance.
Or can you put it back? Damn it. Oh shit. Loki is sick in this? Yeah, I think I just put Loki back in. That's my team, I think. Oh. That did not go as planned. That did not go as planned, not at all. Damn it, I don't know how to... Okay. So I guess I call assist, then I do overhead, I think. You got combos? That's like old shit though. I don't know if that's good anymore to do. Oops. Oh man, mix. Oh. Oh. What the? How do you hit this girl? How do you hit her? She's so fast. I don't know how to hit that girl, bro. That's a cross up. Nice Twitch. So I'd have to like have Blade programmed to do. Okay, I get it. That's your juice. Okay, I need the trap shit, and I need to try out the other elements. What's saying what are you getting to help reduce lag? There is no setting. I just pray the game is optimized. There's no setting. I mean, just lower your graphics. That's all you really can do. Oh. What? Oh. Oh. Got her. That was a scramble of doom. I don't know what was happening. I did the wrong button. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? He just okay. Oh, that's not good. This Doom is not playing with me. Oh, you got those? Oh, fuck, I didn't call an assist. You can't jab that? Ah, damn it. I thought it was a gap in that for you to jab. Or maybe after 2H, I think. Holy shit, bro. She is chucking spears at me. What in the... It's that deep. Apparently it is, bro. Oh, that was another corner. You said prepare yourself. Mix. Yeah, I suck at this game. Your react is too slow. Oh, you're... That's so evil. That is ungodly evil.
Wise decision. Here's my aim.
I'm not done with you. I'm not done with you. Woo!
Player 2.
That was a workout. Okay. I think Starlord's a play. I think Starlord's the go. I think he has everything I like. He has good mix, high low as well, good damage, good conversions. Movement seems pretty good as well. Not slow, not crazy fast, but he's definitely not slow either. He has omnidirectional movement, which is really fucking good. So I can do empty jump low. Like this shit's gonna be evil. Magneto has this as well. Is this the team or like Loki or Magneto now? Or is there any other characters I want to try out? What do we do? Oh, my camera's blocking it. My bad. You guys gotta tell me to move my camera if you need me to. Cap, no, too basic. Iron Man. He's an option. Shuri, I have not tried her yet. Hulk, not an option. Not an option. Wolverine, I don't like how stubby he is. Not an option. Storm. I'm not playing Storm. Penny. I haven't tried Penny, but I don't think I will. Miss Marvel, she's too lame to me. Spider-Man, he's an option. Loki, he's an option. Deadpool. I don't hate Deadpool. I was cooking with Deadpool, especially in that video. I was cooking. I don't want to say I don't want to play Deadpool. I'll just say he's an option for now. Blade's already on the team. Ghost Rider. Oh, maybe I do Ghost Rider. Maybe give Ghost Rider a try. What is Ghost Rider's back assist? You don't like how stubby Wolverine is? Nah, I don't like he's stubby. Bro, he's fucking short. What do you expect? Of course he's stubby. Have you used Magneto's down assist? It's really good. The meteor, right? I said meteor. The shrapnel that he throws upwards, right? Yeah, that one's good as well. Storm not an option? I don't want to play Storm. Ghost Rider? Should we try Ghost Rider? I like Doom as well. Doom was fun too. Can't lie, Doom's pretty fun. Champion, not an option. Green Goblin, no, I'm not doing that shit. I'm not doing that flight. The flight boat. I'm not doing that shit. I'm not gonna lie to you. Carnage, he's an option. I like Carnage as well. I should probably try a Ghost Rider.
Ghost Rider.
But what's Starlord's back assist? I don't even know what Starlord's back assist is. Oh, it's the beam. That's so basic though. Why is that his back assist? Does it change depending on whatever element he has equipped? It changes? I figured. Yeah, but how do you get it to change though? Depends on whatever you put him back there with. Yeah. Yeah, but he starts the match with he starts the match with lightning though. Had Emma Frost. Emma Frost would be pretty cool. I guess we do Magneto to Phoenix Cyclops. I'm definitely gonna play Phoenix Cyclops. That character's too sick. I think I'm definitely gonna play Cyclops. That character looks sick. Y'all not, you not, is anyone gonna play Phoenix Cyclops? Y'all not fucking with the Cyclops? Best bag assist might be Magic. Yeah, best bag assist might be Magic. Yeah. I wanna learn some mag combos. How the fuck do I do this? Isn't it? Oh, I have that metal already out, right? Or did it have to be magnetized? Fuck. Yeah, I think metal has to already be out. Oh, no, or not. I get that magic color. This one? Story. Why is my assist not coming out? Oh, I didn't put my portal far enough. How do I do this? The fuck? Why is this not working? Why is this not working? I gotta learn that one route. What is that route? Is it like something like that? Oh, I gotta do half circle back forward. So I get fireball. That one. I don't know how it works. Why is this not working? There you go. So I gotta wait for them to fall a little bit. So I do this route instead. The only issue with this route is that catching that is kind of hard. Oops. Oh, I'm supposed to use light. If you need a combo, you gotta use light. Well, heavy into light. I keep doing fireball assists. I gotta stop doing that. Was it poised? I'm gonna just find the timing for this. What is the timing for that? There you go. That combo is sick. The double portal? The double portal? That shit is hard. Magic is clean as? I'm telling you, they cooked with Magic. Magic's sick in this game. Okay. We need one more character. I think it might just be Loki. But Loki's back assist is it's kind of I might have to put Magic in the back, I think. Magic back assist is kind of where do I put the Nah, Blade's back assist. Oh, that's a back assist. I love Blade's back assist. That shit is heat. Oh wait, whoops. Blade's back assist, the easiest sandwich in the world. Shit is so nice. What is this cross up? Is this actually crossing up? I'm trying to cross up. I think you'd have to do that. They might have the least appealing combo in the game, but his skills are really good. Oh, I need to practice this combo. I wanted to full armor stuff like that. I was gonna lab that today, but I wanted to play Carnage today. I mean, try out Carnage and see if I liked Carnage. Darkness is my domain. Okay. I think Loki might be it, but where do we put him? I need to try out Loki's down assist. I'm not putting Starlord in the back. I don't like Starlord's back assist. I think there's better assist than that. But then again, that beam is stupid fast. So technically it's not bad. It's just that, like, hold on, let me go back into training. What's the startup of that compared to like Iron Man's beam? Let me put like Iron Man second, and then let's put like, I didn't mean to put Ghost Rider in, but whatever. Starlord back. What is the speed of it? I feel like it's like damn near the same. I don't feel like it's worth it. But what makes it worth it is that you can switch the assist, is what they're trying to do. But like, you have to be switching a lot. Maybe down the line when I'm switching a lot, maybe I'll put him in the back. But for now, I think I'm gonna keep him in the front.
Okay then. Okay then.
21? 15. Okay, it actually is a lot. I can't even stake off of it.
I've got this. Okay then.
I mean, I can. I just have to do it like really fast. What's the damage of this? 2,000?
I've got this. I'm here.
1,500 to 2,000? I feel like there's crazier back assists in the game though. But what is this ice back assist? Does he just shoot the ice? Oh shit, he does. It's not bad. The range on that is pitiful.
Just let me do it.
What about his Earth one? It's this, right? That shit look fast as hell. That one's pretty good. I wish you could like set which assist he does before the game starts, you know? This one's wall splat too. Ah, well, it only wall splats if he's out. Yeah. I really do wish you could do that, but you can't. The fact that you can't do that, it's kind of... Yeah. I gotta figure out a character I want last. I think it's just gonna be Loki though, because I want to play ranked, but I want to figure out this team shit first. I think for now, I think the team is this. Oh, I went to training on mistake. My bad. I think this is the team. But Blade and Loki switched. I guess Magic this. Or I put Starlord second. I make him block. 25, 27 startup. 20. Wait, what? That was 24 that time. What the fuck? Oh, because it depends on how long it took to take contact with the enemy.
If you want to stand still.
Or is Magic's Fireball better? 28, 26. I feel like Magic's Fireball could be better because it could clear, like, if they're spamming assist. Like, if I make Iron Man... Oh, shit, I don't have my recorded settings on. Oh, wait. What are my record settings? Oh, shit, I don't have my record settings set. Ladies and characters start with... Yes, he is. I started with Blade. Blade was my first character I played. Oh, wait, well... No, I wasn't. Who was my first? The first character I played was Starlord, actually. I don't have recording settings set. Hold on. Yeah, Blade's not a bad character to start with. You can start with Blade. Let's try function. Oh, that's save state. Damn, I need more binds, don't I? Let's try function. There we go. Let's do that. There we go. There we go. Oh, this probably isn't ideal to have this on a... Oh, no, it doesn't save it. Okay, that works, actually. Let me see Loki's back assist. This is pretty good, but like, what I don't like about this assist is that it aims downwards. I wish this aimed forward, but it's not bad. Magic's back assist is not bad either. Hopes. Let me switch with Blade. Magic's back assist is not bad either. But I want to play Magic. Magic's so fun. Just pillars don't hit full screen. Let's see. Loki or Magic? Dude, I'm at a dilemma, bro. Because I want to play Magic, so I want to put her second. But like her back assist is probably the best out of everybody's here. I'm not putting Blade in the back because I want to play Blade point.
Do you really think you can win?
Starlord, I don't really care where Starlord is as long as he's not back. Any Blade mix? I have not been labbing Blade. I'm not gonna lie to you, I have not. I mean, I labbed the setup the other day with the what is that shit? You want a main star? No. I'm maining Blade. I labbed this shit the other day. Hold on, I can send you a
If you wanna
tweet.
stand still and let me punch you, I'm game.
No way, I lost it. Wait, I think I've lost it. Oh, this. I labbed this the other day. Wait, is this the right thing? Yes, this is it. This ends in you do this and you throw the stakes, and then this ends in a meaty yeah, that I mean, the main important part of combo is it ends in this because you throw the stake and it breaks the combo. I labbed this the other day.
Yeah, hey, take your time.
Don't ask me to do the combo because I'm not gonna do it. Because this combo pisses me off, but it's just so many inputs. I just keep forgetting the inputs. That's hard. I mean, if you want, I can. Apparently, there's a better version though, so I don't think you should even lab this. Sage told me there's a better version that Sonic Fox is doing. They said I should get, but I haven't had time to like look at Sonic Fox's VODs and get it. But apparently Sonic Fox has a better version, so you should
Really think you can win?
go look at Sonic Fox, because I'm pretty sure this version is outdated. How the hell did I get to Justin? Wait, what was I watching again? Oh, I was watching Yipes. I'm like, how the fuck did I get here? But yeah, definitely look into that.
Yeah, hey, take your time.
Okay, I play one more match, and then we're gonna play Rivals. Let's do Blade. What do I put second? I don't know which one of these assault assists is better. Let's full on with Starlord, and let's put Loki. I mean, Magic and Loki. Let's switch them.
Magic.
Oh, that's not.
Loki.
What's wrong with us? Let's do one more match. I'm out of here. I mean, I'm off this game. Oops.
No.
How did the combo go? It was like, what the fuck? Why'd that drop? Oh shit. I can't do this with this, huh? Alright, never mind. We're putting Starlord second. This combo doesn't work with this assist. I forgot. You can't use this combo with this assist. Never mind. We're putting Starlord second. Wait, did they fix the teams not saving or what? Did they ever fix that? Wait, he's set to it, but he's not set to it over here. I see. Fuck it, I'm getting off the game. Whatever, let's just play Rivals. I'll fool around with that stuff later, bro. That was a good session though. We had a lot of W's today. There was a lot of W's. I think I won like every match except like what? A few when I was fighting Lomo. Won the set though. Yo, Lomo, you still here? GG's, bro. Yeah, this game is fun. Definitely need to play more of that. I'm happy I finally found a team though. I'm gonna use that team until Cyclops drops. Wait, but who do I replace when Cyclops drops, chat? Probably Starlord or Loki. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not replacing Magic. I don't think I'm gonna ever replace Magic until Psylocke is in the game. And when Psylocke's in the game, I'm probably just gonna put her like in the team and not take off Magic. Blade and Magic are like core for the team, I'd say. Core characters for the team, I'd like to say. Magic gone? No. Magic is not leaving. Magic's gonna stay. Magic's gonna stay until because after Psylocke is in, God knows how long that's gonna take. Psylocke has to be in the game, so I'm gonna have like Blade, Magic, Psylocke, Cyclops. But who knows? They might add some crazy ass other characters. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be the team. But Psylocke, we don't know when Psylocke's gonna come to the game though. But I definitely want to use Cyclops. That dude looks sick. Phoenix Cyclops, that shit's hard. And that's a good first pick. And what are they gonna do for Thor? Like King Thor? Or whatever his name is. It's King Thor, right? Oh, what is the other version of Thor? I forgot what it's called. Your Russia stream? I see it, dude. Appreciate it. Appreciate you tapping in, stopping by. Yeah, I'll go for a little while longer and I'm out of here. Rune King? Is that what it is? I think it's Rune King. I'm gonna look it up. Rune King. Most powerful version of Thor in the comics? I think achieve omniscience, cosmic awareness, mastery over reality by surpassing his father, Odin's ultimate sacrifices. Is this it? That fit is interesting, I guess. Oh, that's what this Thor version is? Oh. I see. This goes in the practice range. Alright, we're gonna play with a lot of them. After that, I'm out of here, chat. Wonder if she saw the new summer skins. She probably didn't. Send it to her. Cosmic Thor is sick. Yeah, he's sick. She live? Should be, I think. Oh, she is. Oh. Oh man. What's up, Lee? Ready for me to play Spider-Man today? I'm ready for any Spider-Man. That was a joke. Nice try, buddy. Nice try. Nice try, buddy. Nice try, buddy.
In the call.
What up?
Hi.
Before we start, did you see the new skins?
No, I didn't.
I will send you them. Boom.
I'll check it. I'm just seeing my replay real quick.
You're good. Thought you went for Tokon? No.
This is one of the annoying guys, man. He just doesn't. He gets all this shield for what?
Yeah, just not hit him. Don't shoot him when he has the shield up. I mean,
but how am I gonna get the shield down? Does it go down on its own?
Yeah. wait, you were shooting him this whole time?
Yes!
Oh, no. You're not supposed to shoot him.
Oh, if I shoot him, does it build up his shield more?
Yes, like a lot more.
Okay. Now we know. Now we know. Oh.
That's one of the hits you just, yeah, it's duration based. Like, just don't hit him. He gets literally nothing if you don't hit him.
Okay. Yeah, tell him, HT, tell him. And Bam, I'm doing good. Ashlyn, I'm also doing good. I don't think I asked answered your question, Ashlyn, but I'm doing good. I'm gonna check it after this quick replay.
I'll take your time. I will send the.
Ow!
You okay?
I pulled my hair.
Yikes. That doesn't sound fun.
I did better ults after stream.
Better ults? Oh, you actually
Yeah.
got better ults. You were pulling it back? Like, actually?
Yeah.
Nice.
I was ulting the die.
That's fine, as long as you kill someone. I'd be ulting tanks
That
with
shit
them.
was annoying.
Just to, like, turn into a 5v6.
Mm-hmm.
You like Tokon? Yeah, Tokon's fun. You get off it.
Oh my god, my aim is horrendous.
Another loser to punch.
Send me the replay. Oh, look at it. Tomorrow when I wake up or something.
Yeah, I'll send you some. Chat, what do you guys like about the skins? FC.
New Stone Hulk. Cosmic Spider-Man? Yeah, nice try, Lee. That's not happening.
Damn, chat. Y'all don't see my aim. That's bad.
Dragon punch.
See your
I need
what?
to lower the volume for this. Oh, it is pretty low already.
Best? I don't know about that, Lee. It's probably Goblin.
Oh well, we'll just start.
You can take your time. I'm just chilling.
Let me see. Where are the new skins at?
I DM'd you it.
They're not in this. Oh, okay. I thought they were in the store already.
Nah.
Hi, Barden.
It's on the 13th.
I'm good to join. Yeah, you're good to join DPS.
Yeah, it's...
DPS is gonna join us for some games.
Sure, I don't mind who joins. What? That didn't work.
Oh, okay, wait. Oh my god, that almost looked like C&D for a sec.
Which one? Black
The Black Cat skin? Yes, it almost looked like C&D.
I guess if you change their hair color.
I don't know.
You're
They
really
need
not
to
a
do better with
market?
these colors. Oh, that's cute. Hi, Scat. Barden, how are you? Ooh.
Starlord one's free. Are you gooning? What was that?
No, I'm not.
What would you say that for? Wait, who was you saying that about? What the?
No one.
I am? No, she's gooning. It was either the Black Cat or Bucky. Or it's both.
No.
Or both.
No, no.
Does she got a thing for Bucky, chat? No wonder she plays Bucky. It makes sense now. Her eyes lit up when that Bucky skin popped up. Yo, clip that. Her eyes lit up. She saw Bucky and instantly lost her composure.
You don't gotta out me, man. You don't gotta out me.
What's up, Barden?
Oh man, this is Starlord. Time for me to become a Black Cat main. This guy, never too young. I see. I won't. Right? Neat.
Like the Scarlet skin.
Good. Just dropping by to show some love. Oh, thank you, Barden. Hope you have a good night's rest if it's late for you. Ooh, chat. I want to wallpaper this. This is nice. Blue arm tough. Yeah. There's nothing out you like. Everyone knows what you're into. No.
We do know what you're into.
Wait,
that's
what?
For sure.
Mel, why you got it? It's midnight. Oh, it is late. Oh, same for me too, though. UCST time? Dude, the Scarlet skin is so nice.
Mm-hmm.
It needs a little bit more polishing, though, but it's very nice. They should give her highlights or something.
Go look at the other. Look at the chromas. You see the other colors?
Oh no! Oh, see, this purple has like a nice shade, almost like ombre a little bit.
I like all of them. They're all
more
really good.
highlights. The purple one's nice. Look at cat. No, because you are incorrect.
She was looking like a Looney Tunes. Yo, yeah, definitely clip that.
Look who just showed up.
Ooh, wait, I might actually want to get that Wanda skin.
Ooh, 4K. Hold on, thank you.
No!
Hot off the press. Let me see
No! Okay, wait, I gotta see this thing, because there's no way.
Yo, look at her face. Oh my god, yo, that's 4K. Chat, her eyes lit up. What the hell? Yo, she ain't never seen Bucky with a shutout before. Yo, that is not a good look. Yo, chat, go to 9 seconds in the clip. Look at the way she's looking at him. Nah. No. Yo. Yo, chat. This is 4K, bro. 4K Goonie. You ain't never see her look at somebody like this before. Nah, look at the screenshot, chat. Check that out. I have never seen her look at somebody like that. Look at her eyes and look at where Bucky is. You can't defend that. You deadass cannot defend that. You can't defend that. That's goons. Yo, that's bad. I don't even look at Psylocke like that, by the way. That's bad. Yo, that's bad, bro. She's blushing and looking at him like that. Yo.
I can't even say anything, man.
You don't gotta say nothing. We know. Do you?
Why you guys gotta do me like this? Shit.
Is she hungry? Jesus. That's bad. Literally mesmerized.
Let's just start a game. Oh wait, DPS, you were gonna join us, right?
Yo,
Shoot,
she was
that's
so
hot.
mesmerized she forgot. That's crazy. That's crazy.
No comment. No comment.
That's crazy, bro. Damn.
I did not know I looked like that.
Nah, it's all good. Nah, play some Bucky. I'll play Elsa.
No. It's fine. It's fine.
Alright, I'm just making sure you got your fill. Bucky out here doing that to the ladies? That's crazy. Who do I play this match, chat? Chat, who you want to see?
That headache.
You have a headache?
You know, never mind.
I'm laughing? Or what?
Yeah.
Just to yourself.
Really strange.
Spider-Man? I'm just
Check
saying.
Discord. Why would you say that? Because I'm about to check it. For real, Barden, right? Right?
Yo, pin that in her Discord.
Wait, why'd you get... No!
Well, we can't have there's nothing wrong with it. We don't judge. Don't play Magda's a roof. Bro, fake. You were literally here earlier. My mag was going crazy. Quick happened. You know my mag. Yeah. I was playing earlier. Yeah. Wait. Was I on the main? No, I wasn't.
You're good, Scat. You're good. You're good.
I could play him on my main though. Could play with me, chat. Cosmetic, bro. Okay, I'm about to get some dunks for y'all. Let me show y'all how we bowl. This is rage bait. Y'all just want to see my dunks.
No. I'm being put on timeout. Shit.
Too much gooning. For a week? For a week? Yo, that's hype, Rack. I like that. I'm down. A week?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Free roof ult.
Stranger Dino,
Oh,
actually.
Scat, thank you. Thank you. And you're good, by the way. That was really funny.
So
I didn't know I looked like that.
Nah, don't apologize. She did it. Don't apologize for her actions.
I was scared when he was under the bridge on a certain map.
I wasn't scared, bro.
You
What?
smashing roofs again?
No. I hit like a crazy 2-piece, and then I killed like no. Somebody had to have clipped it. None of y'all clipped it. I dunked and I killed both supports, and then I killed their whole team. It sounds like a crazy story, but that's literally what happened. Bro, okay, of course y'all don't believe me. It was literally earlier today. Don't worry, I put a marker on it. That will be a YouTube short later. That will be up on TikTok. No clip? No. There will be a clip.
Fucking Wanda.
Look at that 2-piece. Are you good? Oh, you're good. Okay, nice. Bucky's trying to pull people off the map. Bucky's trying to pull people off the map. Careful. Bucky's one. Spider-Man, you can get him. Got his ass. No, I tried to bubble him.
Oh shit.
Fall back.
Got blocked by a shield.
Got a story, D1? What's the story?
Oh, doing Loki Gambit. Oh my god, Loki Gambit?
No, he fucking...
Loki's at the top, by the way.
He shifted out, didn't he? Oh, that works. Bodied. Hello? I don't need ult, clearly. I just got 3 without it. Quit playing with me. Y'all gonna respect my mag. Y'all gonna respect my mag, chat. Ooh, get her.
Aw, I only got one, but that's fine. I got
That's good. That's perfect. It's
Did it help you guys
fine.
push forward?
Yeah. One pick is always good. Killing with, as long as you kill with all or do something, create space. It doesn't matter. As long as you do something. Why'd he just solo ult him? Yeah, try and grab me now, Matt. Emma. You can't grab. Oh.
Matt, Emma.
Oh. Oh, nice pull from the Spidey. I don't have a shield for you.
Damn, she was so low.
That was a fat ult.
That was good.
You ain't never see people cut up like this, huh? Y'all like this, chat?
I should be up here. What is he talking about?
Nah. Chat talking shit. Hold on. Look at that scoreboard.
Oh, by your mag?
Yep. That's bullshit. He was bubbled. That's bullshit. Chat, don't. He's bubbled. That's bullshit. I don't want to hear it. I literally would have killed him.
Oh, we got it. Oh, they wasted a couple ults too.
18-0, chat. Quit playing with me.
No, ult distracted by the roof. Begging for compliments. Shake my head.
I'm gonna get my compliments, bro. Got some haters, chat. Thank you. See, if someone's gonna give me compliments, she will, okay? I don't need y'all compliments, chat. Damn losers.
Our Sandy scared me. She ulted straight in. She almost died, actually.
I think she did it to save me. But I mean, I bubbled myself.
Definitely Shad Eyes, though. It was good, though. They don't have a mag ult now. And we almost have a Luna ult.
Dunk on the cloak. I tried to dunk on the mag. I mean, not the mag, the Punisher. But he got bubbled.
If you ain't dunking, I don't want to see it. This guy.
Wow. I think I understand now. Y'all just can't bowl like me.
They don't have dives.
Y'all got ball handling skills.
So I will actually put one right there in case. Oh, what a bad spot.
What the? Careful. I have a bubble for you if you get low. Oh, nice. Pull it back.
Oh, damn it.
You took too
Is
long.
that too far? Oh, wait, no.
You took too long. The moment you see like one or two people in it, just pull it back. You should instantly pull it back because they're going to shred it, especially when you're at high rank. Now we gotta fall back. We don't have ult. Oh man, we don't have a cloak ult yet.
We almost have cloak. Mag didn't use his ult, did he?
Nope.
Oh yeah, he did it last match. Silly me. I literally said that.
Yeah. Only ult they did there was, yeah, just Scarlet.
A Scarlet and a Bucky.
What?
I'm still warming up.
No, I'm just thinking about what they have.
I think they have everything. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Everything?
Yeah, I'm not joking. I think they have everything. Yeah. Oh, that guy's one. She copied Magneto? What? Okay, that's Loki all down. What? That girl's crazy. Okay, all they have is Gambit.
Sandy is down too.
I'm gonna save my ult for the Bucky ult.
Oh, this is a nice space. Oh, okay.
I got you.
Thank you.
I'm dead as fuck.
Oh, watch out.
Oh, I'm alive. Nope.
Nice. Oh, but we're down a healer.
Aw. I think we low-key still... never mind.
God damn it. I didn't hear a voice line. Isn't there a team up to temporary copy mag?
Oh. Wait.
For Loki?
Yes. I forgot. He does have that. That's a team up he has. I forgot. Whatever. She already switched off Loki.
I'm a little bit lost. Okay, I have ult though. We're also on triple hill. I'm gonna try to flank and ult.
Hold on. Wait.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah. If you're flanking, you don't have to pull it back, I guess. Pull it back, pull it back. Nice. Let's go. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, you don't want to be greedy with how long you leave it out. Or else they're gonna destroy it. Anyways, chat. So where my props at? I know you see that 30-1 chat. I know y'all see it. Why y'all silent?
Hi Zed. Hi. DPS, are you still here?
Meh. Okay, yeah. I'm in extreme. I'm ready to lie. I'll catch y'all later, chat.
What?
Yeah, chat don't want to watch me. I'll catch y'all later, chat.
Chat. What are we doing?
Raid command triggered. W stream.
What is he doing?
What?
What is he doing? He really just dished y'all. Crazy.
Nah, they can go watch you. What's wrong?
L streamer.
I'm not subbed in the
My
live
God.
chat. Sub up.
Oh, let me add you. Let me know when you're ready, DPS.
I'm broke. Bro, digging that
Raid?
damn.
Yeah.
Digging that damn wallet.
Infer don't want me on his stream, so I'll just stay here.
Yes, stay there.
Dang.
Yes. Stay there. Drop the kids off and left. Don't worry, I'm still alive. You can still raid someone and still be live.
You're still live? Oh, that's right. You can still raid and still be live.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still live. He's just playing with y'all.
Don't come back though. Hold on.
Don't come back. Don't come back.
Do you think you want to
He diverted his forces.
It's just me and YouTube chat and TikTok now.
Sad. Where's the love? Where's the love for Twitch chat?
Nah, they betrayed me. I gave them peak mag gameplay. They can't appreciate it. I don't deserve my gameplay.
Wait, you're on TikTok, right?
Yeah.
Am I allowed to say that? Twitch?
I don't care. I bro.
Oh, okay.
I don't care about the purple app stuff. I stopped caring. I
You
stopped
need to
caring
show
about that
some
stuff.
love, man. Show some love to your chat.
No, I do show love. They
Infer
don't
hates
show
everyone.
love. That's not true. That's not true.
Aww. Hey, we love the mag roof ults though. We love that. It's okay.
What?
It's okay.
Nah, don't come back, chat. I don't know nothing. I don't know y'all no more.
So do you want to step out and learn some hood DPS, or you want to learn hood in ranked? I really don't mind, because I'm learning Elsa in ranked.
I hate
Is
everyone
everyone that's not a
on-
Psylocke? I mean,
shit, I'm not gonna say you're wrong, but I'm not gonna say you're not wrong.
oh man.
There's only a few people I don't hate.
Before you get in the bathroom? Yeah, up to you. Play who you want.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Why can you do that? You just stay alive while raiding someone? That's kind of cheese. Sounds like a bug.
Not quite sure.
We banned BP for me. Oh, thanks. I'm not gonna actually play this character, but fuck it, I'll do it now. I guess.
Yeah.
He got nerfed. He's not like. Oh.
Oh, that's right.
BBL, but okay, that's the name. I mean, he's still good, just not as good as he was before.
30 seconds before you
Oh wait.
get ready.
I thought I had 2 traps. Is it with the team up?
Yeah, Dino has to be there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Have you managed to continue mapping your
This team up is way better than the other one. Your primary fire does more damage too with this team up. 0.5 more damage. The other team up is bugged right now. I don't know if they fixed it.
The battle starts in 5.
Hey DPS, can you move it? You know?
2,
You know?
1.
Move it. Wait. What the? Yo, he walled off my entrance. I can't sneak past them.
Just a little curious. Aw, no, don't destroy my...
I have a Hawkeye. I insta died.
Oh, Hawkeye's below, up top.
Yeah, I didn't know he was up top. Why is Groot hiding?
Dude, it's
Look
kind
at
of
our
hard to get
Groot.
him
What
up
is he
there.
doing?
This lag something.
Oh, it's you. I'm like, are you good? Like, why are you hiding? You're lagging. Okay, that makes sense.
Ooh, I'm good now.
Okay. I don't know how I'm gonna get that Hawkeye up there.
I'll get him. Don't worry. I'm dead
Oh, you got
again.
him? Oh.
Well, no. Well,
It's
I
okay, it's
was gonna. I'm not
okay.
playing this game. This game is shit.
Let's regroup.
He's teleporting.
You going
Ooh.
Iron Man? Iron Man with Hawkeye? Okay.
I'm not way scared of Hawkeye, bro. Alright, watch this. Check this shit out. Oh fuck!
Be careful, man.
Yo, that shit hurts. Hold on.
Bro, are you lagging?
He's lagging. He's lagging pretty badly. He'll be fine. Don't worry. I think.
Where's the Hawkeye at? He was just in the back somewhere.
Dude, this fucking Hawkeye, bro.
Dude, I should have shot him faster, chat. I'm over here playing around.
Cringe bag.
Oh no.
Oh my god, that is so annoying. There's 2 routes? Oh, there is. That's annoying. Oh my god, this.
Okay.
Oh, Hawkeye's
I have
ulting.
an ult, but
Don't peek that. Don't peek that.
I'm gonna have to wait to where.
Yeah, you have to wait.
Oh, our Jubilee died.
It's not good. I'm gonna go bind them and all.
So flanking all. I'm just kind of scared to do that.
Let me do it.
I'll let you go first.
Oh, I got pulled by Bucky. Turned around at the worst time. That was gonna be a fat ult too.
Come on, he's almost down. Get him.
How did he know?
Shit. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go Punisher. Although, no, I'm gonna go second tank for this.
But we don't have a second tank. We did have a second tank, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, but they went Blade.
What?
Are we ready to push in?
Yeah. We gotta use that cloak ult and push in.
Sandy's
Bro,
low.
he just one-shot me. Dude. Okay, you guys are winning that.
Hawkeye's up here. Can we get him?
Where is he? I'll get him.
Am I in the right chat?
He's dead. God damn, that character's annoying.
Okay, I was in the right chat, right?
You're good, you're good, you're good.
Oh, thank you, King. Thank you.
Yeah, you can go back Elsa now.
Sure. I'll just slowly.
Lock in. Bro, I'm locked. What's wrong with you? Are you locked in?
Hawkeye's up there again.
I got him down from there.
Shoot, I did it wrong. Damn it.
Bro, no, you're wall-walled my... Oh. You're wall-walled off my ult from 3 people. It's fine, I'll just switch. He walled off my ult. That was fat.
Damn, dude.
That was
Why are you ulting walls now?
No, bro, that was
ulting roofs? Now are you ulting walls?
Oh my god, this... Yo,
okay,
I'm getting
we got
trolled.
this. A minute and 30.
That was fat, chat. Oh my god, I'm getting fucking trolled today.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm gonna go back tank.
I'm sandbagging. Nah, bro, that was a fat ult.
With the DPS.
Been knocked down before.
Only 60 seconds left.
Blocked by James? Why is James my own teammate? What? Oh man. Slaughter. Kill this girl.
Okay, cool.
This idiot off a Bucky. Oh, dude, he actually wait. Someone actually blocked their own teammate like that before. Get this kid.
Come, oh.
Nah, it's fine. Okay, I kicked the kid off Hawkeye, bro. I'm going back to Iron Man. I'm gonna put my damn Iron Man, bro.
Keep up with the pressure.
Only 60 seconds left.
Big ult, nice.
That was a great ult.
The BP.
Oh, use this up.
The hell? Why is there so much people back here? There's like 1 million people lurking. What the fuck is this? There's a BP and a Bucky lurking. Wait, why is your name Food Nipples? What does that even mean?
Ooh. Wait, who?
Yes, your chat. What does that mean? What? That shit threw me off.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Oh shit. Ooh, block that.
God damn it.
Did I not hit a shot on BP? Someone make that make sense. I was like making out with him. What is wrong with my keybinds?
What is wrong with his name? Fuck the keybinds, your
What's wrong
name.
with my keybinds?
What?
Hi, food. How are you? My keybinds are fine. Oh, why can't Infer kill Cloak ult like that when he blade?
What?
Damn.
I kill cloaks all the time like that. You can't even do that anymore with them because they just ice up. It cleanses. The ice thing.
I think scroll wheel is amazing.
What
I
the?
love my scroll wheel.
What the?
Wait, what are my keybinds on him?
Scroll wheel? Oh. The scroll wheel's not bad.
Yeah, my scroll wheel for scroll down to shield myself and scroll up to shield my teammates. I find that pretty easy to do. I guess when you're also used to having your middle finger on the scroll, it's easy. I don't really like pressing my E or Q buttons.
I use my mouse for. What do I use my mouse for?
How you do? I don't like to use the
Melee.
E or Q buttons because, well, you guys know it's generally hard for me to use my hands for the keys. That's why most of my buttons are on my mouth. Very convenient for me.
Hmm.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Use keyboards all the time.
Some people it's opposite. Some people can't use mouse buttons.
He's behind this.
You said who behind us?
BP. He's about to die. Is that a Hella? Oh my lordy. Just let me play my Iron Man in peace, bro.
Oh, I gave the shield to the wrong person.
Did I get ulted by Deadpool?
Wait, are both our healers down?
One of them.
Okay.
Yeah, we have Luna ult.
What are my keybinds?
I'm an easy target. Tremble before fast.
What the?
Nice.
Nice. Whoop, BP.
13
Okay.
seconds? Hold on. I'm about to get active. All dead.
Mouse is for the melee? Mouse is for the melee? Not me. I can't melee with my mouse at all. I
That's
really
what I
can't.
do.
My M4 and M5 suck.
Alright. It's time for all. No, don't do that! C&D, bro!
What?
Just review my position. Got her. She threw a bubble at me while I was on top of the roof. That shit would have got me killed. I was trying to hide so I can get this ult going. I'm dead as fuck.
Oh.
All right, I'm Iron Man. This character's balls. This character's actual balls. Let me try this Moon Knight buff. Chat, when was the last time you guys saw me play Moon Knight? Go to sleep. See a mug.
No way. I got him right there. I should have calmed that. I should have calmed my ult.
This was pretty fun. Look, I'm flying. Yeah, MK existed
Who do you
well.
play? What characters do you play? M4 is for melee, M5 is for comms. I was thinking M5 would be really good for comms. That'd be really, really good for comms. But I can't M4 with my melee. I can't melee with my M4 or M5. Okay, where are we at right now?
I just one-shot that girl. I'm out of here. Did you see that, chat? It was a drive-by. Oh, wait, hold on. Moon Knight about to go crazy, chat. It's a little greedy of me, but fuck it. Get that kid.
What? Oh, he's stealing my kills. God damn. Let me get a kill.
That was DPS, not me.
Tank main Angela is my most played. Oh, really?
Dive Moon Knight? You low-key
play dive?
can. Look at this team up. This team up is funny.
They have a DD now.
Nobody's scared of him.
Be careful, they have a DD.
Nobody's scared of that guy. That's old news. Wait.
Wait.
I think I'm dead. He was so low.
Mag low.
I got him. I don't got him.
You don't got him.
Okay, he was literally 0 HP.
He was, yeah, he really was.
Ooh, I framed those.
Where's our invis right now? I need to make sure she's taking cover.
Give me a second. Feet. Dude.
I gotta aim. I gotta aim for
that's
it.
not
It's
how you
what I
play.
gotta
Okay.
say.
As someone that's been playing Mag, you don't aim for the feet.
Yeah, why was chat telling me that? Like,
They're
when I
fucking
started playing
capping.
them?
I don't aim for the feet when I play Mag.
That's really trolling.
Just aim at the person. Throw some feet. Chat, why did you guys tell her that? Who told her that? She over here whispering feet in my ear. Like, what? Who told her that? Whoever said that just likes feet. And wants you to just aim there for them, for their amusement.
Wait,
Just
so
aim
it's
for their
'cause
chest.
They told me, right?
No. Go ahead.
Shots have like an AoE, right? Like a little explosion.
Yeah.
It's easier to aim at the feet than the person.
No, just aim at the person. Honestly, okay, yeah, it's situational. Like, if they're like around the corner, sure, you can like aim at the floor because it explodes. Like, it explodes and then it hits stuff near the explosion. If that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
So if
85% of the game, it's chest. Okay.
Yeah. Don't just like look at the damn floor, please. Like, I hear a silent voice feet in my ear. I'm like, what?
If they're fast moving, aim at the floor. A direct hit does more damage. Oh, okay. 83. Wait,
Sheesh.
dude, I wasn't reading the chat. You play dive? You play dive tanks? It's situational though. You're fucked if you're close range. Oh no, I'm definitely
scared me, bro.
I'm gonna be aiming at my toes, just to be safe. Yeah, trip sucks. Even when I lie. What's up, eBay? You can magic. Moon Knight, Roof Knight.
Roof Knight.
Oh my god. Oh, DPS, is your game, not your game, your internet better? Because you're lagging at the start.
See a card, mom. Gotta check with 81 KOs in survival.
I can jump.
Yikes.
Mhm.
Aw. Hope you have a good night.
It only goes at a certain range. Oh, does it?
Yes, they still took damage. Yeah, that'll teach you a
At
bad habit of
15
just shooting the feet,
okay.
though. You don't want to get used to
Okay.
shooting the feet.
Angela's the only dive tank I can play. Oh, okay. Have you tried the hood yet? It was my computer. It warmed. Oh, did you still have your shaders loading or anything, or was it just your computer? Better to aim at the body since you can't headshot. Keep aiming
Yeah,
at
aim
the
at the
feet.
body. It's like think of it as like the headshot thing. Like obviously it's better to aim at the head, but you're not gonna always hit the head.
He's so fun. Yeah, Food, he is fun, but I have a hard time living with him. Sadly.
Non-foot gooners. Non-foot gooners. Why would we want to be a KD?
Hey, Katie, are
Did
you saying
just
something
self-report yourself? That's a self-report. Wait. What is that supposed to mean, Katie?
Dude.
Don't WKD. What the? Yeah, he said that. Like, we should take
wild. What is?
What? Whoa. Yo, what? Us? What? Yo, what is happening today, bro?
Y'all are funny.
No, chat is cooked today. Oh no.
For real.
Oh no, bro.
Hey, use that team up, man.
Use that team up.
Oh, this one? Is this even good? I want the chain one though.
Oh, you playing Magic?
Yeah, I can play Magic. I like the chain one though, but like putting people in chains is more fun.
Stick together, yeah.
Putting people in chains is more fun because like that it can chain like everybody. That's just kind of crazy. I mean, whoever made this team up is sick in the head, but hey, still.
All right.
One does a lot of damage.
Oh, I only have one now.
I guess.
Ready to bust some sweet moves on the battlefield? I could teach you the choreo.
Talking about chains? What are you talking about? You can't deny like having a whole like fleet of people. Never mind. This sounds so bad. Just never mind, bro.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Here we go.
Keep going. No, y'all not clipping me out of context.
Ooh.
What happened to your health?
Holy.
The fuck?
Oh, that threw so low. They don't have any dive, do they? Okay, cool. There is a Bucky.
Oh my god, there's an ammo on me.
Got him.
This ammo, leave me alone. She was so low. How did she not die? That girl's dead.
Damn, you're annihilating them.
Yeah. Magic's kind of rusty though. You see you cook? My magic is rusty. I used to got it though.
Oh, you pushing back now?
Bro, did he really just bring out thing? I'm the only person diving. Literally.
Oh, he died. Come back to point. Come back to point.
Bruh.
Oh,
He
shit.
just ran away. I couldn't even hit him. He just ran away.
Jolted up into the bat.
Yeah, he locked in thing frame one for literally 1 kill. That is.
Motherfucker dive once
Wow.
and knocking. Well, I mean.
See, this is why I would rather put them in chains. They can't run away. That shit is like.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Nice.
Oh. Oh.
Got to pull it
Got
back, huh?
destroyed. Yeah. No, I did pull it back, but it
Uh-huh.
got destroyed before it.
Oh, it'd be like that.
Who destroyed it though?
Cyclops. That was Cyclops. This thing is literally chasing me. Oh my god, this kid is
Oh,
so
it's
annoying.
TP'd. Zane has ult, huh?
He just turned it for me. What the? This guy is so weird. Okay, I stalled for as long as I could. I died though.
That's fine.
Minions, dude. Yeah, she's on like 3 of them. The portal cooldown's like low as hell.
There's still a chance to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
Holy. That guy got a lot of people.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. I got you.
Yeah, that guy got a fat ult, yeah. Yeah, Cyclops
Yeah,
got
they
buffed again, so he's good again.
So they should have C&D ult by now, or about to get it.
Wait, why are we on triple healer? Can we get off
probably
triple?
has ult.
We need more damage.
Ooh, I don't want to be right.
We're on triple healer with solo tank. You guys are gonna take 10 years to get ult.
Yeah, I'll switch after I get my.
Bet.
Fuck, he's low. You got him?
Yeah, he's dead. Oh my god. She's so low. I mean, that thing is so low. Doing triples board? That's good for me. Oh, wait. That's the enemy type, and that's funny. Nice. Oh, they destroyed it. Yeah, it's tricky. Fucking Bucky doesn't block you very much.
They're gone now.
They kick in Salak out the dive community again. They do this every time.
Holy Jesus Christ. I might have to switch. I don't think I'm gonna get any ults.
No, you're fine. Just try and flank with it.
I could, yes. Okay, we're gonna attempt that.
Oh my fucking god, this damage is unholy. Okay. This thing won't leave me alone.
Damn. Thanks for the lurk, Ninja. That's a cute emote.
Oh, they're taking no damage, like actually.
Oh, wow.
I'm doing so much damage, but they're just eating all of it. I'm 16k damage and they're just eating it. Okay, I'm just gonna switch characters. I gotta kill these poke characters. I can't do it with Thing on my OS. It's like I was just flashing Moon Knight. He got buffed. He's good again.
I have mutant powers and a little demonic magic too.
Who I play though? I mean, if he's plays Thing, I mean, my Moon Knight's just gonna light him up. Phoenix, no. I'm not gonna do Phoenix. That'd be smurfing.
Who else could you play?
No, I could do Moon Knight.
Now I wonder who else would melt. You know, I actually haven't seen you play Starlord in a minute.
I guess I could do Starlord for the Mantis. That'd be smurfing though.
Not play who you want. Yeah.
I would love to give her the team up, but yeah, that'd be.
Well, if it isn't my favorite
Yikes.
travelers in the night, I tear.
Oh,
Spidey
got
technically
Octane
has
over
a
here.
ranged weapon. Oh yeah, you can play Spidey.
Well, if it isn't my
Yeah, you guys got
favorite
jokes. You guys got jokes tonight.
Get the stars out of your eyes and let us fight.
Y'all got jokes tonight, I see. So it's okay, chat. Check this shit out. I'm about to go crazy with the Moon Knight.
Hey, chat, we are gonna go. Once we get our ult, we're gonna go for a flank ult.
Everyone Smurfs win the game, Nasu. Okay, 2 longs don't make it right. Yeah, look at that. He's still on thing. Idiot. That girl's dead. Yeah, they're getting fried now because this guy's on thing. That's the beauty of dive. Force them to get on these garbage anti-dive characters and you just go poke and they just die. And he already switched. I'm gonna switch back to magic. I'm gonna switch back to magic when I die.
Alright. Damn, 82? 90% ult? Shit.
Because I'm just rushing them down. Who is this guy feeling like? Noob. Nasu? No, don't Nasu me. That guy needs to die.
Oh, Ghibli's almost down.
I don't care. That guy's gonna die. You're solo ulting? Yes, I will gladly do that. Moon, I get it back in 2 seconds. I'm already at 22.
This was conscious will.
Who pushed me back?
A healing gift.
He wants to counter pick me, right? We can counter pick.
Battlefield medicine.
Bucky's pulling. He's one shot though.
I'm gonna go back to point.
Okay.
Armed and dangerous.
92, 93%.
Yo soy el final.
Y'all got it?
Yes. Okay, but yeah, I can't play this character on this account. I need to go switch. This is not fair.
You're just a solo ult a diamond player and call him a noob?
Yes, I called him a noob.
Did you do that, Infer? Crazy.
I had to call him a noob. He counterpicked me. If this dude gets back on thing, bro, oh my fucking goodness. Let me play my damn magic.
They're triple sup now.
That's fine. That solo tank. They're not getting hold anytime soon.
Did he try to ult
Oh, pull it, pull it, pull it, pull it. That's big, that's big, that's big. Nice. Holy shit, that was huge.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Where's this guy at? Holy crap, chat. What is happening over here?
For instigating to another person the whole match to relive and talk about his snow. What?
Oh, wait. Don't bring that up. Don't bring that up. Oh, don't worry about it.
Wait, no, I'm actually curious. What?
So earlier this stream, there was a match where this guy was mad at our How did it go, chat? This guy was very mad at our support, and she was a girl, so he was being like misogynistic and shit, and he was calling her a white lady. So I started rage baiting him. Yeah, that guy was a loser.
Ooh, wow.
I started rage baiting him. He says, I don't argue with white women, something, something, something. And I kept rage baiting him. And then like, no, he was genuinely hurt. Yeah, he said he was actually hurt. I said, was your like ex a white girl and like broke up with you or something? Cause like, you're very angry right now. He was like really mad.
Oh, wow. This poor phone didn't
And then the girl kept saying, she's not even white because she actually wasn't white. And then what did she say, chat? She said because he has a little dick, something, something, something. I don't fucking remember. It was going back and forth. That guy was actually genuinely hurt. How do you get so many of these guys in your match? I don't know. I just play the game and then you just run to people. Nah, it was funny. I'll throw it on the second channel chat if you missed it. Yeah, she said he has a small dick and then he stopped talking. And yeah, I kept saying, how can you tell she's white? She's literally not white.
Oh, what? Oh, that was my fault. I should have done faster.
What? You were extended or something?
My pullback, yeah.
No, it's all good.
So now I'm aware that he could pull me in, so I just gotta pull back faster before he does that. Good wall.
I'm gonna flank. Got whatever her name is. Invis one.
What is Sandy up here?
Nice. They only have one healer. They don't have one healer. I don't think Jubilee has all. I killed her pretty early. Oh yeah, I was instigating. I said personally, me, I wouldn't take that. I mean, it worked. He got very angry.
3, 2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
I mean, he was being a dickhead, so why would I not do that? He was being racist and misogynistic, so like, I'm gonna piss him off.
Can we TP so we can have two just in case? Oh, we could do that.
Yeah, he was on support pool too. So he was mad at his co-healer. We TP, so we just have two just in case. We could TP. This team up is pretty crazy enhanced. There's a lot of demons, damn.
Ooh, I love her mobility.
Elsa, have you been b-hopping or what?
I have been b-hopping.
Do it right now.
Well, I've been also escaping pretty well.
Actually, don't do it anymore.
Nice.
Match about to start.
Oh, did you want me to show you a b-hop?
Yeah. Well, it's too late now. Don't do it now. Don't do it now.
No, you're good.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Because DP was healing her.
So wait, no. He said that to the girl.
In the front line diving.
He said that to the girl. The girl said, "Oh, what the hell is that? Elsa? I mean, Ella? That is a Hella."
Y'all saw that escape? Wow. Shit.
All dead.
Both DPS are playing high ground. Oh, never mind. GG's.
I love magic, chat.
Nice win. Damn, 16 finals?
I think I got most of those ones playing Moon Knight. Because I don't think... I have to check, actually. Thank you though.
For not killing her. During the daytime, I wish you luck, Samantha. Is it better to take that high ground with the portal or
mine
jump the
was.
healers?
Yeah,
Probably jump the healers.
Interact with the melee.
For the best. I think that would be the better opportunity.
Talking about for BP?
The better chance.
Yeah, I know that.
Because Matt said she wanted to sleep them. Oh, she did? I didn't notice. Wait, Nee, were you asking about the enemy team?
Yeah, the hood team up with Red.
But she threw her asleep as soon as we walked out. Oh. Okay. Oh, thank you for the streak, Savage. How are you?
Yeah, that team up is a really good shot if it's enhanced.
Are you gonna play with Death? I didn't ask him. I could ask if he wants to play together. Oh wait, no, we can't. We have to be in Diamond 2 before we could play with him.
No combo close to 300. It's just melee. It's not really a combo. That's way harder to do than you think. Okay, mommy invis. Wow, that is wow.
I fuck with that.
Of course you do.
What?
Wait, shit, TPS. I do. That's the first thing I saw as soon as this match started. Or VIP. What's VIP? What's the VIP redeem?
You know what VIP does? It just makes it so you can read someone's chat easier. Do you have any VIPs?
No.
Do /VIP and type of username. It'll give them like the little crystal icon next to their name. But I have a redeem for people to buy VIP if they want, but I double it every time someone buys it. That's why it's 4 million right now. Because the last person that bought it for 2 mil. Like, you don't see the crystal in my chat?
Oh, I'm already a VIP.
Yeah, that VIP next to your name in my chat. I mean, the crystal, that's VIP. It makes it so you can read someone's chat easier. Usually just give it to your like friends and stuff.
Okay. Who has the most points in your chat? Do you know?
There go Elsa.
There was a way to check, but I forgot.
Okay, who could I play aside from
I don't
Elsa?
know.
I could play Bucky.
Probably Rimuru. Rimuru, you here? You probably have the most, I think. If I had to guess.
Why they? That's the first Elsa ban I think I've seen.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Thanks for the call out, DPS.
Who do I play?
Heals.
Heals. I'll give you heals.
Oh.
That's crazy. I'll play Gambit. Gambit's open.
Damn, they don't ban Gambit. But they ban like
I don't know why he's open, but whatever.
Elsa, I guess.
I want to critic right now, chat.
Gonna get flashier than Mardi Gras around here.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
New chat after this, I gotta get me a bowl.
Of
I
what?
made a shrimp. Not shrimp. I made lobster curry.
Yo, you.
Lobster curry.
Yo, seafood 2 days in a row? Somebody's balling, chat. Tell her to gift us some subs. Goddamn. Gift us all some subs.
The battle starts in 5.
Jubilee is really fun. Damn, I need to play Jubilee more.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
All right. Goal, hook in a tank.
I'm icing up. Whoops. I'm in the walk out of the base with this one.
Oh, you're doing the Jubilee team up?
Yeah,
What's
I'm
the
at
Jubilee team up?
It's like fireworks that heal when you like. It's like your melee, but like you constantly do it and it spins around a heal. Holy shit! How do you get back here?
Oh, he just zapped to us with his arms.
He punched a hole through my chest. Oh, Champion Fantastic and Champion Punisher. Very fun.
Oh, Black Cat too? Oh, okay, so I'm the only, like, frontline. Well, me and, shoot, what's his name? Hood
I'll heal you guys.
have frontline damage. And then we have a Black Cat.
That guy's dead.
2 DPS down.
Aggro got too greedy. Oh man, we gotta kick these guys off site.
God damn. Are you kidding? Okay, thank you for the heals.
I gotta get everybody. Hey, you guys aren't close
I
enough.
ulted the wrong person.
You guys aren't close enough.
We don't really have a lot of firepower.
Yep.
You think our Black Cat would switch?
No. No, I'm joking. I'll ask. Yeah, this ain't working. Yo, what's up, Def?
Def. Bye. We're lacking a lot of firepower.
You as charged up as I am, Eric?
We'll go sleep, see you, Ray.
Thank you for the raid, Def. How was your stream? Hi, Fire, Rowlette, Punprint, Pacey Snowman. Hi, Bolts. Hi. How are you guys doing? Hi, Ramen. Hi, Lost. How are games? They're good. How many games did we win?
3?
I don't recall.
2?
3?
Something
We
like
lost-
that.
Wait.
We haven't lost yet.
Yeah, games are going good. We lost the first point in this game. We didn't have enough firepower, so yeah. Deathly ranked to GM3 and started playing Death. Yeah.
Damn.
Death.
That's a W.
Oh wait, no. You had 13 wins, 0 losses. Lost. And hi, Samantha. Thank you for the raid. Was just. Oh. Yeah, your stream was great, huh? You already know the answer. I need to have some sort of flicker of hope.
We get in front of me at Volt.
Well, shit. Hell the fuck no. I'm pulling back. Ha. That rocket was one. Shit.
Oh, lordy. This might be a loss here. This guy can't get a kill, unfortunately. Yo, Blade, you want to switch?
But yeah, chat. Raiders. I'm learning Elsa right now, and occasionally I'm tanking. But Elsa was banned, so I'm playing Bucky right now. So if I'm not playing Elsa, it's gonna be Bucky or a tank. My candy. Oh, we need to hook someone. You fucking kidding me? For real?
I think the only thing. Oh shit. Yeah, this Blade needs to switch like ASAP. This is not a DPS day for this guy.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Do they have any ults?
I don't know, but I'm gonna have mine.
Probably have Mag, maybe Sandy.
Oh, unlucky timing.
Don't charge that.
We have to make sure we kill them then.
Are you fucking kidding?
There's no way we use. Oh no, this isn't good. Yikes.
Cat.
Do high volt.
Okay, they're down Bucky.
What is this blade doing? Oh no, this isn't it, bro.
Elastic and fantastic.
Judge, jury.
And what again? You guys gotta get out of there.
Well, thought it for maybe like 2 seconds.
Nice game, doesn't matter. I can't portal.
It's up to a different diver whose worst has literally a diver code.
He swapped, yeah. He just, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, yeah. that guy wasn't doing anything on DPS. Can't really help that. Sheesh. Not sure how to really help that guy. That guy was getting cooked. I'm gonna grab some water. Whenever she gets back, tell her to Q her or something. I don't know.
Ah, I'm back. We kick pretty fast.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Alpha.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Always ban thing last. Y'all think black BP's gonna get banned this round? Y'all think they're gonna ban BP?
Pay out? Yeah, I got you. BP? Probably.
I'm gonna call it. Yeah, I probably are.
Wait. Yeah, we banned thing first. What the fuck? They banned what the hell?
Punisher. BP should see a ban. Mag, what the fuck? Okay, they did, yeah. Rookie mistake. Never ban BP. I mean, never ban Thane at the start. Oh, they were gonna play Spider-Man. Oh, I get the team up.
I got you.
I wonder why they banned Mag.
Yeah, it's like low, yeah. It's supposed to be insta-locking DPS. What if I don't want to play DPS?
You just get spammed too. But I don't want to. I want to ban him because I don't find him frustrating in the face. Yeah, I don't think he's frustrating in the face either.
Oh, I just think he's broken.
Really?
All around, he just has an all-around solid kit. It's at like every comp. His team up does insane damage too.
I still don't think he's worth a ban.
Well, not worth a ban, but well,
He is
depends on the
solid,
comp.
yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it makes sense if you're playing Punisher or maybe even Starlord.
I just hate fighting him. He just goes on main, just does insane damage. He saves everybody with his bubble. It just pisses me off.
Oh, she's one.
Was indeed one.
Bucky uses hook.
Oh my god, is that a freaking? Oh god, that guy's lighting me up. That guy's playing Spider-Man on this map. I wish him luck.
Shit.
I'm dead.
Ooh, no.
I probably won't be able to play this character here. Does it have a storm damage boost on the Bucky?
I need to understand Storm a little bit more.
Oh god, that guy's dead, but
Okay.
we lost two.
Spidey.
Oh.
Oh, you know what? They have a rocket, huh? So that other person got res.
Yeah. Nice. That guy didn't get res. We gotta take this site now.
I think it's ult.
It's right here. Where's he going?
No.
I'm dead as shit. Oh, I'm not dead. Holy. This is not good.
Let me see.
I didn't run from you.
They use rocket ult. Okay.
I'm gonna ult in. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. I got ulted by Deadpool. And by Bucky. Random down. Never mind, I'm gonna stay this character.
Does she not have a pool? Okay. I'm gonna try to. I probably have an ammo ult. But I'm gonna try to ult. Since they have no supports, I believe.
Wait, you got a good one. Nice. Wow. Look at you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Damn.
Thank you.
That is insane. Look at her progress, chat.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Ooh, not a good spot.
Oh my god, this
Down,
fucking
Emma.
storm, please.
Oh, them come close. Yeah, I should have stayed pushed up, ramen. And she didn't hit the roof.
Wow.
Oh my god. That must be a common experience. I'm not
For you.
gonna lie. For me, you hit the roof a couple times. Come on now.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
I do really hate fighting at those points though. The top.
Yeah.
That's probably one of the worst maps I hate playing on.
I hate like every Clintar map.
Yeah.
This map, like this type of map, the Venom is supposed to be Clintar
the
Venom's
first-
home. I hate them all.
The first one we were on was like terrible. I hate that one. Why do people always fight at the top too? I hate fighting at the top with those bridges. This one
you
is
wanna,
not
like,
too bad.
Play up a little bit, but it's kind of hard to.
It's worse when the bridge falls on you, or not falls. It zips back.
Yep.
Remember with our combos, so don't be afraid to push it rogue.
It's actually a bit more
Okay.
complicated than that. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I got a shrimp chat. Oh. You want to draft now?
You like shrimp tempura?
I
Gross
do.
fire.
I love it.
They have like gigantic ones in Japan. Oh god.
Don't let me die on temple. Yes.
Oh my god, it's fucking Bucky, bro. Oh, they don't count as being an all they're on point. That's a battle. What did that much damage?
Should play it more.
Oh, she got my crystal. Yeah. Yeah, since you have 2 traps, just throw it in there. Just throw it at them. Or throw it in the team. Well, at the team. Or the enemy team.
Coolio.
Yeah, you should be spamming your traps off cooldown. That's pretty much how you want to do it. Like, throw them on right now.
Oh, I should push up there. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I got two. I totally forgot.
Put her like right there or something, yeah.
I didn't push back. Oh, did I? Did I?
They probably destroyed it.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, that guy was trolling.
That's why Rocket Man prioritizes the Amps life over their teammates. The Amps life? You mean the res beacon? Oh, that's why I came down. They have an Angela now?
The fuck? Oh my god, this storm is doing so much damage to me. Also still good? Yeah.
I messed that. One of the best DPS alongside Widow. Hi, Walla!
The area's almost yours! Shields up!
Oh, they have the Widow, Black Cat.
After
Oh,
Jeff. I'm dead though.
oh. We're all down. Okay, let's just regroup.
You're at 100. Well, 99. That's good. God, this character is so ass. Oh my god. This character just dies and dies and dies. Can't do shit about it.
No, I thought they were gonna push up. I guess not.
No, they're too scared because of Elsa traps. And I can grab them. I think he needs his tankiness back. The damage with all these new teams is just so high. That guy's dead. Can we not play Jeff? Oh hell no! Can we switch off the Jeff, if possible?
I don't think that was a bad attempt. I saw what he was trying to do.
Yeah, but like, we have so much dive.
Roman.
Playing Jeff is not gonna help us.
Strange is down. I need a heal. Oh, what?
I'm dead as fuck. Am I? Somehow still alive.
You didn't kill him?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Okay, we'll have to win another one, right?
Yeah. Why are they not healing you? They are. This
gonna
character just
get-
takes crazy damage. This
Preferably
character is
burst healing would be better
buns.
too.
Its ability is like non-existent. You gotta play extremely safe, but you have to play up so you can do damage. So it's like, I don't know. Not an ideal archetype.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I woke up so damn early. Holy.
What time did you wake up?
Like 9 a.m. That's not normal for me. Not at all. I usually never awake during the morning. I don't know why I was so tired last night. And the streaming went straight to sleep.
Long stream, staring at the screen all day. Makes you tired.
Probably. It was because I just didn't eat. I think I barely ate yesterday.
Put my nest here. My nest right there.
Ooh, let's go.
Damn, she almost died. I fucking hate that. Spidey needs heals.
What's his name? Frisky Fungi. What a name. Oh, this guy has a lot of HP, so spores get out pretty fast. As long as they heal me, of course. Oh, yikes.
That was overkill. Oh, that was really overkill.
Oh, not you. I was talking about this white fox. I don't know what you did. This white fox rezzed and just gave up. She gave up, chat.
Not bad. I wasted my ult there.
It's all good. Yo, play with me. I'm about to ult. Oh, I made him ult. That's pretty good. I'm out of here. Don't come back here. Don't come back here. I made him ult off site. That is a W.
No.
Got rocket. Wait, why didn't this not ult? Aw. Would have been game right there. The Dino main? I don't know about that.
They should have no support.
They have no support ults. Let's just use Invisol and
Although, what about their magic? Is there
Magic might have ult, but I think you Invisol and we all focus magic. Because magic's gonna have ult. I'm touching if you want to come ult. Please help. Please. If she let me die to that, I actually would have lost my shit. I'm trying to save you. She fucking just ran from me.
Oh shit.
I think that's game. Spidey canceled the TP.
They're not TPing.
Oh.
I got 3 of them on mid baiting.
Annoying. That was too close. Good shit. Yeah. That was scary.
We only started doing things when I swapped to Jeff.
What?
No, I just think we needed to swap maps. I'm gonna be so real. That was just a really bad first map.
Did he even get a? He got one big Jeff ult. He did get one big Jeff ult, but
correlation and causation.
That guy needs to be humble. Like, I don't know. Like, what? I don't think Jeff is the reason we won there. Yeah, that map was definitely not in our favor for sure. Your ults barely could work. I can't really like grab people if I gotta keep going top to bottom and shit. Like, it's just not a good part for our comp. At least for me and your character, that's for sure.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I absolutely have to.
What? Oh.
Now, who will vanish from this match?
That's your Thor. I'm excited for this.
Or ew. Ew.
DPS, I feel like I haven't seen your Thor in a while. We didn't ban anyone. We're good. You're good.
DPS players, no healers or tanks.
I mean, be the change you want to see.
It's the only
one that I was gonna heal. Just don't ban close. Oh shit.
I got a ban. I'm sorry. Should I ban? Let me stop. Wait, DPS, is this your main? Before I troll any further, is this your main?
I believe this is all.
Oh shit, here we go. I'm about to ban it. I'm just...
No, we banned Mag. Wait, who banned? Did you ban Mag?
I didn't ban anything.
That's my ult, man.
I didn't ban anything. Ban
Shit, I can
Penny
bring Mag.
or something.
Penny would be good too.
Venom. They banned Penny.
Make all the difference.
You're probably gonna die.
What?
They're probably gonna dive, he says. And we'll see. They dive, they dive. We'll switch up.
Are we're on offense?
Yes. Yes.
You want to play DPS this one? Oh shoot, who am I gonna play?
It's up to you. Do you want to play tank or DPS?
I'll play DPS.
Bet I'll put
Well, we
tank.
definitely need a tank.
I already got it.
Thanks, you two. Once an Avenger, always an Avenger.
Feeling
The
more
fuck?
like
Wrong
it's
character.
right out for the- We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Oh, Dean. Okay. Well, I said they're probably gonna dive. I didn't pay attention to who their bans were.
Man, this character is broken right now, so it doesn't matter if they dive or not.
The only time I saw your Thor was in customs.
Tanks, make sure y'all back before y'all push around corners to make sure heal you.
It's my first time on this character, I can't lie. I got you though.
What the heck? Shoot, I only have one, so I have to
They got a magic and a black cat. It's magic and black cat.
Alright.
We need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
That guy's a bot. Wait, that's mean. Let me stop. My bad. I did not mean to call him that. I'm over here thinking I'm still playing fighting games.
Black cat's behind you.
Nah, I didn't mean to call him that.
I'll go on point.
Bro, if you just saw the play he did, chat, like, that shit made no sense. Oh shit, I'm stuck on the thingy.
Our Thor needs help.
That guy's dead. I'm sorry, buddy.
No healers, no healers, no healers.
Nice.
Behind us. Ah, shit.
You guys gotta play over here. Stop playing back there. Just come to site. Come to site. Come to site. She's distracting you guys. Just come to site.
Alright, you got it down the healer. I'm looking.
Play careful, because we're one healer right now.
Okay.
Try to play in my traps.
Actually not.
Is someone over
She
there?
didn't die there?
On you?
Forced her ult.
Like one shot. He just came straight to stop me.
Hold on.
You guys have that
We
one.
might have B spawn count. We should be good.
She's getting
Spawning
spawn
with
count?
something.
Oh, she was.
Yeah.
Angela's hurt for that.
I can see if I can touch.
No way.
Wait, why'd you double support ult?
Oh, my bad.
Oh, good, oh, good, oh, good. It happens.
God damn, I didn't get anyone.
There's too much shit
Hey,
happening.
this
right
is
now.
not easy because they're playing too far back. And also their Angela did
If
solo
you guys
ult,
are
one of our DPS.
getting dove, you guys gotta move up, not move away from us so we can peel for you. You gotta move up, not back.
I usually just walk towards the group and get dove, but after I died that first time, Angela kept trying to spawn trap and kill me.
Oh lordy.
So you guys are just
We on Blade team up?
Wait, Jubilee on Blade team? Yeah, she never played Jubilee before.
Yikes.
I'm just gonna hope. Oh, wow. Okay.
Just let me 1v1 whoever's that. I don't gotta.
Wait, no, we are not correlated at all.
I think we have first time healers.
They are making way too much space.
Ending up by myself.
Yeah, we have to like. Can we get like a Namor then? Or I can play Namor if you guys want. If one of y'all supports want to switch.
Just ignore her and then she'll
I'll
come
play
and chase
Thien and you can play Namor.
Go on.
Bro, just move forward.
You guys have got to come to site, bro. You guys can't just keep sitting back there. You gotta move forward if you're getting dove, not backwards.
She'll fight you on the site.
If she fights next to the site, then she does.
Wait, what am I doing? I need to help out over here.
Got her. There we go. See, if you just fight next to me. No, we're fine. We're fine. You should not switch. Elsa is good anti-dive. You don't need to switch.
Be careful.
It's mainly the Hela needs to switch if we need more anti-dive.
Try to get one of us.
I'm gonna go for an ult here. Angela's back there. Careful.
I think she's behind me right
Need
now.
some heals, bro. Need some heals.
Okay. Well, I just insta died. They have a Bucky now. Insta fried me.
This placement's so weird, chat.
Gambit dead.
Nice. I got that. Nice. Kill them. Just kill them. The match better and don't be afraid to ult.
3 left. No healers.
So Elsa literally sing at the spawn, but I got her. Don't worry. Ignore her. She's literally doesn't know what she's doing. She's just spawn camping. Play near my trap. Play near my thing.
Gambit's weak.
I got him. Just play near my thing.
No healers again.
Nice. Just like that. Good job, Gus.
2, 1.
How scary.
Time to switch things up. Including which
That was
side you're
just
So chaotic. Yeah.
You'll need a
that was just
team to win this one.
We're good now.
I can't even say. There's like no formation and we're kind of just all over the place. Thank you, Dad. Thank you. Thank you, Kazu. I found out why my cloak is with me while I'm marking Angela.
Her aim is cracked. I told you that. She has like her true calling is DPS. She's been sandbagging on us.
I'm backing. Thank you. I don't need help with that. Not quite sure, but I think definitely rotating your cooldowns is key.
30 seconds before you
Because
get ready.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure if this is happening to you, if you rotate your cooldowns well, you should be able to get out of that situation. I am having fun on Elsa, Kazu. That's why I'm playing her again today. I remember saying that I really liked her when she first came out.
That's why I was confused why you stopped playing her.
I'm such a troll.
You did the same thing with Phoenix.
I know. I think I was just too addicted to grinding on the main.
Well, now you're addicted to grinding on the ult. Which is nothing wrong with that. You're improving.
Mutant, vampire, horseman.
I'm having fun playing these tanks.
Watch out for magic in the back.
Magic above.
Don't stay there.
Just play next to me. Don't play next to me. Don't sit in the spawn room. Cloak. Come here, Cloak. Come here, Cloak.
I'm coming.
All right, kill her. Easy. See, just play next to me.
Oh, I got melted.
Yeah, you got pulled. It's fine.
You guys are gonna put in work. Keep pushing.
Ooh, nice. Keep pushing them. VD to get to D2. Yes. We D-ranked yesterday, Death. Really bad. But we're having good things today.
Did we D-rank yesterday?
Yeah, we did.
I don't remember.
I did.
I don't remember.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of losses.
Oh, yeah, at the start.
With me?
Oh, we're good.
Yep.
Happens.
Nice.
Try not to get too hard. Guys, I can't see you. Dude.
We're good.
Double one thing.
If we can't win in 4 minutes, I'm deleting this game.
That's
Throwing it
crazy.
back with the card, trying to make it work.
We're fine. Don't worry.
If we don't win this, I'm deleting the game.
Bro, don't delete the game, bro. We need you. We need you. Don't do that. It's a fatto. I got like 5 people. Kill this girl. She's vulnerable. Kill her. She's slow. Kill her. Vulnerable again. Kill her. Yep. She dead.
I absolutely have to. Oh, they're trying to portal?
They're portaling. Go back to site. I'm gonna put my shift down in front of the portal. Oh, they can't even come through it. Oh, nice trap.
Over 1 point.
I help.
I thought that was bad. Thank you.
Got her.
Yeah, that was not a good.
I went through the portal and smacked the shit out of her. I literally went through the portal and punched a hole through her chest. Wait, they're literally C9ing. They're literally C9ing.
They took point.
Oh, they took point. Someone took point.
Oh, I just dashed wrong. I don't mind, Samantha.
All we need is 1 squid.
1 squid.
Wait, what is he talking about?
There it is. Yep, there it is.
This character is so broken this match. Holy shit.
fuck is happening with this guy? No way I didn't get a kill for that. Come on. I got like 2 shots on him.
Sorry, buddy.
I want to get an ult in. No.
Final score 2-1.
Whole team just garbage. This guy's asshole. They're trying to force dive into the thing. Like, are you? What? I don't think you can blame your team for that. If Bucky wasn't working, I'm not gonna lie, you lost.
Oh, we're getting close to Diamond 2.
Listen to hold your hand. Really? No, it's just I had to tell her to stay away from. She was trying to sit at the spawn room and heal from there. While
Oh, no,
Magic was
wasn't
gonna.
healing. She was in a cloak form.
Oh hell no!
Yeah, because Magic
Oh,
was on the
nah.
left and killed Hella. So they're staying in the back for some
Like, come
reason.
to me, come to me.
Yeah, it was kind of
Move forward,
odd.
not backwards. Forward.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they main DPS for the most part because they were champion Starlord, I think.
Oh, that makes sense. That explains it.
I don't think I got any like tasty ults that game.
Tasty.
Sadly.
Tasty
Yeah.
is crazy. Interesting word choice.
Wait. Yeah, I can't remember any.
But he mean GG's? What? Oh, because we didn't ban
Oh,
someone.
because we didn't ban.
Bro, he's
Who's the one
playing
that said that?
Squirrel
Squirrel
Girl.
Girl?
Bro, like, this Squirrel Girl is worried about bans. Like, come on now.
That's the first thing I know that. Wait.
Okay, now we're actually trolling.
Okay, we didn't ban someone.
Don't ban nobody.
Don't ban. Okay.
Yeah, you crazy if you think I'm letting Gambit get away.
I mean, Gambit's gotten away a couple times.
Yeah, all it takes is one match and then instantly ruin my night.
He said off the rip.
Get banned no more?
Okay, wait. Yeah, we might be.
Am I going thing again?
Not as. Oh man. I don't know.
We'll see. I'll try Hood, but I'm
got
probably
Jeff
gonna have to
and
go thing
Ultron.
again. Or I can go Dino.
Yes, better.
I can go Dino for you.
I was worried for a sec. We had a Jeff Ultron. We had a Scroll Girl that said GG's. That shit scared me. No dance for the first two.
I don't think this is much better, but we'll see. Did I pay out? Oh, sorry.
Are you doing predictions?
Yeah. Oh shit. You guys did not vote on us winning. What the hell? Y'all lost a lot. Y'all lost a lot. Like a lot. Should I play Hood or do you want the traps?
Up to you.
Heads or tails?
Heads.
I was thinking tails. I'm switching to Hood.
Okay.
Unlucky.
Need to clip them.
Wonder what monstrosities await
Oh, I messed up. I hate Cyclops.
Oh, they have a Dino. That's actually good. I'm on Hood. I'm gonna fry this Dino. Are they actually on dive? Oh, they are. They have a PP.
No, he was one hit.
God damn it. Got that guy. I'm dead as fuck though.
Oh yeah, you need to come back.
They're down one. Walk up, please. I killed BP. They're down one. Walk up. That's concerning. I don't know if Ultron's enough heals, 'cause I'm dying through my... Like, they're down one, I still died. That made no sense. He has ult already, though, which is good, I guess.
Even small victories are worth celebrating.
Honey Badger.
If we're not gonna push up, I'll put that there.
Is this guy just... Okay. He tried to grab me. Get out of there. And so it begins. Let me all next. All right, there we go. Chase him, get his ass. Get his ass, lie, get his ass. He fell down, get his ass. Oh no, don't die. Try this dino's low. Oh, my healers are back. Oh, lie back up. Careful with your positioning. Nice, Dino died before then. Nice. Oh shit. We're still upside, I'm gonna stay on site. Holy shit, my aim is ass right now. Then again, I'm literally just holding left clicks. Not like I'm trying to aim. Nice, good shit.
Yeah.
I'm actually very happy you're playing DPS.
Really?
Yeah, you seem to have way more fun on DPS. You seem more happy.
Do
you seem more stressed when you play. Well, I mean, then against your main account, but still, you seem more stressed when you play healer.
I mean, it's stress when you're going against dive. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, but you counter the dive. You can do something about it.
Our supports hate me, dude. DPS.
Damn.
Well, they're getting dive at the same time. I'm pretty sure they're trying their best. We also do have an Ultron too.
Bloodthirsty
I'm
killer?
trying to help you get
Yeah.
kills when I see you on your purple. We're up for. Oh, it's Bloodthirsty Killer. Can we have a rename? Can I vote for a rename?
What?
I didn't get anything.
Butter killer? Are you a butter killer?
I like that
You're
one.
not a buttercop anymore. You're a butter killer.
Wait. I need to rename this account.
The butter
Be
killer?
Butter thief. I don't know. If one's buttercop, one's gotta be butter something else.
The butter murderer. The cop went corrupt. This is crazy.
Oh.
That dude bodied. The cop isn't healing anymore. She's corrupt now. You guys are getting shredded.
No.
We could have Ultron ulted, but I don't know why you didn't do it.
You didn't.
DPS is not
he
that
didn't get
our
stuck in my trap.
not that our healers hate you. We have Ultron. Like there's only so much healing we can get. To be fair.
This squirrel girl is really just standing here. I'm like kind of baffled.
That do be Squirrel. That guy's low.
How did I really die? Dude, I'm not gonna lie, Squirrel Girl is not working.
They're down to please walk up. Please.
We down a lot.
Oh. Bro, can we use this Ultron? Or we've been holding it for like 10 decades. I mean, it's too late now, but like, we've been holding Ultron for so long. My grandkids gonna see this Ultron ult. Yeah.
Oh my god.
What the hell happened?
Oh my fucking goodness.
Guys, okay, wait, let's be real. Our scroll's 5 and 5, and they just been standing all the way in the back.
Yo, okay. Some not right here. I don't. No. Don't switch. It's not on you. It's not on you. You know it's not on you. Do not switch. Okay, can we like play the game together, please? I beg, before we lose the round. Can we use our ults?
Yes,
Use our
this is
abilities?
winnable.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know why I gotta beg for an ult. I gotta beg my teammate to use their kit. I don't get it. Ultron, please ult us. Please, I beg. Thank you. Jesus Christ, bro. Score our ult, please. Score girl, why are you at the spawn room still? What? Did she die?
Dude, that guy's an animated daredevil, by the way.
Animated daredevil?
Oh, he's throwing. Oh my god. Oh, wait. What? Wait, why is he throwing though? He ulted from way too far away.
Damn, I got blinded.
Oh, that's why.
Shit. I mean, I got blinded, but it's also not a good time for me to ult. Because they separated.
Sport pool's one. But yeah, even if you got blinded, I think you ulted from way too far away.
Okay.
Like you don't want the ult to be reactable. You want to like barrel stuff in with it.
Oh, kind of like how Jeff like falls in front, right?
Exact thing, yeah, exact concept there. Like you want to like play around the corner like this. You see where I'm at? And then like sneak, press Q, and then like run away. Shit like that.
I got it. You might need a backup. You're getting a lot of damage dealt to you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, you're dead. I'm sorry. Score girl, can you ult, please? We need your ult, please. Thank you. That shit is useless on this map, but whatever.
Oh, no, I can't even reach that from the bottom. I don't.
Her ult's literally useless on this part of the map. But I'd rather her do it than not do it.
Ultron, Widow's targeting you. Be careful. Out there, healer.
I'm so close to ult. Damn. That's game, bro. We're not winning this. That guy is trolling on Squirrel Girl. There is throwing.
Hey, planet. Damn, dude.
Oh, wait, we're not done? Oh, fuck. I kind of wish it was over. God damn it.
That was winnable, too.
If Khonshu wants to give me his blessing,
Can we get off Squirrel Girl, please?
put on.
Please? I beg of you. Oh my god.
I don't understand.
Oh,
I don't understand.
it's a 5v6. Bro was just feeding all charge.
She shoot tanks only to pressure them back, otherwise look for squishies.
I don't think Ocean's the play, bro. Because
I'm
we're
worried
not getting
about
enough
shooting the
healing.
tanks and feeding the healers death. I'm very worried about shooting the tanks and feeding the healers.
Yeah, but bro, don't stoop to her level. Can you like play an actual support so we can like we have a tank with 7 deaths because they're not getting enough heals.
I'm dying because my position is bad. Don't let that fool you.
What about me then?
And I fucking.
I can avenge you. Hold on. No, I avenge you. I killed him. I killed a high guy.
Thank you, thank you. They have Hawkeye and a Widow. That's annoying.
Yeah.
Dude, this Squirrel Girl is gonna get annihilated by them. There's no fucking way.
I mean, she's not that bad on this part, but yeah, she is playing like a
standing
bot.
still with 2 snipers?
Oh.
That don't sound like.
I didn't know she was
that don't
standing
sound
still.
smart.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, chat. Sorry, say goodbye to your channel points. This girl's fucking drawn.
Oh,
Squirrel is still sitting there. Holy shit. Okay, we can't play up since Squirrel is just standing still, playing at the point. So we can't play up because we're gonna be down 1 DPS.
No, damn, it didn't go through.
Oh yeah, I saw what you were trying to do.
No.
Yeah, it was a good try. You just got to angle it right. If you saw it wasn't gonna go through or wasn't angled right, you could have just pulled it back. But you get the idea.
Oh, girl, we saw that coming. Nothing to be surprised about.
I don't know why she thinks I'm gonna just let her play the game.
I'm just trying to build ult charge at this point.
Oh, watch out for that ult.
Oh. Did Hawkeye get me?
What? This hole has startup? Oh, he headshot me. Okay, that's not gonna do it up. I thought it would instantly put you max health. Who does 1 HP?
That was a body shot. That had to be. Was that a body shot, chat? That looked like a body shot.
God damn it, I lost my ult. I have a Loki. That guy's
They're going
dead.
through the other side.
Hawkeye, they're down 1. I killed Hawkeye. There's no fucking way we actually win this match, right? I don't know what that guy was doing, chat, but whatever, I guess.
Bruh. I'm throwing.
Okay, the game's over. We won already. Yeah, I don't know how we won with the score grow, but whatever, I guess.
Getting y'all them channel points.
Well, chat, you get to keep your channel points. We should not have won.
I guess it was our thrower versus their thrower, huh?
Yeah.
'Cause they did have someone that was 13-15. Wasn't doing so
13, 15. Ooh. BP? I'm not gonna lie. I don't think that guy was throwing. I think he was just bad. But
The BP?
maybe not. I don't know.
Maybe.
It's hard to tell.
Ooh. Hey, DPS, were you getting this Luna? Were you killing her a lot?
Really shouldn't have. Yeah.
Y'all really shouldn't have one.
Not at all.
Oh, okay. Or she was also playing Jubilee. Because I noticed a high death count for her. So that was pretty good.
Oh yeah, I was on that Jubilee.
I'm happy that guy switched off
Yeah.
Ultron. Next Predix up shot.
Squirrel Girl, I always believed. What?
Ow, my leg.
Fuck that squirrel.
Big donkey.
Who do you think you want to be today?
Hood on.
You picked the right gal for the job, sugar.
Who do I play now?
I need to get a hot Elsa skin. Chad, which one do you think I should get?
Battle Pass one's nice.
Now, who am I gonna finish for this match?
That one is nice.
Get the Battle Pass one or the maid one?
Battle Pass Underboot.
Oh.
Death, I've heard you speak
I
about
mean,
this before.
Yes, but I
saying this before. I not specifically like like Elsa skins or anything, but the underboot part.
I didn't even notice that, but
No.
it came out of nowhere. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect you to say that.
No, it is.
You knows the boobies about to fall out.
I can't remember what it was, but it was Death made a comment about underboob a while ago. I forgot what it was.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this.
Play strange this
Poor
match.
TJ. Did they ban Elsa?
Yeah.
Mm,
Do you want to play
okay.
tank instead or what?
Someone took Bucky. I could play tank if you want. I could play Mag.
Unless you want to practice Phoenix. Mag? Okay.
I like aiming with Elsa more than like Phoenix and them for some reason. But also Phoenix, the frequency of her hits is more difficult for me.
She attacks really fast.
Yeah.
I love it.
What did I say? It was something about, you know. Well, it's definitely something you liked. It was definitely something like you liked.
No one escapes the inevitable.
We can play Hood. I don't know if you've tried Hood in a real match yet. Or if you liked him. Do you like him?
He's okay. I get melted really fast. I must be doing something wrong with him. Whoa. Death.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the
Doing it in 4K?
You said that. You said that on stream. It must have been a while ago. So I guess
Oh,
we all
Def, you
forgot.
missed it. She was losing it over Bucky earlier. Let's talk about it.
No. Don't talk about that. Don't talk about that.
Fine. Wait, why am I frontlining? Whoa. I'm not playing tank. I'm frontlining as hella. I gotta chill.
Damn, I thought we were gonna push in with me. I guess not.
I'm fucking dead. Oh man, this fucking character sucks, man. Give me Phoenix. God damn, I fucking hate Hella. She's so boring.
Why are you playing Phoenix?
Because we consider smurfing, but I don't give a fuck no more. I'm playing Phoenix. Won't stop me from playing Phoenix. I'm about to fucking not play my character against this fucking black cat. This busted ass character. Oh man, I love Phoenix. That's what I like to see. Get that weak ass ult out of here. Where is she? Kill her. This girl done pissed me off. Damn big donkey. That's his name.
Pig donkey.
That's his name. I'm not being mean,
Big
Chad. That's his
donkey.
name. Big donkey you. No big donkey you. Oh fuck. I'm dead. She stole my carrot. Yo, this damn donkey's gonna die. This donkey is gonna die. He wants to diff me? Let's 1v1. Bet. Let's go.
Oh, big donkey. Okay.
What?
I'm so sorry.
Dude, I
I
said...
was so confused.
Dude,
I know
said
you
that was
said
his
it, but
name.
I wasn't processing it.
Oh, okay. You're good. Where is this donkey at? We can 1v1. You ain't winning, though. Oh, I see him. I'm going straight for him, too. Oh, yeah, you did. Oh, diff. Yo, help.
I showed it you, but your show's gonna go down.
Thanks. I'm with you. Did he switch? Nah, he ain't switch
Did I
yet.
pull back?
Yes. Pull back a little bit, just a little bit. Ooh, okay. They still have a rocket? No, they don't. Okay, I can ult for free. I'm gonna right click and I'm gonna ult. I solo ulted her. I'm typing diff. I'm being toxic. I don't care. She stole my character. She's gonna suffer.
This guy really. Oh my god.
It was a diff. It was a diff.
Okay.
Nah, she wanted to play Black Cat. I'm trying to play Hella and she fucking
Oh, do I have to jump back?
cut me up. Rocket ult. Okay, that is definitely more than one ult. Well, good. Oh, I died to the
Whoever
gun
was-
devil.
That Starlord charged my ult.
I'm
He must
toxic?
have.
I'm not toxic. I just don't tolerate disrespect. That's different.
How do you disrespect you?
He disrespected me by killing me on Black Cat, and then he stole my character and is trying to diff me with it. As a result, he's gonna stay 6-6 the rest of this match.
Okay, we need to walk him again. Get behind my shield. Oh shit, you need to get a kill now at this point.
Oh my god, I almost tore her head off. She's won. No! She's running away! No, you took my kill! Ah.
What is that moment? I've never heard you. You said raw. Freaking Mike.
Because that's one of the Phoenix dead. I want to kill.
Oh, okay. I thought you.
Alright, I'm about to kill her now. She's 1
Okay.
HP, bro. Peek me, please, Phoenix. Throw some balls. Yo, I'm dead!
Okay, you're out in the.
No, I ran into a Starlord trap. I wasn't in the open. Don't worry, I'm about to ult her. Check this shit out. Oh. I ain't seen nothing, chat. Wait, peep this. Look at this, chat, look at this. Fat.
Damn it.
Look at that, chat. Wait, what are you saying, damn it, boy? She's trying to steal.
No, I ulted.
Oh.
With you, and you killed everyone before
Oh,
I got my ult
sorry.
down. No, it's good. I should have saved it.
Consider that payback. I'm joking. Now, where's this Phoenix? Bring me the Phoenix. Nice push. Wait, she's one.
She's one.
This shit is personal. Get her. I'm not shooting anyone except her. She's one again.
Oh, I can't give you.
No, watch out for that.
Oh,
ult.
that's gonna
You can't block that. Don't forget.
Yeah.
Okay, it's gone. Oh, where's the Phoenix at? I found her. No, I fucking had to reload. God damn it. Phoenix man? I'm not a Phoenix man. I like Phoenix.
The current score is 3-2-0. Time to switch things up.
I mean, he's smurfing right now. No, I'm trying to diff this Phoenix. She's being disrespectful.
The right heroes could make all the difference. I am the Phoenix.
This is not. This is ethical smurf. Ethical smurf. I'll go back to Hella. Oh, we have a Hella. I can't. Do no more. Wait, no, I can't do no more.
Victor, they call me Detox.
The wolf.
In my way, they won't be standing much longer.
When was the last time I seen my Wolverine shot?
That's potential being realized.
Oh, did you guys know there was water right here? The one thing I don't like is that the water's flat. You're literally not stepping in it.
Let's do this.
Like, it makes the water noise when you step in it.
You seen one of those I rolled before?
Hear it. But you can
I know
never-
something up.
Both get the job done.
It's just for decoration.
You're Mackie Flow anyway. Oh.
Mine means no one's coming back for revenge.
You're not. You're right. You're right about that. But any other character, you can't see it.
Yeah, she will literally stop at any time to like look at the scenery. It's hilarious. It's like bringing like a kid to a candy shop. It's pretty funny. Got this kid. That was kind of evil, I can't lie. Got this cloak.
What is he doing right here? You got it?
Yeah, get her. Yeah, they're not gonna like want to play tank now. But I'm gonna kidnap this wolf or something. Got this kid. Oh, I'm fucking low. Whoa, what was that damage? Thanks for the bubble. Got strand. What the? It broke. Oh, he's dead. Check on a Wolverine art, chat. They gonna hate me though. I'm dead as fuck. I got greedy.
I've healed from 100 times. You're mine.
I just wasted my bubble.
Uh.
Be careful, DPS. I wasted my bubble.
They can't hear you, by the way.
No, he hears. He's in stream.
Oh yeah. There's some about like me and another guy. Kill this girl. I took her out of roll. I took her out of roll. What? Oh, that's not good. How did she escape it? She fade it? Oh, she did.
Oh, I should have ulted when I had the chance.
Oh, good.
Oh well. Yeah, I have it for next one.
How does he see me? What? Oh, well, that's crazy. They do damage. Okay, we can't peek this. Man, I can't peek this. How much damage did that do to me?
You staggered too much. Oh well.
That move is not balanced, bro. They did 108 damage? Chat, are you telling me they did 108 damage? I was at 108 HP and he didn't even look at me and I died. Got Wolverine, I mean, Stranger, whatever the fuck his name is. Old man.
I need to pay attention to these.
Oh, hell no.
Fuck. I need to pay attention to the Bucky hooks.
Got the Bucky, he's dead. Unless he should be. Never mind, he's not dead.
I'm gonna save my ult for regular.
Wow, unfun characters to fight. Okay, I actually have to play a real character.
What's the point? I'm playing in the courtyard. What's your intent there? I was just pushing up, cause I don't know. I guess when I saw my team pushing up, I pushed up. I didn't see any harm in pushing up right there either. Although I should have pulled back at a better time.
You have a rocket after that, you go back to Phoenix.
By the eye of Agamotto.
That was so bad. I'll read the comment later. I need lock in.
Yeah, we're actually about to lose. I can't fool around anymore. Oh, Phoenix. I mean, not Phoenix. Rocket's dead. Oh, I got headshotted. My Rocket could have ulted us, though. They have 3 minutes? Okay, yeah, we actually have to lock in. Else we're gonna lose.
We need to stop staggering.
Yeah. I have to save my Alpha Rocket, so I can't use it. Jubilee kills us in. We gotta buy time. That's not good. Unlucky. Yeah, they had hella ults. They still have rocket ult too. They still have rocket ult, which is not good for us. Okay, that's awkward. Thought the game was over. Oh, it is over. Is it over?
What ults do they have next?
That's it.
Cindy used cloak. She's one.
She's getting healed.
Never mind.
Got her.
I should push up.
There we go. Look, you got that? Damn,
I
he
thought
got
they were gonna
shielded.
portal.
He would have died.
Ooh, what was that?
He tried to
fell
hook
off
me off
their
the map.
bucky.
He tried to dash at me off the map, but then he didn't get me. I don't think he thought I was gonna react on time. I guess I don't know. That's the only explanation for that. We gotta play up in case they portal.
Team's playing up, right? Okay. I don't want to kill Strange first.
I got Magneto.
I missed it. Fuck.
It's all good locking.
Shot for Strange.
Yeah, Strange is the last to die. They lost. GG's.
I'm legit made sure on that exact.
Final score 3-2-2.
Oh, Thrice? His
Yeah.
Bucky was trying to do that, and he. Damn.
Yeah, he tried to tackle me off the map, but I shifted instantly the moment he pulled me. So he just basically just fell off the map. They be on Lamps' ass on Twitter. That shit is crazy. You be making Twitter angry as hell.
Yes, we're D2 now.
Oh, nice. I'm D1.
Okay, that's gonna be the last game for me.
Same.
And then later today, Death, if you want to play, we'll play on ults. I'm gonna continue my grind with Elsa. So yeah. Okay.
For me as well.
Doing something. What do you use to hide when you're low? What do I use to hide when I'm low? Kind of depends who I'm playing. But since I was playing Mag, I just use I try to rotate my shields properly and take cover wherever the courtyard, wherever on the courtyard they can't hit me at. Because, you know, it's a little slope and they have some little blocks. When you have no shields, get pulled. Yeah, I have to pay attention to the enemy, what abilities the enemy use. Because I wasn't paying attention to the Bucky pulls for a while.
You had a coach? You coaching? That's cool. That pay I got you.
I'm just answering questions. You take good space, but why can't the enemy just Strange TP to point? I have to be on the lookout for when I hear the TP voice line. And also aware if the enemy Strange is in the front line. When you're playing tank, keep in mind your intent for position and where you fight. That's a really good thing. Ramen, that is such a good comment. A good, that's really good advice for tank players or people learning tank. To coach someone at 5 to 6. Oh, you're reading Death's comment.
Yeah.
I'll let you know. Okay. Head is open to shoot at in the courtyard. Well, my head better not be that big. Better not. I'm gonna be hiding. But yeah. Those are a lot of things to keep in mind, especially when playing in that courtyard. It is that big. Yeah. Oh. All right. You gonna continue?
Hell no. I'm gone. Yeah. I'm out of here.
Ramen, I really liked your comment though.
I'm
That gives me a lot of insight on when I'm playing.
I'm gonna keep my normal sleep schedule.
Was I not supposed to answer that?
Huh?
That was all rhetorical, right? I'm assuming coverage is better, adjusted better shield. Yeah.
You're a tank. It is that big. Wait, what do you mean by that?
My head. Like when I take cover and I'm playing a tank, my head just popping out in the courtyard, you know?
Oh, I guess. Oh.
The head. What do you mean the head? Normal sleep schedule?
Yeah, I have a normal sleep schedule right now. I do.
Dude, be so for real.
I literally woke up at 10. Okay, it doesn't mean I can go to sleep and wake up at 12. 12 or something?
And if you don't have access to cover, then you shield as a buffer. Oh, I guess you could say, yeah, you can cover first, then shield. Although it is all situational. Yeah, thank you for the games, DPS. Thank you. All right.
Yep. GG's, everybody. That was fun.
Who do you want to double raid?
GG's. Let me check.
Good night, Samantha.
Let's raid someone new. We could either do, let's see. I was gonna say suppress, but he's not at his computer. We could do.
Not at his computer?
No, we can do Kiku or No Damage Rocket or Quackly.
Give me a sec.
Kiku, No Damage
Kiku?
Rocket, or Quackly. Oh,
Ooh,
right.
Kiku.
All right. Kiku it is. All right, chat. I appreciate you guys being here.
So you used to cover that. Forget to use
Kiku?
shield as
All right.
Magalon, which yeah. Yeah, that could be bad.
Def
All right.
vouchers for QQ, so QQ it is.
Mm-hmm.
All right, chat. Appreciate you guys
look
being
at this
here.
cute little chibi.
You guys for
Good night,
watching.
everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yep. Good night, guys. See ya.